with the American military presence there, or with America's support for Israel in the ongoing Intifada. Jeff.
Peter, thank you for your work today. I suspect we'll get back to you, but we appreciate the background, which I think gives us some context for why the focus is...
The most horrifying thing I've ever seen on TV.
That's the second plane, right there, crashing into the second tower.
On live television. That plane going right through, and both of these hijacked commercial jetliners.
This was, yeah, the first tower then collapsed a short time after that.
It would take about an hour. I think there was time to get some people out, but we're told those are virtually small cities, 50,000 workers in each tower. So we're not certain that they were able to evacuate the bottom of that tower before it collapsed, and they certainly weren't able to reach the people on the top.
We saw people above the actual points of impact trying to...
from windows for breath.
Shortly after that, the second tower collapsed on itself as well. And
this is where some people on the street reported seeing people jump and seeing people fall. Just an absolute horrific sight.
No one had a chance. And between the two, or right after the second plane crash, before these collapsed, the buildings collapsed, a plane crashed into the Pentagon in Washington.
And we're told that was a commercial jetliner, although that one is the one where we really haven't gotten a flight number confirmed, so we're not certain about that. But
all these planes bound for California. And then, if my memory serves me right, shortly after this, the plane crashes in Pennsylvania.
Near Pittsburgh.
Near Pittsburgh. That plane was bound for San Francisco. These are pictures from the scene there. A little hard to tell what we're looking at, but we think that perhaps this was a plane that they may have been able to make contact with, because this crashed shortly after the FAA released word that all air traffic was to suspend.
Horrifying. We have somebody on the phone now, a witness to this. This is Peter Fiedelholtz, who works in New York and saw all of these events unfold. Peter, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Well, describe what your first sign of trouble and what you saw.
Well, I worked down in the New York Mercantile Exchange building, and I was just in the building itself, and you know, I was watching the TV, and all of a sudden, you saw they showed you the crash of the World Trade Center, the one plane that had crashed in there. Then somebody came running into my office, and he said, "Did you hear the big bomb or whatever?" And we didn't hear anything, and he was worried about his brother. He called on the phone. Luckily, his brother was not in the building today. And then we were watching the TV, and we saw the second plane crash into the building. And then immediately, my building said to evacuate. And so we went downstairs, and in the exit outside the building, you looked up, and you saw the World Trade Tower, the second one to fall. You saw that one there, just totally... you know, on fire up on top, and I looked up and I said to myself, this building falls down, you know, I better move. So I moved and started walking farther north, and I got away, you know, probably, you know, half a mile, and I heard a little crack, and I looked back and I saw the first tower fall down.
Oh my goodness.
And I saw that, and then I saw a couple people, bodies, I don't know if they fell or jumped out of the second tower. Saw a couple bodies go out there, definitely. And then I started walking uptown because, you know, it's the only way to get home, really. And I live on the Upper West Side, New York. And I just saw, you know, I just happened to be looking back, and I saw the second tower implode on itself. And you could just see all of a sudden the structure just gave way in the center, and the 20 stories just went down, and then obviously the loads just collapsed upon itself.
Peter, when you walked out of the stock exchange and realized that that building might fall, did other people, was everybody getting away from that building, or were some people simply too shocked to really...
I think it's like, you know, people are big watchers, you know, so people didn't realize that the building could fall. Some people left. Some people probably stayed there, you know.
Oh, my goodness.
There were probably a couple thousand people outside. You know, a lot of people were walking north, so I don't think people stayed for long.
I mean, was there any indication? Obviously, I would imagine when you're leaving, fire trucks and ambulances are still racing to the scene, right? I mean, It's going to take a while to get everybody there. Little do they know that shortly after they get there, it's coming down. But did anyone anticipate this happening? I mean, were they trying to keep people blocks away?
You know, it was real chaos. I don't think... They had the highway shut down, so, and there were only, you know, like fire trucks and police cars, and, you know, it looked like undercover type vehicles flying down the road, so they had everything there. I don't know, I was maybe 200 yards from the foot of the World Trade Center. I walked by there about 20 minutes before this whole thing happened. And so I think a lot of the personnel, the fire personnel and police personnel who were trying to help out probably got crushed by the first tower falling down.
Did you have any sense of how far the debris spread when that second collapse occurred? It was so blanketed in smoke, but it looked like it may have just covered blocks.
Well, it probably did, but based on the wind direction, it really went to the south, and I was to the north.
I see. So you didn't really see
I mean, did it feel like an earthquake or something, or what were the...
No, you just heard a crack. You heard a crack, and then you saw the building kind of topple over.
So no explosion or anything?
No, there was no explosion. I didn't hear any explosion. Like I said, one of my colleagues did earlier.
And describe the people on the street that you passed. There must be, I'm sure many people had relatives in there. How were people
No, people were actually pretty calm. I mean, it was more like a sense of shock. People were shocked by what they saw and then interested in what was going on. And there wasn't like people running, there were a few people crying or whatever, but most people were everybody was trying to get on their cell phone, which obviously nobody could get through.
So what's happening right now? I mean, are people still trying to get out of the city? I mean,
Well, as far as I know, I walked all the way home, so I walked maybe 7, 8 miles home, that the subways were closed, the bridges and tunnels were closed. I don't know if they've reopened any of those. You probably have a better idea than I would. But there were just a lot of people walking, and then the only things, like I said, the only cars you saw moving south of 42nd Street were all emergency-type personnel. And then up past 42nd Street, you began to see regular traffic.
Okay. Peter, thank you very much.
Sure.
Stay safe. We're going to listen in on WPIX, our affiliate in New York City. They're talking to eyewitnesses right now. Let's take a listen.
This is not a terrorist incident. This is act of war. It's been taken to another level. Other than that, I don't, just thinking about my family, thinking about my coworkers. I haven't been able to get in contact with anybody. Yet I've been calling. I've gotten onto a landline and been trying to call. So it's just right now trying to get in contact with the people that I know that were there.
Yeah, I think there are tens of thousands of people going through a similar thing today, and our hearts are, going out to all of you. And,
People are crying.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Again, say hello to your mom and your family and everything.
All right, Mom. I'm okay. All right.
It's coming home.
Indeed.
And it's going to be difficult, too. That's one of the tales getting out of here. Lincoln, thank you. Okay, guys, we'll continue on live from City Hall. Again, you can see thinning out somewhat the smoke and ash, but still a giant cloud engulfing the whole southern end of the island. Back to you.
Okay, some horrifying eyewitness accounts there coming from New York. Right now, let's...
Very quickly, the first was an American airliner, Boston to Los Angeles. There were 92 killed on board that one. It went into the World Trade Center. That was the first event. Then there was a United plane leaving from Boston. 65 were killed on it. It also went into the World Trade Center. It, too, as the American plane before it, was supposed to have been bound Boston to Los Angeles. Then there was an American airliner leaving from Dulles Airport bound for Los Angeles, 64 aboard, and it crashed into the Pentagon. And finally, a United flight leaving Newark Airport bound for San Francisco. It went into rural Pennsylvania, so we don't know what its intended target was. Now, in terms of what Senator McCain was talking about, when you think of a plane being hijacked, you've got to get the hijackers aboard, and you have to get some sort of deathly weapon aboard, like a gun or some explosives. And there are two ways to do that. Either they go through passenger screening and manage to sneak through passenger screening without getting caught, or you get behind the doors somehow and sneak those people aboard behind passenger screening as though they were an airport employee. There have been investigations done on both those things. The FAA tests them a lot with plainclothes people to see if they get through, and every time they do it, a sizable percentage do get through passenger screening with mock weapons or mock explosives. And the same thing on the employees behind the lines. A sizable number do manage to get through the doors. So we'll be seeing in coming days what it was that led to all this. Tom?
Bob, any indication from the FAA of radio traffic indicating that there was a hijacking underway?
No, what it is in the cockpit, presuming that an armed person, in the course of a hijacking, an armed person or somebody with explosives has broken into the cockpit, and the pilot, therefore, cannot say it over the open radio because the hijacker would take action against the pilot. So there's a button that you push, and the button sends out a code, and it tells the appropriate air traffic controllers, and word is flashed to Washington immediately that there's a hijacking in progress. So one could presume that that happened in all 4 of these flights. Of course, we don't know at the moment, but it certainly must have. Then you wonder, too, because the targets were hit so precisely, is that somebody standing behind a pilot and saying, okay, now fly this right into a World Trade Center tower? Or is it an experienced pilot, the hijacker himself, who gets the pilot out of his seat and takes over at the controls to guide it in at the last minute? We don't know, of course. So.
All right, thanks very much. NBC's Robert Hager, who will be monitoring the airline part of all of this. The 4 hijacked airliners, in effect, became guided missiles in the hands of terrorists who hijacked the plane. They took innocent people to death with them, 266 altogether. President Bush is at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana at this time. We're told other senior members of the Bush administration are in secure positions. There's code red at the Capitol right now. House Speaker Dennis Hastert was removed to a secure position. All financial markets have been closed down. All national monuments have been evacuated. Across America, in places like Minneapolis, Kentucky, Los Angeles, and San Francisco, a number of critical installations have been closed down as well. This country, the most powerful in the world, has been, in effect, semi-immobilized today by these terrorist attacks. And we can only hope that they are now all over with. When we heard this morning at 8:42 that the World Trade Center had been attacked, we thought that that was a single, a solitary and horrifying event. Not too long after that, the second one was hit. And then NBC Jim Miklashevsky here on NBC said an explosion was felt at the Pentagon. And that was a plane that went into the Pentagon, another airliner, near the helipad there. It fortunately was on the far side of the building from the most critical offices housing the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and the Intelligence Center, and of course Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, who at first did not want to evacuate the building, and then he was persuaded that that was in the best national interest of this country to do just that. And then, of course, we had the situation in Pennsylvania where a United airliner crashed into the ground. It, too, had been hijacked. James Lee Witt is the former head of the Federal Emergency Administration in the Clinton administration. He was well known during his tenure there because there were so many natural disasters around the country. Mr. Witt, what is FEMA doing at this hour?
Well, Tom, I'm sure that they've already activated the Operations Center and also talking to the City of New York Emergency Management and Governor Pataki's office in putting together whatever resources they can to support their efforts in meeting that immediate need. And I'm sure they're probably activating some search and rescue teams. Probably. Go ahead.
I know, James, from our own experiences together that you had lots of contingency plans for tornadoes and for hurricanes, those kinds of natural disasters. What did you have in planning at FEMA for a terrorist attack?
Well, of course, you know, after the Oklahoma City bombing, Tom, we've worked very hard in putting together a very strong federal response plan in which they have continued to work on, particularly adding the terrorist component to that, and working with the FBI, who will have the lead on this in crisis management. And, of course, FEMA has a consequence management, and I'm sure Director Albaugh and all the staff there are liaisoning with the FBI at this time.
Was that something that you prepared on your own, or did you do that in close coordination and get regular updates from the FBI?
We worked very closely with the FBI, and if there was a threat, then they would notify us and work very closely with them, and as far as having someone in their operations center.
When you look at those pictures of what happened in lower Manhattan, in the canyons of this great city with those two 110-story buildings coming down, you can only imagine what the carnage must be on the ground.
It's probably horrifying, and I saw earlier said it looked like a war zone, and I'm sure it does, and just looking at the pictures. But, you know, there's so many firefighters and police officers that were probably up at the base of that building, probably in that building, trying to get people out, and I'm sure that, you know, the loss is going to be tremendous, and the pain is going to be felt for a long, long time.
Jamie Lee Witt, thank you very much. By the way, Afghanistan's ruling Taliban movement on Tuesday said that Osama bin Laden, they're closely allied with him, was not responsible for the attacks on the United States. What happened in the United States, according to the Taliban, was not a job of ordinary people. It could have been the work of governments. Osama bin Laden cannot do this kind of work. Neither can we, a Taliban spokesman said from the southern city of Kandahar. The Taliban, of course, a very militant and very conservative Islamic organization and widely believed to be harboring Osama bin Laden, a very wealthy Saudi dissident who has a very sophisticated apparatus at his disposal. He has not been seen for some time, although he does appear from time to time on some Islamic media outlets. One reporter who has been in touch with him said that 3 weeks ago he said an attack was planned on the United States, but that, of course, has not yet been verified. He is, at the moment, I think fair to say, at the top of everyone's list of suspects. But as we have learned on these occasions in times past, it's often not the best thing to do to make a premature judgment. There is the picture that we have often seen of him as he has declared a holy war against the United States. Let's go to General Norman Schwarzkopf now, who had the Southern Command and, of course, commanded the forces during the Persian Gulf War. General Schwarzkopf, I've been trying to review in my own mind the incidents in which the United States has been a conspicuous participant or absent in the past month or so. We lost a spy plane over southern Iraq. We've stepped up pressure on southern Iraq. Obviously, in the Middle East, in the ongoing dispute between the Palestinians and the Israelis, there's a great feeling that the United States is siding only with the Israelis. The war in Sudan goes on, but we've not taken an active role there. Are there any other signs on your radar screen that would indicate that this kind of thing was likely to happen?
Well, you know, Tom, the truth of the matter is that most of the Middle East countries consider the United States to be, you know, the main source of support for Israel. It isn't isolated just in certain states. And, you know, any one of those people, if you got them aside and asked them truthfully, they would tell you that they were not in favor of our policies with regard to Israel.
So do you think that that probably was the cause of all this continual escalation that has been going on between Palestine and Israel? And there's been an absence of participation, I think, that it's fair to say, on the part of this administration and all that.
Well, I think that's kind of speculation at this time. I certainly think that you know, the reason why the United States is hated in so many places in the Middle East is with regard to the support of the state of Israel. And as a matter of fact, they'll openly state that if Israel had not had the support of the United States, it wouldn't exist today. So they go so far as to say that.
There are people, many people, still trapped.
When you and I were talking earlier, we were commenting on the sophistication of this attack and the complexity of that. Doesn't that stun you some?
It really does. I mean, just what was mentioned by, you know, by Robert Hager, the fact that undoubtedly, you know, I can't see any U.S. commercial airline pilot flying their plane directly into an obstacle like that. Undoubtedly, there was, you know, somebody at the controls that was able to guide the plane there. That in itself is kind of scary. I told you earlier about the fact that it bothers me that with all the devices we have against hijackers, that hijacking can still take place on this scale and organized in that fashion. That causes me concern. I certainly agree with what Senator McCain said about the fact that, you know, many years ago, we abandoned human intelligence. The attitude was that only bad guys have spies, and good guys don't need spies, and we put satellites in the air, and we put a huge amount of investment into technical intelligence. At the same time, we dismantled human intelligence. I don't know what the status of that is today, but we damn sure need to get somebody inside these organizations. I would tell you that...
General, I'm just going to interrupt you for a moment because we're looking at some scenes that we have not yet had an opportunity to see. It does look like a nuclear winter in lower Manhattan. It is one of the most vital areas anywhere in the world, obviously, the home of the financial markets, the World Trade Center, lots of residences. There's been a real revival down there in recent years, and it has a great gray pall of dust and smoke and debris, and of course, overlaying all of that is the psychological effect of knowing that there could be a casualty list in terms of fatalities that could go into the thousands.
Yeah. I mean, Pearl Harbor, we lost 2,400. And, you know, when you hear the numbers today, it's hard to believe that we're not going to greatly exceed that number.
And as I pointed out earlier, in Pearl Harbor, it was a military attacking a military installation. This was the use of innocent people in commercial airliners to attack other innocent people in New York. There was one military target, obviously the Pentagon. You can see, if you're looking at this with me, General.
I'm Tom Van Howe. We're going to bring you a quick update on what West Michigan is doing to cope with the terrorist attacks in New York. Government buildings all across the country have been on alert or closed, in fact, including some of those in Grand Rapids. And News 8's Larry Figursky is live right now at the Grand Rapids City Hall with how leaders here are responding. Larry.
Well, Tom, they're actually having a 2 o'clock meeting for the City Commission. Now, that is a regularly scheduled meeting which was supposed to take place at 2 o'clock today. They've also called a special news conference for sometime just prior to 2. Now, whether that starts at 1:45 or 5:45, we're not sure at that point. But Joe LaFurgey is up in the meeting waiting for the news conference to take place. We'll get you up to date on all that information as it happens. But did want to give you an idea. What they are discussing at this point in time are some of the precautions that were taken earlier in the day. They met with, obviously, emergency management officials. They wanted to give us in the media and, obviously, all the folks at home an idea of what was going on. What they're preaching basically in this meeting is that they do not feel there is any threat to the federal building or City Hall here in Grand Rapids, but obviously with some of the incredible occurrences that have taken place today, they want to take no chances at this point. It will be an update on what's going on security-wise, and what they're preaching is general preparation and proportional response, telling people, obviously, don't panic, but please be aware of what's going on, and we'll get to you the latest as soon as Joe LaFurgey comes out of that news conference in just a bit. Tom?
Okay, thank you, Larry. Well, like the rest of the country, we here in West Michigan are in a state of shock looking at those horrific pictures from New York. And like around the country, people here as elsewhere are trying to get word from friends and family in the 2 cities attacked today, and many of them are calling News 8 as well. News 8's Steve Morrison has been taking some of those calls and joins us now from the Satellite Center with one eyewitness account.
Tom, Tim Jacoboisi called us this short time ago. He grew up in Ada and is now a trader on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. That closed this morning just after the attacks. He was on his way home when one of the buildings collapsed and he was caught out in that thick cloud of choking black smoke.
I was trying to outrun that and obviously couldn't do that. Got behind a dumpster to avoid the debris plane. And then it completely got black, and it was a complete dust black cloud of everything. And I was on top of about 10 people behind that dumpster, and we couldn't see anything, and we could hardly breathe. And after about a minute or so, I saw like a dim light, and I headed for that like we all did. And we actually just broke the window of what turned out to be a bank, and we all got into the bank and just got some air, which probably saved our lives. I mean, I have never thought I was seriously going to die before today.
That was witness Tim Jacoboisi calling us from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When he left the bank, he did return to the stock exchange. He told us they've now set up a triage emergency medical unit there on the floor for this emergency. He said that he was also trying to assist some of the wounded. He tried to give us some idea of what they were seeing, but said there were absolutely too many injured people coming in to even give us a count. Live in the Satellite Center, Dee Morrison, News 8.
Thank you, Dee. And we have a couple of advisories to share with you. There's been an absolutely overwhelming response from people living here in West Michigan after those terrorist attacks. Blood banks and aid organizations say they're doing fine, but the blood banks are saying, hold off a little bit. They've been overwhelmed. Right now, they need money to help those in need. So keep that in mind. We're keeping school closings at the bottom of your screen, and there are lots of prayer services underway. There are lots of meetings canceled. We have those on our website, woodtv.com. Hope you check in on that. So, or you can call your church. We'll be back with more on how we are handling this locally a little later on.
It's been a real mess, you know, and coming back in the ambulance, you know, somebody said, you know, one of the things that they remembered, you know, thinking about is the date today is September 11th, so 9/11. So, you know, it's something that can't really go without notice, is that this was completely planned, completely orchestrated. You know, whoever did this has been planning this obviously for a very long time.
Thank you very much, Robert Harper, who was one of the survivors who was just a little bit late to work this morning, but then got caught in the devastating attack on the Twin Trade Towers. It's hard for me to overstate to people who are unfamiliar with New York just how dynamic that area is in terms of people coming and going. The two towers are 110 stories high, or they were. 20 to 50,000 people would work in them at any one time. It's just a few blocks from the stock market and from many of the principal banks in America, to say nothing of residential areas. And we will not know for some time what the death toll is there, to say nothing of the number of people who have been injured, so many of them with burns. Let's go to Washington now, and NBC's Washington Bureau Chief Tim Russert. Tim, give us the state of play in the nation's capital right now. We know that the White House and the State Department and CIA have been evacuated. Dennis Hastert has been removed. Where is Dick Cheney at this hour? Do we know?
Tom, he is in a secure location. They won't tell us exactly, but I do know that he is there with his top-level aides. We have heard from some of those people. He has been in constant communication with the President of the United States and the National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice. Tom, I've been speaking to people in the intelligence and law enforcement community, in and out, those who have served, those who are serving now. No one is the least bit surprised that there was a terrorist attack on the shores of America. Every person, to a man and woman, absolutely stunned, not only by the magnitude, but by the precision of this attack. They are absolutely convinced that there's only a few cells that could possibly have done this. And this is quite interesting because I didn't realize it until it was pointed out to me. Every one of the 4 hijacked planes that Bob Hager talked to you about was bound for California. In the words of this high-ranking official, the bastards knew they all had a plane full of fuel for the maximum impact upon collision. There is, in my experience in Washington, unprecedented anger here, but no one knows how or where to channel it. Right now, the situation is a bit chaotic. Communication is difficult, but the Bush administration is underscoring that the President is in charge, in command, in constant communication, and will bring these people to justice. They just know it's going to take a long, long time.
Tim, it's also going to be a test of the political maturity, if you will, of Washington. It's a city that has been so riven by what many would describe as petty political disputes. But this is one nation on this day.
Suddenly, the Social Security lockbox seems so trivial, Tom. One official said to me, Tim, your life is going to change, but more important, your son's life is going to change forever. America will never be the same after September 11th, 2001. The levels of security, heightened tension, the way we look at each other and look at our institutions will in fact be altered. That will bring some gratitude, if you will, to the terrorists. And that's why we as a nation, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, are, as they talk with one another today, are absolutely unified in their attempt to strike back, but also try to put salve on the national psyche so we don't become an armed camp resisting an enemy we really can't identify and never know when is striking.
Because the consequences psychologically for this country are every bit as great as they are physically for America as well. It is worth pointing out, I suppose, that we all breathed a great sigh of relief when the Cold War came to an end with the collapse of communism. And yet there was nothing as devastating as this for this country during that long, cold twilight that we faced down communism in Moscow with its considerable nuclear arsenal, which it still has in place, obviously.
You know, Tom, it's a very important point because all during this past few weeks, the debate about missile defense systems, many people were saying publicly, even those proponents or the detractors, well, you know, we're a long way from research on this, but there is a potential threat of a rogue nation launching a missile or an accidental launch from Russia or China modernizing their force. But everyone kept saying the true risk, the real risk is terrorist attack, and we plain don't know how to defend ourselves. But again, and let me underscore this, people are absolutely stunned, disbelieving that something so well coordinated, something is with a tick-tock like this, 4 hijackings within a matter of an hour, and then being able to take those very planes and drive them into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. And there is growing suspicion, Tom, here that the plane that landed, it crashed in Pennsylvania, was most likely headed for the Capitol or White House. That's the operating theory of many of the people I've spoken to today.
Thank you very much, NBC's Tim Russert. The equation has changed for all of us, personally and professionally, in the course of the last several hours, and we'll be dealing with this for a long, long time. But first, we want to take you through the eyewitness accounts of people who were witness to what happened here on a very sunny early fall morning in New York today. Some of the eyewitnesses.
Spent a year in combat. Never saw anything like this. Saw a lot of people die. Nothing this devastating.
We carried a bunch of people that we found laying in the debris. There was complete darkness. We stumbled over some people. We picked them up and carried them across the street.
You could hear the rumbling. When you looked up, you could see the top of the building just crumbling.
Then there was a haunting story from an eyewitness that we heard from a few moments ago of people in wheelchairs who were unable to get out of the building as he ran down the stairs, and he was obviously overcome with emotion as he described that for us. We don't have any numbers for you. We're trying to be as circumspect as we can be. All public officials are saying that they expect the final death toll to be horrendous, but this business of determining how many people are still in the rubble will take many, many hours, if not days, to determine. Here is a quick summary of what we have been through today in this country. On the 11th of September, the year 2001, at 8:42 this morning, first one plane that had been hijacked crashed into the World Trade Center. Then, not too long after that, a second plane. About an hour later, the Pentagon was attacked by a hijacked airliner, and then came word that another hijacked airliner had crashed outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. When we saw the first reports and witnessed, those of us who live in New York, of the World Trade Center being hit by an airplane, at first all of us thought, I'm sure, that it had to be some kind of a terrible accident. And then when we heard that a second plane, and you could see it flown deliberately into the World Trade Center, the horror of this terrorist war began to unfold, and it continues to unfold here now almost 5 hours later. And we'll be continuing to cover this across America and in the nation's capital. NBC's Pat Dawson has been not too far from the World Trade Center throughout most of the day, where it has been chaotic and terrifying. Pat?
Tom, as you point out, we try not to exaggerate very much in this circumstance, and yet in many ways it's hard not to exaggerate just the things we have been seeing and the things that we have been told. I think it is fair to say that the task that now confronts rescue workers here is Herculean, a very, very difficult task, and it is of two parts. It has been about 3 hours since what we might call the last catastrophic incident in a morning of catastrophes. That is since the North Tower of the World Trade Center, which used to stand behind me just about 10 blocks south, right below there. It used to tower above the buildings, which you can see, and obviously it is no longer there, nor is the South Tower. 3.5 hours since that happened. There have been no catastrophic incidents since then, but it has affected the rescue effort clearly because they are afraid of what could happen, what still might happen, since there were a sequence of catastrophes, if you will. That has made the rescue very, very difficult. At this point, we are being told unofficially that there may be as many as 200 to 300 rescue workers who are actually down there. We have seen pictures of some of them. They are down around the base of this building. They are beginning the, again to use that word, Herculean task of trying to find the people who might be alive in that debris. We know that there are a great number of people who are dead in there. Unquestionably, what they are hoping to find is survivors, and at this point they really can't speculate on how many there are, how many there could be, and I don't think it really serves us at this point to speculate on the numbers that it could be. One of the tasks, though, is to try to get this rescue effort in its entirety going, and as you can see behind me down here, there are probably hundreds of New York City and New York State and federal rescue people who are involved, fire, police, emergency service, quite a few. In addition to those, the task is certainly aided by the American Red Cross's disaster relief teams. They are here on the scene. This is Frank Donahue, who is with the American Red Cross. Frank, tell me first of all, as you start out here, what is it you're trying to do?
Well, our immediate purpose is to kind of assess what role the Red Cross can play initially, and certainly it's to help the emergency medical people that are here provide any kind of relief and support we can for them. People being evacuated from neighborhoods need a place to go, and the Red Cross is setting up service centers and shelters. There's one at Grand Central Station and Penn Station. And then the blood supply, making sure we have a safe blood supply, not only here, but throughout the country.
Do you have any idea, have you heard, how many casualties have been dealt with so far?
No, I have not. I'm sorry, I have not heard that.
Is it, now part of your task, though, is also to provide blood supplies. Obviously, that will be needed in huge
Absolutely, and people throughout the country are responding. They should call 1-800-GIVE-LIFE. It's important to know that this incident, and you know, there's blood needed here in Altoona, there's blood needed all throughout the country that's been affected by this disaster. Another part is people that are moving around, are traveling today. No airport in this country is open, and so Red Cross volunteers are in every airport providing assistance to families. Families are calling the Red Cross here in New York as they are calling their local Red Cross to try to communicate and find the well-being of people that are in this building, as well as people in the other affected areas. So
you were also telling me about grief counseling and dealing with people who've been traumatized around the country, maybe at other airports.
Absolutely. Boston, for example, LAX, where those airplanes were coming from and headed to, we have Red Cross mental health worker volunteers there that are providing assistance to families. And again, that's happening throughout the country where people have been affected by this disaster. Here in New York alone, the Greater New York Red Cross has had lots of experience at the World Trade Center a number of years ago. Today, there's about 1,200 local Red Cross volunteers here in New York providing food and shelter, direction, and support to people that are incredibly affected by this incident.
And how many Red Cross workers do you think around the country?
Oh, a number of thousand, a couple thousand for sure. I know in Philadelphia, where I came from, we're on standby working with emergency management. It's the same thing in every major metropolitan area that Red Cross workers work closely with emergency management.
Frank, thank you so much for taking some time out. We appreciate it. That was Frank Donahue, the American Red Cross. Tom, that brings you pretty much as much information as we have here in what remains a fairly chaotic situation. Tom?
All right, thank you very much, NBC's Pat Dawson. As the shock begins to wear down, we're going to all of us are going to have our patience tested as well as we await these reports. We'll try to deal with it as factually as we possibly can. It does now appear that the wave of attacks is over. We could not be certain of that just a few hours ago, as there were these reports of planes that were still in the air, some that had been hijacked, and their destinations were uncertain at that time. This is a live picture of Lower Manhattan, missing two of its most familiar profiles, obviously. The twin trade towers of the World Trade Center, iconic buildings here in New York, really representing, symbolic, if you will, of the enormous economic strength of this country. They sustained an attack in 1993. They were reopened. The country came back from that, and we went about our merry way again, thinking that in Fortress America this couldn't possibly happen. But of course it has. Neil Livingston is one of the most widely recognized experts on international terrorism. Mr. Livingston, we keep coming back to the same issue. This was a very sophisticated attack. This was not just a lone suicide bomber of some kind. 4 hijacking simultaneously. Obviously someone in the cockpit who knew how to get the plane to the targets that they wanted to get them to. And it had to have happened over a long period of time, and they were all transcontinental flights loaded with fuel.
Tom, this is our worst case nightmare scenario, the one that we've hoped would never happen, and that would be a multiplicity of targets with a multiplicity of highly sophisticated bombs, in this case aircraft, and very symbolic targets. And so this great deal of thought went into this, a great deal of time and money. This kind of thing doesn't happen overnight. So we can anticipate that maybe a year or more was probably devoted to planning this attack, and there may be others coming.
Mr. Livingston, I remember that the FBI has been concerned for some time about the number of cells harboring terrorists in America that have been growing. Is that true?
Well, there clearly are a number of people in the United States that have been the beneficiaries of our relatively liberal immigration policy that have hidden within various communities here and have expressed very strong anti-American sentiments. Whether that can be translated into terrorism at this point is open to question. I would suspect that what we will see in this case are perhaps foreign nationals who have arrived in the United States strictly to carry out this mission, hijack these aircrafts, and take them to their targets. Very similar to what we saw in that millennial potential attack when a man was arrested at the border in Washington State who was going to carry out bombing attacks in the United States. He was an outsider who had been sent here to do that.
All right, Neil Livingston, thank you very much. I also have on the phone now Anthony Lake, Tony Lake, a former National Security Advisor to President Clinton, who's been a longtime student of the prospect of terrorism in this country, recently wrote a riveting fictional account of the various scenarios that the United States may have to deal with. But even in your most wildest imaginative days, Tony, you could not have anticipated something like this.
No, it's terrible. It's hard to say you can be lucky in any respect in something in such a catastrophe. But one of the great dangers still lurking out there is that it could have involved some kind of weapon of mass destruction.
But at the same time, it's hard to understate the amount of damage that has been done here physically and certainly in terms of loss of life. When you have an institution like the Pentagon attacked, the World Trade Center is attacked, and the plane that went to Pittsburgh might have been headed for the Capitol or the White House, for God's sake.
Yes. No, this is terrible. As I said, a catastrophe. Clearly a very sophisticated terrorist attack. Our intelligence community has headed off some in the past year or two. Their ability to evade our usual intelligence gathering methods in order to pull this off is extraordinary. And one question now we need to focus on is not only why did this happen, but where do we go from here?
Well, short term, if you were the National Security Advisor now back in your old office in the White House, what would be your recommendations in terms of a suppression of some of our normal liberties that we have in this country?
Well, we mustn't defeat our liberties in trying to defend them. I think what I would be urging now is, first of all, of course, get all the information we can immediately while dealing with the human dimensions of this catastrophe. And then thinking ahead, I think there are three fronts we have to act on. One, there must be, once we have identified the source of this, there must be an American response to this of some kind. Secondly, I hope that this will encourage us to even think in new ways about the nature of our security threats and increase our preparations, for example, for the Coast Guard in defending our ports against possible incidents like this, Customs, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, and improving our organization for dealing with catastrophes like that. There's been progress on all these fronts, but not enough. And finally, and I think this is very important, we need to recognize that there is only one group out there that is trying to kill Americans, and that are these terrorists. We are at war with them, and it is not enough for us to attack simply on an American basis. We need to develop a global strategy for a global alliance, for a global war against these terrorists, including, for example, making sure that any nation pays a terrible price when it provides sanctuary for terrorists.
Thank you very much, Anthony Lake, former National Security Advisor to President Clinton, now an author and professor here in the eastern part of the United States. We were just told that the British Prime Minister, Tony Blair, has stopped all civil flights over Great Britain, whether that was precautionary or in response to a threat that his government received. We cannot say, but all flights there have been canceled. Let's just take you through now a quick summary that does not begin to tell the true story of this day, but it is a kind of a checklist of what we've been through. 4 airliners, 2 American, 2 United, headed for California from Washington and Boston, were hijacked, 2 flown into the World Trade Center here in New York, 1 into the Pentagon, 1 crashed outside of Pittsburgh. The World Trade Center, 2 110-story buildings collapsed completely in lower Manhattan. We're showing you Somerset County, the airport near Pittsburgh, where the other United plane went down. All of this happened in the eastern seaboard, but that's just the geographical connection. This is a wound on America wherever you live, whatever your ideology may happen to be, unless you are in sympathy with the terrorist beliefs. And when those 2 twin trade towers went down, of course, that caused even more damage to lower Manhattan. At the same time, the Pentagon was attacked by one of the hijacked airliners. A number of dead in the Pentagon as well, in the outer rings, first and second rings near the helipad there. President Bush was diverted from Florida to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. We're told that Vice President Cheney is in a secure position. We don't know exactly where that is. The third in the line of succession is the Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert. He was told there's a code red, and he was taken to a secure position as well. All financial markets have been closed down. Hospitals in New York City are overtaxed. The world's largest, busiest city is at the moment all but shut down, with tunnels in and out of the city that have been closed for security reasons, traffic off the streets. 30 Rockefeller Plaza, where we work, another midtown.
Good afternoon. I'm Suzanne Jehan, the TV8 newsroom. We're bringing you coverage of the attack on America today and how it impacts us here in West Michigan. The series of terrorist attacks in New York and Washington, D.C. are being felt all around our area and having an impact here. Prayer services are breaking out across the region. Students at Cornerstone University have gathered for a time of reflection. News 8's Rachel Ruiz is there live now and joins us with details from the scene. Rachel?
Susie, we are on the Cornerstone University campus here in Grand Rapids. The building behind me that you see, the Gainey Conference Center, that's one of two. It's the place where students, staff, and faculty.
We know that hospitals here in New York are in desperate need of blood. We know that the National Guard will be coming into the city to help in support of the 40,000 members of the New York City Police Department. We know that subway service in Manhattan has been shut down. People evacuating streams of people through the streets. There are 50,000 people who go to work just in the Trade Center buildings, the two towers. How many of them were there at the time, we do not know. Thousands, tens of thousands more pass through, getting on and off trains, going to the retail shops and restaurants. Every one of those lives changed today, as perhaps in some way all of our lives have been changed today. It all began at 8:45 this morning, and behind us now, the smoke continues to pour out of the area where the Trade Center towers were. They are no more. They collapsed in the hour after the attack, but the smoke continues to pour through that area behind us, about 30 blocks away, in one of those scenes that none of us will ever forget. CNN correspondent Richard Roth has been on the streets here in Lower Manhattan. Richard?
Yes, Aaron, not chaos here. It's almost eerily silent of the march of thousands of New Yorkers evacuating southern Manhattan, looking to go to New Jersey to get off this island. Dazed, stunned, people concerned about loved ones, cell phones not working. New Yorkers are used to coping with a lot of things here. There have been some bombings and hurricanes and calamities, but really nothing like this before. And of course, behind me are the clouds of where the World Trade Center stood, two towers built in 1970. A short time ago, a Port Authority police official, the Port Authority is the state unit that runs, in effect, the World Trade Center, those buildings that formerly existed, and one of the police officials there, William Hall, said there is no search going on right now. He said until the fires go out, until it is safe for his people and other rescue workers to go in, they are not moving in there. He said on an average day, the two World Trade Center towers get 10,000 people each with 5,000 visitors. A New York City police official told us a short time ago that another triage center is going to be set up here on the west side of Manhattan, 33rd Street area in the Jacob Javits Convention Center. This to handle additional overflow from New York City hospitals, which New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani says have been doing their best in coping with it, but there have been calls for blood. People here walking by me, someone will point to someone and say, this person was in the World Trade Center, just got out. You can hear behind me, there is the roar of military aircraft, the only aircraft you see in the sky. And usually, as New Yorkers will tell you, you can look up at any time and see a plane. They are up in the sky, a concerned look from people who gaze upward, shield their eyes to see just what's going on, and an occasional police helicopter. But here in New York City, there is no search going on. William Hall of the Port Authority said we're going to have to wait until we get things all accounted for before we can go in there. Aaron.
Richard, thank you. Richard Roth in Lower Manhattan. Again, just a quick recap for those of you who may just be getting home and hearing these events for the first time. 8:48 this morning, one of those moments that everyone will remember. The first plane, American Airlines Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles, hijacked, crashed into the First Trade Center tower. At 9:04, the second plane, a United Airlines flight, United 175, Boston to Los Angeles, hit the second tower. About a half hour later, 9:38 Eastern Time, American Airlines Flight 77, Washington Dulles Airport to Los Angeles. It crashed into the Pentagon, hitting just short of the Pentagon itself, and perhaps that was most fortunate. And at 10:20 a.m. Eastern Time, United Flight 93, Newark to San Francisco, crashed about 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh. Those are the times and the events. They don't begin to describe what has happened. What has happened is not simply a series of moments, but something much larger. Phil Zappetta is with the American Red Cross, and he is on the phone with us. Mr. Zappetta, this is
for supporting the operation, and or Libya, which supported the operation. So you're really reaffirming how complicated this is.
More than that, Peter, I think the key element is that if any state is involved in this in any way, if it knew this was going to happen, or it shoulders...
There we have disaster mental health counselors that are able to meet with people and to register people as they come in and are trying to get away from the situation. We are set up in New York at Penn Station, at Grand Central Station, and in Washington, D.C. at Fort Belvedere. It is still chaos right now. We are in the process of ramping up our operations. While we did respond immediately, there's so much work to be done, and we're in the process of doing that right now. We have about 50,000 units of blood that are available for the affected areas, and the American Red Cross is looking at mobilizing that right now and putting that into place.
And Phil, as you were speaking, we were able to put up on the screen numbers that people can call if they can help. If you're sitting in Omaha, Nebraska today, is it helpful in this situation to be going to the blood bank and giving blood, or is it too far away to be meaningful?
The message that the American Red Cross is putting out right now is to donate blood. Call 1-800-GIVE-LIFE, GIVELIFE, or visit redcross.org for more information. But giving blood is where our emphasis is right now.
No matter where you are in the country?
Yes, well, no matter where you are in the country, or you can, contact your local hospital if you're not in a Red Cross area, but 1-800-GIVE-LIFE is the best number to call. Okay, so even if you are far away from the events of today, you can still be helpful, as there is certainly in New York and in Washington, from what Judy said, a serious shortage of blood. The American Red Cross can be helpful. Your local hospital, your local blood bank can be helpful. We suspect before the day is out, fire stations around the country will be involved in these efforts as well. Phil, thank you. Is there anything else, by the way, before I let you go, that you want to say that would be helpful to our viewers or helpful to the Red Cross? Well, the Red Cross right now and our president, Dr. Bernadine Healy, extend our heartfelt sorrows to all families and everyone that's been affected by this. We just urge people to donate blood.
Thank you very much, Phil, with the American Red Cross. Phil Zappetta with the American Red Cross. CNN's Miles O'Brien has been tracking the flight paths of these 4 planes that were involved. Miles, are you able to hear me in Atlanta?
Yes, I am, Aaron.
And tell me what you've been able to figure out to this point.
Well, as you probably know, Aaron, there are various commercial websites that allow you to track commercial aircraft. Now, if you go to many of them right now, you're not going to get very far because they're being overwhelmed by interest in people. But even if you could get some of the data, we have just learned from the Federal Aviation Administration that every domestic airliner that was in the air is now on the ground. This is unprecedented in aviation history in this country. There's not a plane flying right now. At any given moment, typically there are 4,000 aircraft. Now, let's take a look at what happened on American Airlines Flight 11. Began in Boston, and it took off on time. 81 people aboard, 9 crew members, 9 flight attendants and 2 pilots. And let's sort of track what happened with this flight. As it went across Massachusetts and went down into the Albany area, actually up in the Adirondacks, it took a sharp dogleg. What's interesting about this flight is everything seemed to be normal. Flight at altitude was about 29,000 feet, gaining speed at about 450 knots. It took that sharp dogleg down across the Adirondacks straight for New York. Now, what will be interesting about this as this story unfolds will be, number one, listening to any air traffic control conversations to get a sense of what, if anything, air traffic controllers were saying to this aircraft. Undoubtedly, this was spotted on the radar screens, of course. They had quite a bit of time to watch this plane as it went down toward New York. That's probably at least a 30-minute run there. And during the course of that time, those air traffic controllers in those radar installations, New York Center, as it is called, would have been trying to contact American Airlines Flight 11 to indicate its intentions. It must have been a horrifying scene for them. They were probably trying to clear air traffic out of the area. Clearly, once those tapes become available, we'll have a little bit more knowledge. And if it is possible to locate any of the so-called black boxes, the flight data recorders, cockpit voice recorder out of this particular aircraft, they'll obviously know more about what was going on what must have been a very dramatic flight indeed. Now, this is the first flight. This is the flight that first impacted the first tower of the World Trade Center, and this is the first of 4 that we know about, of course, 4 air hijackings, which led to crashes and obviously a tremendous amount of damage. I'm getting this information from a company called FlightExplorer.com. They are compiling their archival radar information from this morning, and as it becomes available, we'll be able to show you the flight paths of the other 3 aircraft that are suspected in all of this, and we'll bring those to you as soon as we get that. Aaron?
Just a quick practical question. These tapes of the cockpit tower communications, do they exist on the ground?
Yes.
Are they recorded in control towers, and then there's a different set of tapes that exist on the plane?
Exactly. It's important to bring out, there are 2 types of tapes in these incidents. The tapes on the ground are the ones that record the radio transmissions between the ground and the aircraft. And clearly, the flight controllers would have been calling this aircraft numerous times, and this would have been the case for the 3 others if they deviated from their courses, trying to get some indication as to what was wrong, why the pilot was changing course so dramatically. Now, what will be interesting to hear is if there is some sort of response from these aircraft. This will give us some clue as to who might have been in control of the plane at the time, or if there might have been some sort of struggle aboard, or if there was just a lack of a struggle. There's a lot of mystery here, obviously. Now, ultimately, as they go through the wreckage in these cases, it's possible that investigators, and there's a good chance because they have emergency locating devices on them, they'll find these so-called black boxes, and on those black boxes there might be much more information which might give authorities some clues as to who might be responsible.
Several different kinds of information. There's technical information in these black boxes, what the airplane was doing in a sense, but there's also communications between the cabin crew that exist on those tapes, what pilot was saying to co-pilot. We might be able to hear, if these tapes are ever located, what the people who took control of these planes, and that's clearly what happened, seems clear that that's what happened, what they were saying. Whether these tapes will ever be found, obviously we don't yet know, but that is part of what will happen in the next days. On this day, what is happening in both Washington and New York and in a field outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, is a massive, massive rescue operation, a massive triage operation. Thousands of people, presumably, have been hurt. Many people, we suspect, have died, though many hours now since that first plane hit the Trade Center at 8:48 Eastern Time. We have yet to hear from any official in the city, any estimate here in New York of the number of people who have been hurt. We just know that hospitals are inundated, that hospitals are running very low on blood, and they need help here. We know that the National Guard will be coming in here to New York to help in support of the New York Police Department. We would add here that a number of members, and we don't know how many, but after the police and fire responded to these 2 planes hitting the Trade Center, many police officers, many firefighters, many EMS personnel were in the area when the buildings collapsed. How many of them were hurt, we do not know, but we've been told now by 2 officials or former officials with the city that any number of people, police and fire officials, have been hurt as well. Judy in Washington, Judy Woodruff. Judy.
And Aaron, just picking up on your conversation with Miles O'Brien a moment ago, and perhaps you all referred to this, and I apologize if I'm repeating, the Associated Press reporting that a passenger that was on United Flight 93, now this is the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. About 20 minutes before that plane crashed, a passenger with a cell phone locked in a bathroom actually called an emergency dispatcher and shouted into the cell phone, "We are being hijacked, we're being hijacked." They apparently stayed on the phone with this passenger up until the moment when the passenger heard some sort of a loud noise, and then they lost contact. That's just one more piece of the stories, the many, many, many stories that we are pulling together as we watch these developments in Pennsylvania, here in Washington, and of course in New York City. And you just heard Aaron talking about incomplete information about casualties, what hospitals are dealing with. Now, these numbers I'm going to read you right now are only incomplete. We are just beginning to get this kind of information. We're told at Washington area hospitals right now, 53 injured, at least 3 more casualties on the way, although we have to believe that with the commercial jetliner that crashed at the Pentagon, or just in front of the Pentagon, and that was the Boeing 757, and these are the pictures of the Pentagon just outside the Pentagon. 58 passengers on board, 4 crew members and 2 pilots. It is impossible to believe that they did not all perish, and we don't know about others who work at the Pentagon who were in the part of that building that was most affected when that commercial plane went down. We've been talking with a number of people involved in rescue, and right now we want to go to the President's statement. This took place just about an hour and 15 minutes ago. The President was on his way back to Washington from Florida. His plane touched down at an Air Force base in Louisiana, Barksdale Air Force Base near Shreveport. We can now report that information because he's since left Barksdale. But here is what President George W. Bush had to say in this statement.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
President Bush made that statement just about an hour and 20 minutes ago at Barksdale Air Force Base near Shreveport, Louisiana. That was an unplanned stop that the president made at that place in order to talk with reporters, meet with others. Since then, Air Force One has taken off President Bush being flown to an undisclosed location. We're told also that Secretary of State Colin Powell, who had been on his way back to the United States from Peru, being taken to an undisclosed location. Outside the Pentagon, CNN's military affairs correspondent Jamie McIntyre. And Jamie, you got very close to where that plane went down.
That's right, Judy. A while ago, I walked right up to next to the building as firefighters were still trying to put out the blaze. The fire, by the way, is still burning in some parts of the Pentagon. And I took a look at the huge gaping hole that's in this side of the Pentagon, in an area of the Pentagon that has been recently renovated, part of a multi-billion-dollar renovation program here at the Pentagon. I could see parts of the airplane that crashed into the building, very small pieces of the plane on the heliport outside the building. The biggest piece I saw was about 3 feet long. It was silver and had been painted green and red, but I could not see any identifying markings on the plane. I also saw a large piece of shattered glass. It appeared to be a cockpit windshield or other window from the plane. When this plane hit the Pentagon this morning, according to the Pentagon spokesman Craig Quigley, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, incredibly, is described as having run out of his office and down to actually help some of the victims onto stretchers until he was ushered into the National Military Command Center, the secure nerve center or war room deep inside the Pentagon, where he remains at this time. Pentagon officials say he'll stay there for the time being. That is a place where all of U.S. intelligence comes in, and he has complete command with his commanders around the world. At the same time, the Pentagon has dispatched several warships out of port in Norfolk, including the carriers USS George Washington and USS Kennedy. The ostensible reason for that, the movement of those ships and their escort ships, is to move them from more vulnerable positions. But the Navy says they'll also head some of the aircraft carriers up toward New York with the idea that they may be able to render some kind of assistance there, given the magnitude of the tragedy there. Back here, the fight goes on to put out the fire inside the Pentagon. The heat from that blaze was described as absolutely intense, and the number of casualties here has still not been released. Dozens of people were taken away in ambulances, and the Pentagon is still not releasing any figures on deaths. But clearly, people who had offices in that what is now a huge gaping hole in the side of the Pentagon, clearly there were some people killed in this tragedy. Judy?
Jamie, Aaron was talking earlier, one of our correspondents was talking earlier, I think actually it was Bob Franken, with an eyewitness who said it appeared that Boeing 757, the American Airlines jet, landed short of the Pentagon. Can you give us any better idea of how much of the plane actually impacted the building?
You know, it might have appeared that way, but from my close-up inspection, there's no evidence of a plane having crashed anywhere near the Pentagon. The only site is the actual side of the building that's crashed in, and as I said, the only pieces left that you can see are small enough that you could pick up in your hand. There are no large tail sections, wing sections, a fuselage, nothing like that anywhere around, which would indicate that the entire plane crashed into the side of the Pentagon and then caused the side to collapse. Now, even though if you look at the pictures of the Pentagon, you see that the floors have all collapsed, that didn't happen immediately. It wasn't until almost about 45 minutes later that the structure was weakened enough that all of the floors collapsed.
And Jamie, this happened, we're now able to reconstruct about 9:38 this morning. At that time, Jamie, what are we talking about? Dozens, hundreds of people at work in the building?
There are 24,000 people who work in this building, and most of them are at work at that hour of the morning. They were all evacuated from the building. In my office, which is sort of halfway between where this took place and the other side of the building, which is where the Defense Secretary's office is, eventually even the corridor I was in began to fill up with smoke just as I began to leave the building. But this was the prime time for an attack. However, it's not the prime location. Every time we've thought about what might happen if the Pentagon were subject of attack, we always assumed that the attack would come on the other side, the river entrance where the brass are. But this attack came on the side facing Arlington Cemetery.
All right, Jamie McIntyre, military affairs correspondent, and just to underline what we're seeing at the Pentagon, nothing on the scale of the devastation in New York City, where you have 2 entire towers of the World Trade Center collapsing, but still this has to be supposedly the most secure of secure buildings in Washington, D.C., and an airplane, commercial airplane, flew right into it. So we are just, again, trying to get our minds around the magnitude of what these people have gotten away with. Nick Robertson, correspondent, joining us now on the telephone. Nick, you are in Kabul, is that correct? Nick, are you hearing me right now?
That's correct, Judy, and we've just had... Yes, Judy, I hear you fine. We are hearing from Mullah Omar in the spiritual capital of Afghanistan, about 300 miles south of here. Mullah Omar is the spiritual leader of the Taliban here, and he's recently issued a short statement. In that statement, he criticizes what he called an act of terrorism, and he was very explicit. He said that Osama bin Laden was not responsible for it, and he said that all he wanted for his country was peace, and peace for other countries in the world. And he went on to say that he believed Osama bin Laden could not have been responsible for such a complex act of terrorism. And he also said that if Afghanistan is a poor country, and therefore he believed there was no way that Afghanistan could be involved in such a complicated act of terrorism. Judy?
Nick, help us understand, who is Mullah Omar, the gentleman you're quoting?
He is the spiritual leader of the Taliban. The Taliban run 95% of Afghanistan. They control the capital, Kabul. They control most of Afghanistan, the south of Afghanistan. Mullah Omar lives in the south of Afghanistan in the spiritual capital, which is the ethnic area that he comes from, the Pashtun area around Kandahar. There are ministries of the Taliban here in Kabul. The foreign minister is here in Kabul at the moment. He is often based in Kandahar as well. And there are other ministry officials also based in Kabul. But the direction for Afghanistan, the direction for the ministries, the key decisions are all made in Kandahar, and Mullah Omar is the focal point of all those decisions. It is to him that a key group of ministers would go with a problem, with an issue, and it is he that would decide on any given issue. He is the final arbiter here of law and of justice. Judy?
Nick, where is it believed that Osama bin Laden is in Afghanistan?
That is a very difficult question to answer. Osama bin Laden, his location is kept extremely secret. As foreign media traveling around Afghanistan, one is often watched and an eye is kept on us by various ministries to ensure that we don't go searching around the country. Our movements around the country are generally restricted to main cities that are agreed in advance by the authorities. So it's very difficult to gauge where Osama bin Laden is. It is understood that he travels around at night. It's understood that he has operated out of various training camps that were built to help train Mujahideen fighters to fight the Soviet occupation in the 1980s. Those are based, some of them towards the border with Pakistan in an area called Host. Those were the training camps that were hit in the 1998 cruise missile attack on Afghanistan. It's also rumored that Osama bin Laden spends some time close to Kandahar, close to the spiritual leader of the Taliban, Mullah Omar. But to exactly put a fix on his location is a very, very difficult thing to do. He works by extreme secrecy. The very few journalists that have been able to meet with him over the last few years are always held at a location and taken blindfold to another location where they can interview him. So people generally, when they meet him, they don't know exactly where they are. They wait there, he arrives, he departs, then they're free to leave. He lives by extreme secrecy here.
All right, CNN's Nick Robertson joining us, as you could see, from Kabul, Afghanistan, the country run by the religious group, the Taliban, the group that has been suspected, believed for some time, of harboring Osama bin Laden. Thank you very much, Nick. And again, we apologize for the delay in the audio there. It is because Nick is on this video phone, which is a new device that we're using, and there is always a delay, tends to be a delay in audio. I want to bring in now our national security correspondent, David Ensor. You're looking at pictures as I do this from New York City in the moments following the worst of today's attacks on the World Trade Center in New York City. Lower Manhattan, where you can see people running in sheer terror away from either one of the two airplane crashes into the top of the World Trade Center, both towers of which collapsed later on, to the utter horror of people watching both live and on television across the United States and around the world, for that matter. New York City, the subject of the worst terrorism ever to strike the United States. So while we certainly mourn the loss here in Washington at the Pentagon, the airplane that crashed into the Pentagon, the other airplane that crashed near Pittsburgh, both of them commercial airliners with civilians on board, the loss of life in New York City is utterly unbelievable. And just picking up, as we look at these pictures, picking up on what Nick Robertson was saying from Afghanistan, even as the leaders of the Taliban deny any role in this, an Arab journalist based in London is quoted today to the Associated Press as saying that followers of Osama bin Laden warned 3 weeks ago they were going to carry out this sort of an attack. New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani joining us once again. Mayor Giuliani.
The tragedy that we're all undergoing right now is something that we've had nightmares about, but probably thought wouldn't happen. My heart goes out to all of the innocent victims of this horrible and vicious act of terrorism, acts of terrorism. And our focus now has to be on saving as many lives as possible. We have hundreds of police officers and firefighters who are engaging in rescue efforts in Lower Manhattan. I want to thank Governor Patagi for the incredible cooperation and coordination, and including deploying the National Guard that will be available to relieve our police officers and firefighters and emergency workers in the next couple of hours. The governor and I just spoke to the President of the United States. The coordination with the federal government from the time of the first attack has been excellent, including closing off the airspace around Manhattan and doing everything that can possibly be done in the face of this barbaric act to make the city secure. And we will strive now very hard to save as many people as possible and to send a message that the city of New York and the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists, that our democracy, that our rule of law, that our strength and our willingness to defend ourselves will ultimately prevail. And I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal. Everything is safe right now in the city, and the people who are doing the relief effort need all the help they can get. And then, Governor, thank you very much for your assistance and your help and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership through this crisis. This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed. First step has to be to make sure we do everything in our power to protect the people and to save the lives of those whose lives are still at risk, and to help those who have been injured. And I want to commend the mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues from Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and the federal government have all offered and made ready support to help us deal with this ongoing crisis. The people of New York are not only the freest and most diverse people in the world, we're also, I believe, the most capable of rising to meet the challenges of this type of attack. And right now, we want New Yorkers to remain calm, to go about their business, to appreciate the fact that everything to provide for their safety is being done, to appreciate that everything that can be done to provide for the health and the needs of the people who are still at risk is being done, and that we will continue to work to make sure that we get through this as strongly and quickly as possible. I want to thank the federal administration. Secretary Thompson has been on the phone with me a number of times, as well as the President, for what they are offering and prepared to do. And we're just confident that, well, this is a horrible attack, and one that is despicable and really unthinkable in its magnitude. We will get through this, and we will continue to have a great and free country, state, and society.
Do we know the number of casualties at this point, sir?
I don't think we really want to speculate about that. the number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear ultimately. And I don't think we want to speculate on the number of casualties. The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible. And I don't think we will know the answer to that until sometime tomorrow or the next day.
Were there large numbers of firefighters?
There are a large number of firefighters and police officers who are in harm's way. And we don't know how many we've lost. But there's no doubt we've lost some firefighters and police officers.
Do you know anything about the cause of the explosions that brought the two buildings down yet? Was it caused by the planes or by something else?
We
Second explosion?
we believe that it was caused by the after effects of the planes hitting the buildings. We don't know of an additional explosion.
Report that 8 planes have been hijacked, 4 have only been accounted for. What about the remaining 4? And is there any possibility that there could be bombs on the ground planted by...
We have no specific information to that effect. Obviously, the city is now closed. The airspace around the city is closed. And we are on heightened alert. But we have no specific information suggesting any further attack.
Can you tell us where the planes came from?
I think to give the people of New York confidence, to show that the federal government is standing with us, and to just to make certain that nothing further happens. This has been a very, very difficult and traumatic day for the people of the United States and the people of the city. And I think that it's an act that shows that the federal government is going to do everything they can to support us and help us.
Can you give us an idea of the extent of the rescue effort that's going on right now in Lower Manhattan? The scope of this thing, this operation?
There are over 1,000 rescue workers, probably about 2,000 that are deployed, trying to get into the buildings, trying to find people, trying to search for people. The governor and I spoke a couple of hours ago. The governor has deployed the National Guard to relieve them because our people are going to need reinforcements pretty soon. But right now they don't want to leave because they're searching for innocent citizens, and they're searching for some of their brothers and sisters.
Are you finding survivors?
Yes, we have some numbers that we can give you. We have 1,500 people at Liberty State Park who were evacuated, described as walking wounded. They were evacuated by ferry and other means. There are about 600, as of about 15 minutes ago, in local hospitals that we account for. 600 people that are being treated in local hospitals. And there are 150 in particular that were critical, that were moved by EMS. New York City has 170 hospitals. So we have a lot of hospitals, and we're utilizing all of them. Probably the one that was the hardest hit was St. Vincent's Hospital. And I would like to just single them out and commend them, because as I was rushing down there, after the first plane hit, and before the second, they were already deploying people on the street. I could see the doctors and nurses outside getting ready to receive people. And that was before the second plane actually hit the World Trade Center.
What was your experience down there?
Also blood donations. We have several sites for blood donations. 153 East 53rd Street, 66 in Amsterdam, which is the Red Cross, and 310 East 67th Street. If people want to do something and they can donate blood, that's going to help not just today, but tomorrow and the next day. This relief effort is going to take some time.
Mr. Mayor, you were one of the first people down there. Can you describe the scene in your own words, what you saw down there?
I don't know that I'm really able to describe it. It was the most horrific scene I've ever seen in my whole life. We saw the World Trade Center in flames, a big gaping hole all the way on the top of it. We could see people jumping from the top of the building. And then we went into Barclay Street, 75 Barclay Street, I think it was, and we were there when the building collapsed. And it collapsed in part on 75 Barclay Street. So we were trapped in the building for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, trying to get out different exits. And we finally went through a basement and came out 100 Park Place.
Did you ever fear for your own safety, sir?
Sure, yeah.
What went through your mind?
I don't think anything went through my mind other than making sure that we all remained calm and found an exit and just tried to figure out the most intelligent thing to do. Probably the same thing that went through the minds of 10,000 other New Yorkers who I could see on the streets. And I really have to commend them If you really want to know what New Yorkers are all about, you just watch the way in which they handle themselves. They didn't panic. They moved deliberately. They moved swiftly. But they didn't hurt each other. They helped each other. I mean, these are just the most wonderful people in the world.
Do we know anything about the composition of that dust that blankets lower Manhattan? Is there any asbestos or any hazardous material in that dust?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Mr. Mayor, I got reports of gas explosion related to this. Is that, are you aware of that? There was a gas leak or possible explosion?
We don't believe it. We don't believe that's the case.
Mr. Mayor, can you tell us anything about where the planes come from, where the aircraft came from?
Bill Diamond reminds me that we've turned off the gas in the city buildings, just to be certain.
Can you tell us
as a precaution?
About where these aircraft came from? There was a report that may have been hijacked in Boston.
I think we should leave. I think we should leave that up to the federal government to yes, we do have some information, but I think we should leave that up to the federal government to release that information. Our focus is on the relief efforts. And
Governor, do you think there should be any retaliation on the part of the United States for what happened here in this country, both in New York, Washington, and other places?
First step right now, Marcia, is to make sure we do everything to help those people who need our support, and whether they're injured or still trapped in buildings. The second thing is to make sure at the same time we're providing the maximum security against possible additional incidents. But clearly, this is an attack upon America. It's an attack upon our freedom and our way of life, and we must retaliate and go after those who perpetuated this heinous crime against the people of America.
Mayor, this is compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to be an act of war? This has been compared.
I'll do both.
This has been compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to be an act of war?
This is a vicious, unprovoked, horrible attack on innocent men, women, and children. It's one of the most heinous acts, certainly in world history. And as the governor said, and I said to the president, we fully and completely support him in any action that he has to take in order to make an example out of the people who are responsible for this.
Is it an act of war in your mind?
I don't know that I want to use those words. I think the president is the one that has to respond, and I think what he has to know is that all of us in New York support him, and support him completely in the efforts that he's going to have to make over the next couple of days, week, and to make a point that people can't do this. You can't attack innocent men, women, and children. And ultimately, I'm totally confident that American democracy and the American rule of law will prevail. And the people of New York are going to help to demonstrate that over the next couple of days.
Anybody take responsibility for this? Any group take responsibility at this time? And what is the city doing to safeguard the citizens now that something like this happens?
Well, first of all, I don't know of anyone that's taken responsibility for it at this time. And secondly, the New York City Police Department is fully deployed, not just in the rescue effort, but all throughout the city of New York, offering as much protection and as much security as we're capable of for the citizens of the city. And at this point, I believe that the people in New York City can demonstrate our resolve and our support for all of the people that were viciously attacked today by going about their lives and showing everyone that vicious, cowardly terrorists can't stop us from being a free country and a place that functions. And we'll do everything we can to make that point.
Jennifer Steinhauer, please. Can you please tell us what's going to happen to the New York primary?
This morning, I issued an order suspending the primary across the state. There will be no primary today, and we'll reschedule it once we get through this.
Jennifer, please.
Can you please walk us through the municipal services right now? What's going on with the subway and schools for?
The subway, the schools, the chancellor, I commend the chancellor. He was on the phone a number of times with us. He coordinated very, very carefully what would happen. He thought it out, and he came up with a very good plan, which was essentially to keep the schools open, to keep the children in school, so we didn't have a large number of children in the different boroughs that would be released from school. They're being released, I shouldn't say as normal, but basically on the normal schedule. If parents aren't there to pick up the young children, then the children will be taken to a center, and the parents will be notified to come and pick them up. The children who have Metro cards, who normally travel on the subway, will be able to do that. The subways are functioning in 4 of the 5 boroughs. And can we get an update, Joe, on how the subway is doing in Manhattan?
All the lettered lines are working.
And in Manhattan?
In Manhattan lines, all the lettered lines.
All the lettered lines are working, including in Manhattan. And throughout the rest of the city, public transportation is normal. So the children should be able to return from school in the normal fashion. And if any children don't have parents to pick them up, then we'll hold them, let the parents know, and then the parents can come and pick
Mr.
them up.
Mayor, you mentioned you were on Barclay Street. What's the radius of damage that's been affected? How many other side streets around the world?
I don't think we know yet. The whole area of Lower Manhattan has been very much affected by it.
How many police and fire are involved? Like how many all NYPD off-duty officers as they come in, or like
All NYPD and FDNY officers are on duty now, and we're going to need all of them. And again, thanks to the governor and the way in which the state reacted, we will have 1,600 National Guard to relieve them over a period of time, so we can get some relief for them.
If anybody's looking for someone that may have been in the World Trade Center or in and around that area, what should they do? How can they get it?
We're going to give you numbers so that we can try to help coordinate that. Individual businesses have already done that, but we will as soon as we can find some time from the relief efforts, give you a number in which people can call, and then we can direct them to the right place.
the National Guard looting or anything like that? Any lawlessness?
There have been no reports of lawlessness, no reports of looting. As I said, we saw a lot of people that were part of the escape effort. And they seem to be conducting themselves in a very, very sensible way, a very deliberate way. They seem to be helping each other. So I don't think we have any reports like that at all.
So the only National Guard we'll see will be in Lower Manhattan, in the bomb site area. They won't be patrolling the rest of Manhattan.
No, the purpose of it is to help with the relief effort. We're gonna need the help of the state, surrounding areas with heavy-duty equipment.
When will they be arriving?
National Guard troops, some have arrived already, and we expect to have up to close to 2,000 between the National Guard and the state police by later this evening.
Mayor Bridges, tunnels will have to stay closed.
I think everything is closed for now, and then maybe in about an hour or two we can give you an update on what the plan will be for tomorrow.
We saw a lot of lightly injured people walking out of the area because obviously the emergency services were needed for the very seriously injured. People come with us, some people had difficulty breathing. Is there any health advice to give to people who were caught in this thing, who are not necessarily at risk of losing their life, but
I think obviously if you feel ill or you feel that you've been affected by it, you should go to a hospital and get checked out. But if it's just discomfort that you feel, then you can do basically what we did, was to wash our faces off and get rid of the clothes and get to an area where you can breathe in fresh air.
How many people were in the World Trade Center at the time of this attack?
I mean, it was business had already started. It was right before 9 o'clock. I don't know.
Tens of thousands?
Yes. Approximately. Someone just gave me a number of approximately 10,000, but that's a guess.
How long will the city remain on a heightened state of alert?
Until we're told not to. I mean, until the FBI and the police department and the federal government tells us that we shouldn't. Right now, the city is should be on a state of alert.
We're going to help those great men and women get through this, just as they helped us back in 1995.
John, tell me, just from a personal point of view, where were you when you heard what had happened today, and what was your first reaction?
Tom, I was at home, and I heard about the devastation during the Today Show, watching Katie and Matt, and it just felt like I'd been gut punched, as the rest of the country. I stopped for a moment, looked at the video that we saw on the Today Show, and just really couldn't believe it at a point, and then reflected on Oklahoma City and knew that we all had to go to work, band together, and help each other get through this, and we will. That's the beauty about America. We'll pull together, and we'll get through this and send a message to the cowards who perpetrated this great crime against our nation.
Thanks so much. John Hanson from Oklahoma City, who went through his own trial by fire and shares with us today some of the lessons after the Murrah Federal Building was bombed, and he became such a familiar and reassuring figure to so many of us. We have some information that I can bring you up to date on now. The mayor here in New York said that 1,500 people have been brought to the Liberty State Park area, that is in the lower end of Manhattan, for those of you who come here from time to time, not too far from where the ferries go back and forth to Staten Island and over to the Statue of Liberty. 600 have been brought to the New York City area hospitals. 150 of those are in critical condition. New Jersey hospitals have not yet reported in. It's fair to say that that's about 2,100 altogether. Those are the people who have been recovered. We can only guess at how many hundreds more are trapped in the rubble on the ground or in what is left of the buildings. 30 patients, this is in the Washington, D.C. area, 30 people have been brought to Arlington to the hospital at the VA center in Arlington. 13 have been admitted, 8 are in intensive care, 4 are on ventilators. They have discharged 6 patients so far. There are a variety of injuries, blast injuries and smoke inhalation, which is always a huge problem. Burns, fractures, several patients are critically ill, perhaps 8 altogether. There have been no fatalities brought to that hospital, the VA center in Arlington, although earlier the Pentagon did say that there were people who were killed in the attack on the Pentagon. St. Mary's Hospital in Hoboken, back to New York again. 450 people have been brought at the Hoboken PATH station, triage center. PATH is a train that goes underneath the river over to New Jersey, and so they were treating him right there as a triage center. Mostly minor injuries. Of those injuries are cuts, bruises, burns, broken bones, and so on. So that's a quick update on what is going on at LAX, which is closed down, as are all airports across America. NBC Shelley Smith reports authorities may soon detonate a suspicious device found at the airport. On a day like this, there are any number of suspicious devices and calls that are made by demented people claiming that there's a bomb on board a plane or a bus or in a school somewhere. We're trying to track those down. There have been no other incidents so far as we know across America beside those that we have been witness to here at the World Trade Center, at the Pentagon, and of course that plane that went into the ground outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. NBC's Robert Hager. Robert, what's the latest there at the FAA?
Tom, you were mentioning about imagining what could have gone on in the cockpits, and really there are 2 basic scenarios in a hijacking. Either you have the hijacker standing there with a gun at the pilot's head or an explosive device of some kind ordering the pilot to make the maneuvers on the plane, or you have the hijacker actually taking over from the pilot and operating the controls of the plane himself. Now this is all speculative, but just an opinion here. I think to hit a precise target like the World Trade Center there and hit it right on the mark, that in this case you'd have to have the hijacker at the actual controls of the plane, because it's hard for me to imagine how you would force a pilot, even gun at his head or anything else, at the last moment. A single jerk of the plane's equipment could manage to miss the tower of the World Trade Center, perhaps go into the river, or imagine the Pentagon. You could go into a parking lot or an area right around there if you could jerk the yoke of the plane at the last moment. So I'm guessing that it's much more likely that the hijackers somehow disabled the crew and took over the control of these planes. But we may know eventually, because presumably the cockpit voice recorder has survived on each of these 4 airplanes, and the cockpit voice recorder would give you the actual conversation in the cockpit. And sometimes you can't precisely reconstruct what went on from what's being said back and forth, but the cockpit voice recorders of those 4 planes should give you at least everything that was said in the cockpits.
All right, thank you very much, NBC's Robert Hager. We're looking
Tom,
now.
there's one little bit of information just handed to me. We were talking about how many planes are still in the air. We said all the domestic planes had landed, and we now hear that there are 10 to 12 international flights, all of them bound into the West Coast, so presumably they were on the long Pacific run, or else the even longer Europe to the West Coast run. The 10 to 12 international flights still in the air. That's the last of it. All the domestic flights, as we'd said before, have landed.
All right, thanks, NBC's Robert Hager. We're going to go right now to, here's an update. The NBC affiliate in Omaha, Nebraska says that Air Force One has landed at Offutt Air Force Base, which is the headquarters of the Strategic Air Command. It's just south and east of Omaha. That is a place that the president very likely would go. It could not be more secure. They have a long landing pattern there and clear area all around them. And of course, they've got one of the most secure bunkers anywhere in the world. It was the critical part of our Cold War strategy, the Strategic Air Command bunker. As I recall, having been down there, it's about 6 stories beneath the ground, and it is heavily reinforced.
Good afternoon. I'm Susie and Jihan, the TV8 newsroom. We're breaking away from network just for a few moments to show you how the effect of the attack on America is being felt here in West Michigan. Government buildings all across the country have been on alert today, including those here in West Michigan. City leaders have also been meeting. News 8's Joe Lafergie joins us live from downtown Grand Rapids with more on what the city's doing. Joe.
Susie's here at City Hall. Officials have been meeting throughout the day, assessing the situation. They've been meeting with county and state officials. They've also brought the FBI in. They are at what they are calling a a measured response to all of this. As I said, they have been meeting with the FBI. There is no...
William Cohen. Mr. Baker, let me begin with you. You've been involved in some extraordinary events in the course of your government service. Can you give us any sense at all of what you expect it is like in the Situation Room right now?
Well, I'm sure that it's extraordinarily busy, and it is really a very sorrowful day for our country. We've lost many innocent civilians to what can only be characterized as a very dastardly and cowardly act. A terribly tragic day for America, but I really sense, Aaron, that we may be entering a bit of a new era, an era where we have been worried in the past about terrorism against America. We've always been able to handle it. We obviously were not in a position to handle it today. We do not know all the facts, but we can, I think, suppose and surmise a few things. And one of those is that it took a fairly, I think, sophisticated and complicated planning apparatus to plan and carry out these events.
And Secretary Cohen, not a lot of groups in the world would be capable of this degree of sophistication, would have the financing, the wherewithal to pull this off, would they?
I think that's correct. We don't know at this point exactly which group it is, but there aren't many that would have this degree of sophistication, ability to calibrate it so that you would have nearly simultaneous attacks on three important symbols and sites in the United States.
And sir, when we talk about not very many, are we talking about a handful, 3 or 4, a dozen? What do we mean?
I think we're talking about a handful of groups that would have this capability. Again, we don't know all the facts yet in terms of how they were able to gain access to the aircraft, what sort of weapons they had on board. Much of that information hopefully will become forthcoming in the next few weeks. But at this point, we simply have to gather all the information we can to make sure that we can carry out President Bush's vow to hunt down and punish those responsible for this, what Jim Baker just said, dastardly act. There are a few acts in our history that certainly measure up to the magnitude of the loss of life and what it means to this country, and I think that Jim Baker had it right. We're entering a new period, and it's going to cause us to focus our efforts in terms of reconciling what kind of society we can continue to have where we have a persistent threat against innocent civilians in a democratic society. We're going to have to engage in a very constructive and intense debate on how we measure the trade-offs between protecting our people and protecting our civil liberties. And that's a debate that has yet to begin in earnest, but I'm sure that it will.
We now know that the president is in Nebraska, that he is in Sarasota, Florida this morning, where he was to give a speech on education to Louisiana. He's now in Nebraska participating in a national security briefing. Former Secretary of State George Shultz is with us as well. Mr. Secretary, I assume that most of the conversation is going from Washington to the president. What are they telling him, would you guess?
I don't know what we're telling him, but I know how I feel about this. First of all, there has been an act of war of the worst kind, namely against civilians, designed to disrupt and demoralize civilian life, as well as an act of war against the Pentagon. We know that this was carried out by an organization big enough to do something rather complex and complicated. So we have to know who those people are, and we have to go after them, but we have to do more than that. On the one hand, we have to learn what's coming and preempt it, and not be afraid to preempt potential terrorist acts against us. But then we have to look to our own security and give ourselves the kind of reassurance that we deserve, that we're doing the things necessary so we have our children back to our schools, our government officials back in their offices, and These people are not able to stop a resilient, powerful, strong country as we are.
Mr. Schultz, you said we ought not be afraid to preempt it. Have we been afraid to preempt it?
It's hard to preempt. Well, we've done some in the past. It's hard to preempt because you have to know who it is you're going after very clearly and have the right kind of intelligence.
5 hours before the first people were able to get into some of the rubble to try to begin to pull out people who may have been trapped. The fire in the Pentagon was described as an inferno by those people who were in some of the worst areas. The evacuation in parts of the Pentagon was very orderly. Some of it was complete chaos, as you might expect.
Okay, John, thanks very much. John McCarthy at the Pentagon. We just take a quick look at John there. Jackie, there for a second? I want to put John on camera for a second because earlier today you described, you just turn around and take a look at that gash in the Pentagon there and describe again for us. You think it's what, 200 feet wide, 200 to 300 feet wide?
It is at least 200 or 300 feet wide, Peter. Just imagine a very large commercial aircraft ramming into this space. The Pentagon is built like a blockhouse, as you know, during World War II. It is a very substantial building, and this aircraft, traveling at between 150 and 200 miles an hour, penetrated deeply into the rings of the Pentagon, almost to the center. The destruction on the 5 floors that are above ground is considerable. One of the admirals was briefing us earlier that he felt that the section that was hit was one of the areas that was being repaired. We now believe that is not true. It is an area that was very fully staffed, primarily with Navy and Marine Corps personnel, but also the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Okay, thanks very much, John McCarthy at the Pentagon. We'll come back to you. On the phone with us at the moment is the former CIA Director, James Woolsey. Mr. Woolsey, there's so much to ask you about at a moment like this in terms of your experience, but as our political director, or actually that's not true, as a former senior White House official said a short while ago to one of us, there's going to be a hellacious amount of finger-pointing at the moment. What's gone wrong here?
Well, one thing that's gone wrong, Peter, I think, is that for some years now, we have adopted a theory that terrorism first was likely just to be sort of a pickup team, these loose associations of terrorists inspired, say, by the Blind Sheikh in New York. This was the thought in the 2 bombings, one attempted, one real in New York back in the early 90s. And then the Clinton administration veered off into saying everything looked like it might be Osama bin Laden. It's important that we realize there is a real possibility when you have something this devastating and well coordinated that there could be state action of some sort behind it. Now, I don't know that that's the case, and I won't say that it's the case, but there is at least a plausible case that there was Iraqi government involvement in the World Trade Center bombing back in 1993. This all has to do with the identity, the true identity of Ramzi Youssef, who was the mastermind who's in prison out in Colorado now. At his sentencing, the judge said, we still don't really know who you are. And if there was a chance that there was Iraqi government involvement in that, since Youssef was the mastermind of the World Trade Center and of a bombing plot in the Pacific, which he was working on when he was caught, to have a lot of American airlines in the Pacific blown up. What happened today is a sort of amalgam of the earlier 2 Ramzi Youssef plots. It's at least, I think, interesting that that's the case, and if some of the observers, Laurie Milroy and others, are correct, that there's a reasonable chance that he was, in fact, involved with the Iraqi government, there could also be a chance that the Iraqi government is involved here, even if bin Laden or other terrorist groups are as well.
Can I just ask you just a couple of really elementary questions about intelligence? You've just done something on the air which strikes me as what intelligence officers do when they sit down to try to figure out what the heck is going on. Is that in fact, what you're trying to do at the moment? You called it an amalgam of 2 plots. Is that how it works at the moment?
Well, this is nothing but circumstantial evidence that I've been talking about, but it's interesting circumstantial information anyway. And yes, that's the sort of thing that I think intelligence officers need to do. Part of the problem with the World Trade Center bombing back in '93 is that most of the information about it was under grand jury secrecy until the trial, and after that, not many people paid attention to it. So even most of the federal government had no access to it, except outside the FBI and parts of justice.
Now, you mentioned governments and individual organizations or operations. Don't governments traditionally leak information more than independent or semi-independent terrorist cells? If there were a government involved, is it not inconceivable that the United States didn't pick up something?
I think it's possible that a government could be involved and not be picked up, especially if it was operating very carefully, as the Iraqis or conceivably the Iranians might under these circumstances. It is normally somewhat easier to learn what's going on inside a government than a terrorist group, particularly one that doesn't use many communications and the like, and does everything within just a very small number of people. But it's not impossible that terrorist groups could work together with a government. The Iraqi government has been quite closely involved with a number of the Sunni terrorist groups, and on some matters has had contact with bin Laden. So,
I'm sorry, Mr. Woolsey, I think I just lost you.
I said on some matters.
Lost at the moment, and I hope we'll get him back on the telephone. The former director of the CIA, James Woolsey, on the phone, agreeing that there's going to be a heck of a lot of finger-pointing at the FBI, at the Department of Defense, and at the CIA. No, I have my FB, thank you very much. I just lost the director of the CIA. Okay, thank you very much. Because, as this former official in the White House points out, people are going to demand massive retaliation. Mr. Woolsey raises two quite fascinating possibilities. One, that there is a terrorist organization or group involved with a government, that there is, as there has been believed in the past, a terrorist operation within the Iranian political establishment, which perhaps even other parts of the Iranian political establishment didn't know about. And similarly true, though much likely, for them to be operating in ignorance of Saddam Hussein inside Iraq as well. But the reason that, and I bring John Miller back briefly in on this again, the reason he suggests an amalgam, Mr. Woolsey does, of two footprints is because of the potential, never perfectly proved, that Ramzi Youssef, who has been on trial and convicted of the first trade tower attack, did seem to have some tenuous connection with Iraq.
And that this is a mixture of the two plots that were his two big capers. One, the plot to blow up numerous airlines on the Pacific route targeting American tourists. The other to blow up the World Trade Center. Here, planes, American carriers have been used to attack the World Trade Center.
Okay, I apologize.
No, as Mr. Woolsey pointed out, the difficulty with Ramzi Youssef and really getting to the bottom of the World Trade Center was, while he escaped as the mastermind and while he was captured in a guest house funded by bin Laden, nobody ever knew who sent him in the first place, or what his real nationality was, or even what his real name was, which set him apart from all the other people connected with those cases. Truly a mystery man, still in prison here in America.
As somebody said a little while ago, too, in terms of everything we're looking at now, suspects, there's no good options on the table in this regard whatsoever. Let's try to keep up with the running developments of the day. Lisa Stark is with us from Seattle. She covers aviation for us. And Lisa, when we last commented on the status of this plane, we have at least one, I beg your pardon, at least two of them in the process of being hijacked.
Right, Peter. Here's the latest information we know right now. We know, obviously, the two American planes were lost. Flight 11 from Boston to L.A. That is one of the planes that went into the World Trade Tower. Flight 77 from Dulles to Los Angeles. We believe that may have been the plane that went into the Pentagon. The two United planes, United 93, that is the plane that crashed south of Johnstown, Pennsylvania. And now United 175, that plane, the plane from Boston to Los Angeles, a government source has confirmed that was the second plane that went into one of the World Trade Towers in New York. I'm also being told by government sources, and again, these things change throughout the day, Peter, I want to caution people, but this is what we know now. A government source tells me that on American Airlines Flight 11, again, that was the flight from Boston to Los Angeles, that went into the trade tower, that a flight attendant on that plane was apparently able to call the American Airlines Operations Center to tell them that 2 flight attendants had been stabbed and that the perpetrators had broken into the flight deck. We've also been told that a passenger aboard one of the United flights, United Flight 93, the one that crashed in Pennsylvania, a passenger on that flight was able to call 911 apparently and let them know that the plane was being hijacked. Again, this information from government sources, and we don't know if it will hold up throughout the day, but that's what we are being told at this time.
I very much appreciate you bringing us up to date. There's one thing that I'm never quite clear on yet, and that may be just because where I'm sitting. Do we know American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles was a 767, is that correct?
Yes.
United Airlines 175, which went into the World Trade Center.
That was a 767
as well. The American aircraft plane, which we're a little uncertain about the crashing into the Pentagon, was it Boeing 757?
Correct.
And it was also a 757 that crashed near Johnstown.
Exactly.
So we have 2 very popular and very widely used and very important aircraft in these 2 airlines being used. Lisa, thanks very much indeed. On the phone from Washington with us now is the former Secretary of State, James Baker. Are you there, Mr. Baker?
I'm here, Peter.
So what would you do?
Well, it's a pretty tough one, Peter. It's everybody, of course, is in deep sorrow and shock. It seems to me that this is something we've been worried about for a long time. We've been able, fortunately, to foreclose it up to now. We may be entering a bit of a new era. We may have to do a bit more to preempt these types of events. We may need to get some better human intelligence to penetrate some of these groups before acts like this can be carried out. We may need to do even more to beef up. Obviously, I suppose we need to do even more to beef up our airport security. There's a lot along those lines, I think, that needs to be done, and mostly, I think, strengthen our intelligence capabilities.
You are the second person, second senior former government official to say to us today, to imply very clearly that human intelligence in those areas of the world which are to some extent breeding grounds of terrorism are plainly weak.
Well, they are weak, Peter. We went on a real witch hunt with our CIA back in the early mid-'70s. We had hearings. I won't mention the name of the legislator who conducted those hearings, but they, in effect, resulted in our eliminating a lot of our human intelligence capabilities. It's a dirty business. When you have human intelligence, you're doing business with the kinds of people that will commit these acts. Sometimes the first test of a human intelligence agent, the first test they send them out on is to go out and kill somebody. So it's pretty tough for America to get into that, and we got out of it. But it may be that we have to get into that kind of business.
Mr. Secretary, why don't you just name the legislator, because you're just going to cause more trouble for me to go to the file and look it up. Who held these hearings, and what's the point you're trying to make?
Well, they were the church committee hearings, and what I think we did as a consequence of those hearings was to, in effect, unilaterally disarm in terms of our intelligence capabilities. Now, we have the best, technological intelligence gathering operations and capabilities in the world, but we need this human intelligence to penetrate groups like the group that must have carried out these operations.
I have only a vague recollection of this, but I think the point you're making is that there are some forces, political and otherwise, in the United States, who believe that getting down and dirty with potential terrorists around the world is not something we should be doing, and we should do it all technically, therefore not put people at risk?
That's correct. That was the thinking, and that's pretty much the policy we followed since then, and I think we need to get back into the down and dirty business so we can penetrate these groups and hopefully prevent these types of things from happening in the future.
Mr. Baker, I don't want to get ahead of things, and I'm sure you do not either, but if there is, and as somebody said earlier, there are no good options out there at the moment, but do you believe that the United States is, if it finds out that a state is involved, going to have to go to war in an active way against that state?
Well, first of all, I don't believe we're going to find out that a state is involved. I cannot really, frankly, conceive of a state doing this. There could be, I suppose, some indirect assistance from a state or groups within a state, and I don't think that's going to be the case. But if it were the case, I think we need to do whatever we reasonably and responsibly can to protect the American people, whatever that involves.
Now, this is always the toughest question for somebody who has been in office but is not currently. How much easier is it to say what you do now that you're not in government? In other words, were you the Secretary of State in the Bush administration at the moment? Now, would you not feel rather constrained by modern circumstances as to what you could do?
Well, I don't know. I mean, frankly, Peter, we have some laws on our books that we ought to take a look at. One of them is simply a presidential executive order that says the United States doesn't go out and assassinate people. I think there was a very good reason behind that, but I dare say that you would have about 99%, if not 100% public support across the United States today if we found out that one terrorist group was responsible for these incidents. You would have 100% support almost for taking care of the person who leads that group.
One of the difficulties, of course, Mr. Baker, is that in a situation like this, we end up fighting like the terrorists to some extent, right?
Well, that is unfortunately the case. That's true, but it may be that that's the only way we can really take care of the problem. You know, the president said today, he made a statement I think was absolutely the right statement. He said America is under attack, under terrorist attack, and he said we are going to hunt down and punish those we find responsible for this. And that, to my way of thinking, means doing whatever is required.
Mr. Baker, thanks very much for the time.
Thank you.
James Baker, the former Secretary of State, also widely known in the country as the man who did as much as he did to win Florida for George Bush at the last presidential election, but a long-time member of the American political and foreign policy establishment, and who knows how complicated this is, and who makes a very open, you'll hear this a lot in the next few days, not enough human intelligence, and we'll review who that legislator was. Tony Cordesman, our military analyst. Are you listening to Mr. Baker? Is he making sense?
He is, Peter, but I think we need to have an important caution here. Human intelligence isn't as simple as it sounds. The actual agents can take years to develop. Historically, they've often been unreliable, and the more hostile the ideology is, the more uncertain the collection. Human intelligence is also analysis. Our analytic side is weak. The CIA has had hiring freezes. There is so little money for CIA and for DIA that most of the country analysts have never been to the countries they're actually analyzing, much less talked to many of the elements within them. And as Secretary Baker pointed out, if you're going to go into operations, that's different from human intelligence, and our operations capability has been allowed to decline for nearly a decade.
Thank you, Tony. The game has changed a good deal today, so let us get back. Yes, John.
Before Jerry Howard leaves us, and he's promised to come back, all of the discussions we've had raised the question to me, and I know Jerry's been more fully briefed on these national security agencies matters than any of us have. How many of these attacks have we known about and been able to prevent? How many that we've heard about, how many that we haven't heard about, and have any of them been on this scale?
That's difficult to answer, John, because a lot of that material is classified. A lot of that is kept classified, but there clearly are a number of threats that occur in this country almost on a daily basis. Some of them are hoaxes. Some of them are credible. Some of them are quite credible. And the spectrum varies. And they've had, and some we've been very fortunate with, as we were right before the millennium with the
intrusion from Canada.
Yeah, but that was one that was the work of an alert agent. How many have we actually prevented through intelligence, which is kind of what Mr. Woolsey and Mr. Baker have been talking about?
I'm not sure anybody has a good number on that. That's something that I think that would be difficult to put your finger on at this point. And I'd be interesting to get that from the FBI. I'm not sure that I've ever heard a number on how many we've actually thwarted.
Have you ever picked up the phone in your emergency management center and had someone on the other end who said we're going to blow up something?
We actually did receive a number of threats.
What was it like?
We had some letters come in, and we turned them over to the FBI. By and large, we felt that the majority of them were hoaxes, but we relied on the FBI for their intelligence, for their analysis of threats. We relied on the police department intelligence division. And by and large, with the exception of one or two that were a little more credible than others, most of them were pretty lame hoaxes.
I remember two of those that were quite serious. In 94 and 95, when I was with the police department, we received information from the FBI that there was going to be a truck bomb attack within 48 hours on the New York Stock Exchange. We responded by surrounding it literally with sanitation sand trucks and blocking the street, and eventually set up a cordon which has still not come down. The other was a planned attack on the Israeli mission to the United Nations, which has been surrounded by cement blocks, first the sand trucks, and ever since again.
Our thanks to Jerry Hauer, the former head of the New York Mayor's Office of Emergency Management and Operations, and as we said at the beginning, it's an office which is not operating in the place that Jerry Hauer set it up, which was right adjacent to the World Trade Center, and it has been blocked off, put out of commission in one way or another by the horrendous devastation which has occurred in that part of town today. And we don't want to lose sight of it for a second in all this discussion about intelligence and terrorism. So I want to go back to George Stephanopoulos, who's closer to the building than anybody else, and then Bill Blakemore. They are both watching the search and rescue operations, and both report now. George?
Well, Peter, we still don't know that it is a search and rescue operation yet. Just a little while ago, one of the volunteers who tried to go down there and help reported back and said when you actually got to the scene, and you see it behind me, that cloud of black smoke, when you actually got to the scene at the World Trade Center, what was most remarkable, what was most amazing, what was most horrifying is that basically nothing was happening. They couldn't go into the building and actually perform any real rescue operations. And he also described the scene very close to the World Trade Center, soot and silt up to his waist. He said it was hell. We have also talked to some firefighters who've gotten fairly close to the scene. They've now set up a special command center over here at Manhattan Borough Community College here on the west side where they're relieving each other. One fireman said that he was buried underneath all the dirt and debris, had to dig himself out, but still didn't know what had happened to his 6 partners who had gone into the building and near the building.
George, can I just interrupt you for a sec? I'll come right back to you, but Ann Compton, who's been with the president all day, is on the phone from Nebraska, and we don't want to lose her if we can have her. Annie, can you hear me?
Yes, Peter, I can.
What are you doing in Nebraska?
Well, we didn't know where we were till we landed. President Bush is here at the home of the Strategic Command. This is the area, this is the base where those big doomsday aircraft are kept. And he has disappeared down the rabbit hole, Peter, down through a red brick small building. He and what skeleton staff are with him down into an underground bunker where Ari Fleischer tells me the president is going to chair a National Security Council meeting by teleconference. We're also told that the president has been on the phone several times with the vice president, who is able to work out of a command center at the White House itself in one of the secure areas down below in the White House.
Annie, your description of the president going down the rabbit hole, going into a very secure compound bunker in Nebraska at Offutt Air Force Base suggests that people in his entourage believe there has been a threat today, or a potential threat to the highest political leadership in the country. Is that correct?
Well, and I asked exactly that question. They say there was no hint of any warning of the attacks that came on the East Coast today. But as you know, they always take the precaution, especially once the Pentagon was hit, that the president might be a target as well. And that is why he has come to as secure a place as he could, where he is trying to marshal the forces. He's also talking to some of the civilian leaders on the ground, including Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki. But we were told there was no direct threat to him and no advance warning, and that in itself, Peter, is distressing to the very small number of staff of the president here at Offutt.
So the procedures are in place, and they do what they do, right?
Well, you know, in 27 years of covering presidents and crises, we have never played the kind of hunted game that was played today, where we would take off in the plane and not know where we were going to land, and then once we landed in Louisiana, where we were literally told not to use cell phones so our location couldn't be pinpointed, to take off again and head to the center. It does feel like a cat and mouse game. Ari Fleischer, when I asked him if the president feels in jeopardy or hunted, he said the president understands that this is kind of the precaution that is necessary at a time like this, and that he's anxious to get back to Washington.
And for example, when you phoned us just a moment ago, thank goodness you did you have to ask permission to do it?
No, because it is hard to hide a great big airplane like Air Force One. And when we were coming in, I could tell we were over a flat area, a fairly urban area. And I guessed it was Nebraska, knowing that we hadn't been that far out of Louisiana. And indeed, as we came down over the field, I saw a TV satellite truck out on the highway. And sure enough, on our screens inside the plane, we watched ourselves land. The local media was already here, figuring this is where the President of the United States and the Commander-in-Chief would land.
Because it's part of the old Strategic Air Defense Command.
Exactly right. It has the facilities, the secure facilities here, where the president can still be, as what Ari tells me, is seamlessly in touch with the command structure in Washington.
And which we remind ourselves, and I'm going to involve George Stephanopoulos in this conversation, but just think about how the world has changed, and yet in some respects hasn't. The president's gone to Nebraska to a facility which was designed during the Cold War, where the president might retreat or go in the case of a thermonuclear exchange or an atomic thermonuclear exchange between the United States and the Soviet Union. That's really something to think about.
It's an amazing comment on where we are in the 21st century. You know, we have been checked our bags over and over again today. We take that kind of security routinely on Air Force One, but it's been double that today. And just the thought of Americans who are stranded in airports all across the country trying to get home today or tomorrow, the kind of security they will then face, certainly the White House sees the ramifications and the impact of this extending through American life as far as you can see.
Annie, thank you very much. I hope you'll stay in fact, I know you'll stay in touch.
There are 5 of us who have been allowed to stay with the president, but we are not allowed in the underground bunker with him.
Say that again?
There are only 5 of us reporters who have been allowed to stay with him. Everyone.
From 41 News, this is a special report.
Ethan Forhetz once again here from the 41 News studio. We are interrupting our national coverage for just a few moments so we can tell you what's going on locally here in Battle Creek and Kalamazoo as a result of the terrorist attacks. And the attacks have effectively shut down the country. All air traffic in the United States has been grounded. No planes can take off, and all planes in the air at the time of the attacks were required to land at the nearest airport. Now, some of those planes landed at the Kalamazoo Battle Creek International Airport, and that is where we find our Tom Warbeck. And Tom, I understand there's some sort of situation there now.
There is, Ethan, and in fact 4 planes were diverted here earlier this morning. One was a U.S. Air commuter plane. The other 3 were Northwest jets. You can probably see one of them behind me right now. We can tell you that they are on the tarmac and that they are beefing up security here at the airport. We shot some video just a few moments ago, and we can tell you that at least 5 Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety squad cars are here patrolling the tarmac. One officer with shotgun in hand heading out to the tarmac here at the airport. We are told by Airport Director Ken Potts that the officers will be watching these planes, making sure they are secure at all times and that no one can get to them. Of course, planes were used as weapons in today's attack in New York and Washington. Again, all flights in and out of this airport are canceled, and that is the case across the country. If we can come back live to me now, you can see the American flag here at the Kalamazoo Battle Creek International Airport at half staff again this afternoon. It has been a very busy day here, especially during the morning hours, Ethan, as folks were finding out that they didn't have any transportation anywhere, so they have been sent home. Many of the shops in the airport have been closed down. The terminal, however, is still open. But again, no planes leaving, no planes coming in. Right now we're live here in Kalamazoo at the Kalamazoo Battle Creek International Airport. I'm Tom Warbeck. Ethan?
Tom, I imagine there were passengers on the planes when they had to land in Kalamazoo. What are those passengers being told now, and what are they doing?
Basically, many of them, Ethan, have been sent over to hotels here in town. Some are actually being bused to different places like Wisconsin and Illinois and places like that that are within a driving distance. I can tell you, with talking to them, they are just very deeply disturbed, very angry about this attack against the Americans. They do understand, they are very, very understanding that they do not want any planes in the sky, and who can blame them? They're very happy right here on the ground, as you might imagine.
And obviously, Tom, there's no talk at this time of planes getting back in the air anytime soon, is there?
Not anytime soon, Ethan, and by the looks of things, again, we have patrol cars on the tarmac out here right now. You can imagine a monumental task they are going to have ahead of them. I know it sounds a bit trivial to talk about transportation at a time like this, but they are going to have a monumental task across the nation trying to sort this out in the coming days.
What have authorities been doing there to the planes? I'm sure they've checked them out in some way. Are there bomb-sniffing dogs out there?
We have not seen any dogs, Ethan. In fact, they're trying to play it a bit safe. I think they don't want to release a whole lot of information, especially when it comes to safety, as we've been hearing them talk about here on the ABC all day long, that can kind of give it away. So I think the main issue we want to talk about right now, again, is that we have the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety officers out here on the tarmac. We have not seen any dogs, and again, I'd say about 4 or 5 patrol cars out here right now.
Okay, Tom Warbeck live at the Kalamazoo Battle Creek International Airport. Thanks for the report, and keep us updated. Do want to mention, Tom said that some folks were finding transportation on buses. The Greyhound terminal in Battle Creek is still open, although other Greyhound terminals throughout the country that are located within 1 mile of a federal center have shut down. They are company-owned. This particular location is not owned by the company. It's kind of owned out and privately, I guess you could say. They have decided to keep their terminal open to get people moving, but there is no travel east of Cleveland all the way down south to Atlanta for Greyhound buses. So if you're traveling, you must travel west on Greyhound, but the terminal in Battle Creek is still open. Also want to mention that Governor Engler will hold a press conference at 4 o'clock this afternoon. We do have a crew on the way to Lansing right now. We will bring you a report on reaction from the governor in about 23 minutes or so. As soon as that information is available, that's when the governor will speak. And of course, at a time like this, many people find comfort in their faith and prayer, and in fact, the president has asked us to pray for families of victims and the United States. So we want to let you know that there will be an interdenominational community prayer service that will be held this evening at 7 o'clock in Bronson Park. That is in Kalamazoo, and of course, keep it here to ABC WOTV Channel 41. We will continue to have coverage and break in locally as necessary. We now return to national coverage of America Under Attack.
This has been a 41 News special report. We now return you to scheduled programming.
Here, but again, from what we've heard of that situation down by the World Trade Center, it's horrific. It's kind of eerily silent. The firemen are relieving each other every 15 minutes or so. They come out, they get showered down with fire hoses to get all the soot off, and then they go right back in and get to work.
And just remind me one more time, George, that, you know, the layman's notion of a bunker is one thing out in Nebraska, and I assume the White House has another notion of bunker. What does it mean down the rabbit hole into the bunker?
Well, in the bunker would just be certainly underground, a secure situation room, but the important point, Peter, is that wherever that bunker is, and it's reinforced by guards and concrete and all that, the president is in full communication with his entire national security team, and he can direct them at a moment's notice. And I think the big question that they're going to have to address now as they gather the facts, as they try and figure out who's responsible for this, even though they want to get the president back to Washington as soon as possible, and I'm sure they'll do that, they won't want him to go before the country again until he has more to say, and probably until he can say what actions he's going to take in response to this.
Okay, thanks, George Stephanopoulos, who, as he pointed out, was somewhat isolated from the violence there, because as close as they'll let you broadcast at this point, but you can still see the smoke coming up. It's felt all over the country. A number of newspapers around the country are now putting out special editions of the day. I remember when the Challenger exploded, we were on television for many, many, many hours, and which does, to some extent, isolate you from what is happening. You become a conveyor belt for information, going back to the hotel and realizing that the New York Times and the Washington Post had then put out 30-some-odd page editions in terms of the Challenger disaster, John, and it just reminds you that you can be isolated from something that is so overwhelming. And George Stephanopoulos acknowledges he is not as close to the violence and tragedy. Like ABC's Bill Blakemore is somewhat closer. Bill, can you hear me? Bill Blakemore? Okay, we'll come back to Bill Blakemore. But Bill Blakemore has, you know, we want to be as close as we can and not get in anybody's way. And I was pointing out that newspapers across the country publishing these special editions. There's not been a special edition of this magnitude probably since the Challenger disaster. Before that, Neil Armstrong walking in the moon, or in some cases, newspapers are putting out the first major special edition they've done since John F. Kennedy was assassinated. Many of the papers will clearly use terror in their banner headlines. Certainly the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel was one that did that with a subheading saying, "Attacks Rip Trade Center, Pentagon, America's soul." And I think a great many people in the country feel that is precisely what has happened today, that the trade towers, as we've said many times, these absolute symbols of the United States in so many ways, right there on the edge of Manhattan, first city in the New World, the great advertisement to the rest of the world of commerce and success and upward mobility and all that stuff, and those two trade towers are simply no longer there. And then the attack on the Pentagon at the very heart of the establishment, the military government establishment today, and the deep psychological damage this, or wound, if not long-term damage, this is going to do to the country. And then we learned just a short while ago that United Airlines jet that was carrying 45 people, which crashed near Johnstown in Pennsylvania today, was, at least according to one congressman, James Moran, Democrat from Virginia, who had a Marine Corps briefing in Washington. He believes that that aircraft was originally intending by its hijackers to go to Camp David, the presidential retreat in the mountains of Maryland, and the crash site actually turns out to be about 85 miles northwest of Camp David. So no one should be surprised, perhaps no one is, at the ripple effect at every level of government, not to mention in everybody's soul today, from this initial attack on the trade towers. One of our reporters, Ellen Davis, reports, by the way, from the American Red Cross in New York City. They've actually had so many volunteers for blood that about 1,200 people showed up at the blood donation center in New York City, and they actually have enough blood for now, except for people with type O and Rh negative blood, because they have a shortage of those. But in terms of all other types of blood, they seem to be in pretty good shape. John Miller, what are you finding on the telephone?
Basically, still that they are just beginning to try and mount a rescue operation in the Trade Center, that they are still trying to assess how many people are trapped inside, that they're still trying to collate the number of people that they removed to so many different hospitals in 2 states. And now, because our burn centers here in New York, of which there are only 3, have been overwhelmed even in Canada. So they're really just beginning what's going to be an operation that's going to take not days, but weeks, more likely months.
Let's go, thank you, John. Let's go to ABC's Bill Blakemore, who I said is in lower Manhattan and closer even than George Stephanopoulos was able to get. Bill, do you hear me?
I do, Peter.
Go ahead.
There's an enormous search and rescue operation being mounted here for what's clearly going to be many days of grim work. We're just north of the wreckage, and the smoke still coming out on the West Side Highway, right next to the Hudson River. Hundreds of firemen are reassembling and restaging here after their first partial defeat this morning, and they know that many of their colleagues are missing with the civilians in the wreckage. I've talked to several of them who were in one of the towers when the other one was collapsing, who barely got out. They're not quite sure how and can't even begin to talk about it. Tables have been set up in the street here by some of the officers who are helping them figure out who's going to go in when they can. There's a triage center that's been set up in the Manhattan Community College where bodies and people and survivors are going to be brought as they begin to figure out how badly they're injured. And we can tell, because they still can't go in, they're still milling around in the hot sun here, that it's going to take a long time before they can even begin to assess how many people there are who need their help in search and rescue, which is going to go on for some time. The streets just behind us are quite different. There's almost an eerie war scene type of feeling because much of this part of the West Village has emptied out. On this very clear, hot day, there are occasionally jet fighters circling overhead, so there's even just a touch of the feeling of covering a war. But for the most part, everybody is still looking at this enormous wreckage and just beginning to absorb what it is, and these firemen are eager and ready to get in there as they begin to gather themselves and dust themselves off from their first foray in this morning.
Bill, this is an excellent report. I just have this one question, and it may just simply be my own inability to grasp it visually. Are they actually getting into either of the former towers of the Trade Center, or are they still working on the outside perimeter?
I cannot tell you the exact answer to that. Many of them are still waiting on the outside of the perimeter to figure out how to get into the general area. When the North Tower collapsed, parts of the top of it fell over all the way over here to the river. And so they're still trying to sort out through the smoke just exactly where they can get into. They are not letting the media get anywhere near the actual base of the two towers themselves. But there's just a general sense of these accumulating hundreds of firemen, that they're ready to go in. They're waiting to find where an opening will be.
Okay, thanks very much, Bill Blakemore. ABC's Don Daler did manage to get, I think, pretty close to the building at one point earlier today. Don, are you there?
Yes, Peter, I'm here. I'm just back to about 4 blocks away, but I escorted a federal agent through the up to the side of the World Trade Center itself, and can tell you it is probably the most horrible thing I've ever seen in my life. There is total devastation, but beyond that, there's no non-gruesome way to describe this, but there are bodies and body parts on top of some buildings next to where the World Trade Center stood in the streets. There is still a number of fires going on in buildings surrounding it, including the Marriott building appears to be on fire. There's a building directly behind the federal office building. I can't identify which building it is, but it's a taller building. The police and the firemen are getting away from that area, but they're afraid that that building will collapse as well. There have been a couple building collapses or portions of them collapsing from the flames. So there are some buildings that they are just letting burn to collapse because it's too dangerous for them to fight it right now.
Don, thanks very much, Don. And now here is the, we're going to go to a briefing now on behalf of the political wing of the President's. I'm sorry.
Just have a very brief statement, and I want Chief Jester to talk about the search and rescue efforts underway. No surprise, we have very, very few details. We'll tell you what we can at this stage, but we have very few details. This is a terrible day. It is a tragic day for America. Our thoughts and prayers are with the injured and their families and the casualties. We're taking every appropriate step and precaution to prevent further attacks. We're making every effort to take care of the injured still in the building, and we're taking every appropriate measure to determine who is responsible. The Secretary of Defense...
And at President Bush's direction, we are implementing it. We began to implement it immediately after the first attack in New York this morning. We contacted American forces and embassies throughout the world and placed them on high alert. The United States Secret Service immediately secured the President, the Vice President, and the Speaker of the House, and they are all safe. They have also secured members of the National Security Team, the President's Cabinet, and senior staff. As you know, President Bush was in Sarasota, Florida when the first attack occurred this morning. Air Force One has now landed at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, and the President is in a secure location. He is in continuous communication with the Vice President and key members of his Cabinet and National Security Team. Vice President Cheney and our National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, are in a secure facility at the White House. I have just come from there. The Secretary of Transportation and other members of our White House senior staff are gathered at a command center there, and we are coordinating with other branches of our federal government. The Secretary of Defense remains at the Pentagon. and the Secretary of State is en route back to Washington from his trip to South America. President Bush is conducting a meeting of the National Security Council as we speak. They are meeting President Bush from his location and other members from different locations in Washington and other locations. As many of you have been reporting, the Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport. International flights were diverted to alternate locations outside of the United States. Transportation Secretary Mineta has directed the Federal Aviation Administration to suspend operations until at least noon tomorrow. So no airline flights will operate until at least then, and until the FAA announces that operations will be resumed. Secretary Mineta has also issued orders controlling the movement of all vessels in United States navigable waters. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has activated 8 urban search and rescue task forces in New York, and 4 of these highly trained teams are at work here in Washington at the Pentagon. Every federal agency has implemented continuity of operations plans to make sure the government continues to function effectively. While the markets closed today because of the situation in Manhattan, the United States financial system has continued to operate. Banks have been open all day. The Federal Reserve has operated regularly and continuously. The Department of Health and Human Services has mobilized medical personnel and supplies to provide help to local authorities who are working so diligently to respond and try to help the victims of these terrible attacks. President Bush has committed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to identify and bring to swift justice those responsible for these despicable attacks. The Department of Justice is setting up a hotline for families who fear that their relatives may have been victims of one of these attacks, and we will be announcing that telephone number shortly. Our fellow citizens and our freedom came under attack today, and no one should doubt America's resolve. President Bush and all our country's leaders thank the many Americans who are helping with rescue and relief efforts. We ask our fellow Americans for your prayers for the victims, for their families, for the rescue workers, and for our country. Thank you all very much, and we will continue to update you as information is available and confirmed.
When will the president return to the White House? Will he go to back to Washington here? Will he address the nation? If the vice president can stay in Washington, why can't the president do that?
Karen Hughes, the president. I must say, John Miller, that there's not an enormous amount of news in there if we've been following this event all day.
No, even the White House seems to be having difficulty gleaning the facts which officials in New York City just don't seem to know.
Yeah.
In terms of level of casualties, number of people killed.
And it's enormous. We're going to go to our White House correspondent, Claire Shipman, one of our White House correspondents, Claire Shipman, at the moment, to see what's going on. But I'm very deeply sympathetic with the difficulty it is to get down to street level, either at the Pentagon or certainly in New York City, and understand the chaos and the tragedy that is appeared at ground level. Those of us sitting in newsrooms, bringing in, interpreting, analyzing information at a variety of levels, are not doing a good enough job, because probably an impossible job to do, to try to have ourselves and you understand just what happened when that building fell in on each other. Listening to Bill Blakemore a short while ago and Don Daly are very helpful in terms of trying to understand it. But there is a delay in everything. There's a delay in government at the federal, state, and the national level. The airlines, of course, all across the country closed down. And it's true with news coverage as well, as best we can sense from here, that it's hard to get back from the immediate scene of this enough of a sort of texture to help us understand what enormous this is. Maybe you don't need it, maybe you already appreciate that, but that's our sense from here. But there's Karen Hughes making, the President has appeared, remember, twice. Claire Shipman, ready? Claire?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
I can.
Much better you than me bring us up to date on what's happening in the presidential establishment, both there and elsewhere.
Well, let me tell you what we know so far. You obviously just heard a statement from Karen Hughes that seemed designed to try to express to the country that the government is still up and running. The political advisors, as you've mentioned a couple of times, would very much like to see the president get back to Washington when it's safe so that he can address the country. But in the meantime, they certainly want to give the impression that everything is under control, that the vice president is at the White House, Condoleezza Rice is at the White House, the Federal Reserve is still operating, banks are open, HHS is mobilized, and I think that was the point she is trying to get across. We've been told that the president may be back as early as this evening. The AP was also reporting he's considering some sort of address to the nation this evening, but again, it may be that he will want to have something very specific to be able to tell the public before that happens. Colin Powell, we're told, is on his way back from Peru. It's not clear where he will head. At this moment, what has happened in terms of the Secret Service is that their plan has gone into effect for this sort of emergency. The first time, we're told, that a plan like this has been implemented in recent history, of course. But what it means is they have all of their protectees accounted for. They're satisfied with that now. Now we're told they're in level 2 where they're assessing the threat, and they will then decide things, for example, as to whether Colin Powell can go back and safely work at the State Department and whether the president can come back to Washington. In the meantime, as you probably know, there's been a state of emergency declared in the city of Washington and in the state of Virginia, allowing both of those places to be able to mobilize military and police forces as needed, Peter.
Thanks very much, Claire Shipman from Washington. It is very difficult to keep your hands on the political establishment today, in part because we rely on government so often in cases like this to tell us what is going on in their various departments, and it has been very difficult today to get, for example, the Federal Emergency Management Administration got involved in this today, but it's hard because of the communications problems all across the country to have a real appreciation of what they are participating. The most direct communication we've had has been with New York City on the ground, that is, other than in terms of the president's movements from Florida to Louisiana and now on to Nebraska, where he is going to stay for the indefinite future, though political staff keep saying he'd really like to come back to Washington.
There is something interesting in the laundry list of things that Karen Hughes, counselor to the president, said in the briefing we just looked at, which is, one is that airspace will remain shut down under government control until noon tomorrow, and that the movements of ships around the coast will be regulated by the government. That suggests, I mean, we're talking about not a few hours, we're talking about halfway into the next day. That suggests that there's a real feeling in the intelligence community and in Washington that this may not be over, that they don't want to let go of the assets like air traffic that they think could unleash even more attacks.
I wonder, John, if there is a real feeling in the intelligence community that may not be over, or, God, we didn't know any of this was going on. Maybe there's something else there that we don't have the vaguest idea about.
Precisely. I mean, it seems to be an abundance of caution and some degree of fear.
Okay. Now, we're joined by ABC's Betsy Stark, who covers business and economics for us. You add to this extraordinary notion of how much the national life has been interrupted today by an act of, or two acts of terrorism anyway. Start first with what businesses were in the World Trade Center. We've talked to people before about the number of people in the Trade Center.
Yeah.
And what else has happened?
Peter, it's astounding how much the Twin Towers are part of the life of the financial district. 10% of all the office space in Lower Manhattan is accounted for in those Twin Towers. 155 businesses, 50,000 workers, as you've said before, including some of the major financial firms. Morgan Stanley, the investment bank, has 50 floors in Tower 1. 50 floors, I believe is right. 12.5% of the space in that tower occupied by Morgan Stanley. Several, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, which manage bridges and tunnels, the airports, the harbor, a major tenant, 9% of the space there. Several major insurance firms, Empire Blue Cross, Marsh & McLennan, and among the banks, Deutsche Bank, Bank of America, a couple of big trading firms, Credit Suisse, First Boston, and Oppenheimer Funds, which is a firm that manages several mutual funds. So lots of the big names on Wall Street were in those Twin Towers.
And in terms, the markets were closed today.
The markets were closed. Stock markets throughout the country. Trading was halted in some of the foreign markets. The foreign markets reacted very negatively, obviously, to this news, down sharply, and no decision has been made yet as to whether they will be trading on the New York Stock Exchange tomorrow. They need to make decisions in conjunction with federal, state, and local authorities about the safety of trading, about whether the people who work at those exchanges are going to be able to get to work. And I talked to people who were at the New York Stock Exchange this morning, and, you know, they felt the tremors there, and one described it as like an earthquake.
And would you say that in your communications with people in the financial community today, they're afraid of what might happen next?
This is obviously a great blow to confidence at a time when confidence is already very fragile. This was a direct attack on the symbols of, you know, the center of finance in New York City, showing just how vulnerable it is. So I think that, you know, there's concern about how the markets will react, whether anxiety will build, and there will definitely, there's a sense that we want to see a strong showing of U.S. leadership in order to give those markets some calm, so when they do resume trading,
it may seem like an oddball question, but what would be the impact on trading, as in numbers, up, down on the Dow Jones Stock Exchange, of an incident like this, if the United States is seen to be weak or vulnerable or whatever?
Well, as we've said many times before, I mean, markets hate uncertainty, and if the markets are considering the possibility of war, for example, I mean, that would be the sort of thing where you'd see a very sharp negative reaction. So there's an argument to me that anxiety could build and trading would be very, very negative when it opens. But it depends on what happens in the next couple of days.
Betsy, thanks very much indeed. Betsy Stark giving us a sense, again, of the depth and the breadth of the ramifications, the impact of these attacks this morning on the trade towers and on the Pentagon. I think the addition of the attack on the Pentagon at the very heart of the American military establishment ups the ante in many, many ways. And as we've said many times, we have no idea how many people have died or been injured. And we will do our best to get some handle on that, but we all recognize that it will take time. And I think the mayor of New York put it better than anybody else at the moment. I'm just looking for what he said in my notes when asked if he knew how many people, what the casualties were like. And he said, more than anyone can bear, more than anyone can bear. And I think that's the clear casualty, the dead and the wounded people that we're going to have today. But as Betsy has just made clear in terms of business and in human beings, including, I had no idea that Morgan Stanley had 50 stories of the World Trade Center. These statistics you see that we put up on television from time to time are just the sort of bare, cold background to life and death stories which have taken place today. But the impact of this has gone so far beyond New York City. And just as you look at, that's a live shot of New York City now, a live picture of what's happening down inside that dreadful little rectangle of violence which is hidden behind the glamour and success stories of the buildings to the right and to the left. The Federal Aviation Administration, as you know, has shut all airports nationwide. The Greyhound bus service canceled all of its, or the Greyhound bus company canceled all of its services in the Northeast. Amtrak, the railroad, temporarily suspended train service all along the Northeast corridor between Boston and Washington, and the U.S. section of the St. Lawrence Seaway, which is between northern New York State for the most part and Ontario, between the U.S. and the Canadian borders there, has been closed. The tunnels between Detroit and Windsor on the Canadian side of the Detroit River closed to car traffic. And security just went bang up several levels at all U.S.-Canadian border crossings, in large measure because there has been a penetration across the U.S.-Canadian border before. One of the ones they caught when an alert agent, as we've said several times today, picked up a guy on his way where he thought to bomb the Seattle Space Needle. Turned out he was really interested in setting off a bomb inside Los Angeles International Airport. The space shuttle operations were halted today. 12,000 employees of the Kennedy Space Center in Florida were actually sent home. And at the Naval Weapons Station in Goose Creek, South Carolina, workers were evacuated and sent there. Again, evacuations and people being sent home from the very heart of the military establishment. Betsy Stark has just told us that all U.S. financial markets were closed. The United Nations building was evacuated here in New York City. General Motors in Detroit gave all 6,000 employees who work in the Renaissance Center, one of those centers built to try to rejuvenate downtown Detroit, were all told to go home today. And the Ford Motor Company closed its world headquarters in Dearborn in Michigan. The IRS in various places closed. The popular skyscrapers were closed and or evacuated in cities all across the country. I think you probably already heard us say, if you've been with us for much of the day, that the New York primary election was canceled here in New York, and Governor Pataki said they'll simply reschedule it when they get another handle on normal life in the days ahead. And tourist attractions, I have a list of tourist attractions. Knott's Berry Farm in California, the Museum of Tolerance in Los Angeles, and the Library Tower in Los Angeles, the Liberty Bell Independence Hall, the Space Needle, Walt Disney World, they all closed down today. What better way, even though it's just a list of things, or it is a list of things, than understanding that both at home and overseas, embassies overseas were evacuated, embassies were closed. Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister, forbid civilian aircraft from flying around London. So these two attacks on the Trade Tower, and the one in the Pentagon, and the possibility of an attack on Camp David, we now believe, in the aircraft that crashed not far from Johnstown in Pennsylvania, all just had this extraordinary impact all over the world because people feared something else was going to happen, and may still fear that something else is going to happen. Just listen to some of what has happened today.
I saw something hit the second tower, and when I saw that, it just was, everything rumbled, and I saw all this fire just shoot out in the sky, and stuff started just falling like it was raining, and I was by myself, and I just ran. I started seeing people they started jumping out of the window, like at the 96th floor. They just started one at a time from different parts of the building. I just started seeing people just drop and drop.
I saw a man walking up the block, and I asked him, he was just covered in soot, and my first question was, did they get a lot of people out? And the look in his eye, he just shook his head. I mean, he was in a daze.
We lost all visibility, and we assisted people getting out. It was very difficult to get out of the police desk area. And then I went back in, and we were carrying an injured person out, myself and about 4 firemen. And unfortunately, that's when the building 2 collapsed. I happened to dive underneath the ESU vehicle, and I'm not sure what happened to the firemen. The vehicle, I was trapped for about 15 minutes under the truck. It just rained building, okay, and I was buried alive for 15 minutes until I scrambled out.
Guys, we're just putting a microphone on a young man who's joined me here in our newsroom in New York, named Kevin Sudovy, who is a young publisher. And take that visitor's sign probably off your shirt as well. And I don't know much about you except that you're a publisher, and you have been shooting some video today which you have brought with you. Can you give me a sense of what it is?
Well, when you see it, I mean, basically I was right there. I went there. Somebody called me up. I was in Brooklyn. And my photographer last night shot it, and I wanted to see if she was, I tried to call her, but all the phones were jammed. So I went to Manhattan to see her, and then I went straight to the site, and they weren't letting me anybody in, but I had a motorcycle, so I went straight in. And I kept going through all the levels of security, and I just went around, and then next thing I knew, I was like standing right there, like where everybody, the fire people, everybody just sitting there, like there's nothing they can do.
You're talking about the Trade Tower, are you?
Yeah.
And somebody was photographing at the Trade Tower last night?
Yeah, she shot probably the last photo ever shot at the Trade Center.
Okay, let's have a look at what you have, and do you mind just taking us just through it as we watch it on the air. How much video is there here? Do you know?
This is footage.
Oh my goodness me!
That's all that's standing of the Twin Towers right now in the background. That's all that's standing. That's it. That's all that's left.
So you're literally right inside. What time did you actually photograph?
I don't even know. That was actually, I rode my motorcycle right up from there. That was about an hour ago, not even.
And this is right at the center of where the trade towers stood.
You can see, like, when you see the firemen, there's nothing they can do. It's just like amazing.
You must have been frightened at the very least to be there.
I mean, I was just thinking to myself what a powerful act of ignorance it was, really. It's amazing.
And this is the building adjacent to...
That's the Twin Towers. That was the Twin Tower. That was the other tower. And then we went up more into there.
You know, I just thought to myself, I can smell it, but in fact what I can do is smell your shirt.
Yeah.
You brought the smell of disaster with you on your T-shirt. Were there other people in there? I don't see anybody sort of. Do you know?
No, I was with one other person I ran into there, who actually somebody I know, and he was photographing as well. And it was just us two, and then the firemen. It's funny. I ran into my friend right there, who's also taking pictures. He should be somewhere. They probably edited him out.
It's absolutely.
Look at that. That's all that's left.
Do you know whether that's the South Tower or the North Tower?
That's the South Tower.
And you saw no sign of life in here whatsoever?
No, I went all the way right there. Like, I don't know if they edited it out yet, but there's a big hole going down to the ground. There's nobody. And then we ran into somebody else and said they haven't seen anybody. Nobody. But the firemen said, you know, that there's been a lot of people dead, like a lot of firemen died.
Because there were firemen in the building at the time trying to help people evacuate from the building.
Yeah. They said 200 people died. I thought the fireman I talked to said 200 people died already.
And this wall here, this is from part of the tower itself?
Yeah, that's the South Tower, the lobby. And it's all the smoke, and there's still fire going on in there right now.
Are you walking across?
Yeah, see,
you're walking across, and that's your friend also with a photograph. And the building on the right that occasionally appears in a building adjacent?
Yeah, and it's just gouged. Like, the parts of the Twin Tower just gouged out the building. See, that's the concourse below. That's going down like 20 feet or so. But that's the part that's crazy. It's just, that's all that's left.
Did you hear anything while you were in there?
Just like cracklings and pops and stuff. See, that's the guy who's been looking for his friends, and he didn't find anybody either.
And do we know who this person is?
No, he was speaking Russian.
Really? Looking through the devastation. And this now is what?
This is a party, actually, so.
Last night?
No, it's a while ago, but.
Where was the party in?
That was in PS1.
Oh. So you just simply decided to go in there to see what you could photograph?
Yeah, I wanted to, because it's funny because the name of my magazine is Prophecy, and we had just shot the Twin Towers last night. My photographer, Amy, had just been shooting it with a 4x5 format last night. And I hadn't spoken to her yet, and then my friend called me this morning and said, "Did you hear what happened?" And I said, "No." And then, so I went to, like I said, I went to the city to see Amy because I couldn't reach her, all the phones were down. And so I went right to the site.
Were you doing a feature on the Twin Towers, were you?
Well, basically I was photographing the Twin Towers for the power of the Twin Towers, architecturally and like metaphorically, what they stood for. Then, you know, these people, you know, wanted to destroy them. I was kind of, you know, I was observing them more. We've been shooting it for over a week.
Really, and it's ended in this vulnerable place.
Yeah.
Can I just get one other thing clear? You managed to get right onto the site itself, right onto the top of one of the two towers.
Right.
But I couldn't see any police, I couldn't see any fire department.
Well, they were all back there. I went right into it. They were all like just around it.
Did you have any sense when you were walking on it that it was too dangerous to be on?
No. Well, you know, they were when we first started walking in, the fire people were like, "No, don't go," but we just went in.
And you
we wanted to see.
And you never heard a sound except the sound of
Yeah, there was no
fire
people, there was no nothing. there were just glass breaking and stuff like that.
Well, Kevin, thank you for this. Kevin Sudavi, he's a publisher of a magazine called Prophecy, and thanks very much, Kevin, for coming. Anything else you can think of? Just.
I mean, I just wanted to say I think that it's a powerful act of ignorance at the end of the day, because this country is so full with so many different types of people, and I can understand, you know, people and their frustrations with capitalism and other, just capitalism. I can understand people's frustration, but to do that type of destruction to people they don't even know, it's just, like I said, it's powerful. I understand they're trying to get a message across, but it's also powerfully ignorant, in my opinion. That's all I can say. That's all I want to say.
I think it's a thing that I think it's a thing that many people in the country agree with today. That it was an act of terror and an act of ignorance, and which the government has said repeatedly today it'll try to get to the bottom of, but nobody's very hopeful about that.
I mean, it's obvious that that there needs to be a better dialogue between, you know, these people and what they need done, and what we're doing, and they're bringing the field to a whole nother level. But like I said, I understand to an extent, but it needs to go further than what they're doing.
Well, we're grateful as a news organization that you decided to bring that video in here. Thanks very much, Kevin Sudavi, because it gives us the closest, the most intimate sense we have seen yet of what it is like at ground zero in terms of the building collapsing in on itself. And I think that George Stephanopoulos can add to the status of the building, and also, George, to the current police activity. Weren't you a bit surprised to see nobody in there besides young Mr. Sudavi?
Nobody at all. It really was surprising, although it did accord with what we had heard earlier, Peter, and now we've just heard from one of our reporters, Lucy Kerrigan, who's gotten quite close, that the police are actually pulling back from the scene right now. The police and other rescue personnel are pulling back from the scene because they're concerned about two things. Number one, all of the asbestos in the air coming out from that smoke from the collapsing building, and secondly, the possibility of other buildings collapsing in the area. So they've actually pulled away now from ground zero, if you will. Secondly, Peter, another grim note. We have now heard that Chelsea Piers, which is a large, several block long athletic complex over here on the west side at 17th Street and 11th Avenue, has now been turned into a temporary hospital and morgue here in Manhattan. It's the first temporary hospital and morgue that's been set up. There are now 30 ambulances operating out of there, and that will be one of the major sites here on the Lower West Side.
Thanks very much, George. Actually, we're now looking at some more footage that Kevin Sudavi's taking. Kevin, just tell us where this is. What is this?
This is on the West End Highway, and I can't remember the other street. You can't tell this. You really can't tell, but it's right there where the South Tower was, where the Marriott was.
The Marriott Hotel, the Marriott Hotel headquarters there, and you're still focused very much on the trade towers itself.
Yeah, and then the rubble is just amazing. The cars, the ambulances are all crushed. Lights are still going. Horns are still being, are still blowing.
Did you pick up there was some sense of activity here, that there was some sense of purpose, or just people overwhelmed by what had happened?
You mean the fire department?
Fire department, the police,
There's nothing they could do. They said that there were already 200 firemen dead. They were just, it was futile. They said it's bigger than there's not enough people. There's just a handful of people there.
Because so many firemen were working to get other people out when this actually happened.
I mean, you need an army of people to
and of course, the city will have an army of people before long, because the National Guard is coming in. It's very interesting what the mayor said some time ago. He said people need relief, desperately want relief. At the same time, they don't want relief because they don't want to leave the job they are doing, because in many cases they are looking for and or supporting their friends and the colleagues. And that's a bit of a review there of some of the material that Kevin Sudavi shot earlier, and which we're very glad to have. I'm just looking at one more report from our foreign desk here this morning, that a KAL plane, Chuck Lustig, a KAL plane, KAL, you mean the Korean Airlines plane? Thanks very much. A Korean Airlines plane was forced down by U.S. and Canadian forces over White Horse Bay in Canada earlier today. The Canadian television reports that forces on the ground stormed the plane, and we have no other details at this time, but there's another aberrant incident today happening in Canada. U.S. military throughout the world, we've said before, are on the highest state of alert. So from what's spread out from here has just been quite extraordinary in terms of putting everybody in the world. Most U.S. military forces on threat condition Delta, which is the highest condition that the highest alert the military can be on. But as any number of people have reported today, any notion that the U.S. was invincible died in this rubble. Listening to some of the politicians talk today, Senator Chuck Hagel of Nebraska, where the president is at the moment, said America is forever changed and America's in for a long fight, which I think people in the fight against terrorism understand and have understood for a very long time. But somebody else said this is a huge wake-up call for the United States. Both former Secretary of State Baker and I think the former director of the CIA said that there was just not enough human intelligence on behalf of the United States in these organizations and cells around the world. John McCarthy, our Pentagon correspondent, has just come from a Pentagon briefing, and so we'll pick you up, John. John, yeah, what are you hearing?
Peter, one of the things they wanted to do, and do very publicly, is to deal with the rumor that had been circulating for several hours that the fourth civilian jetliner that was hijacked was shot down by American aircraft. They are denying that flatly. They say it is absolutely not true, Peter.
John, I apologize. I was distracted, and so for the benefit of anybody else was distracted of me, do you mind repeating that? I'm sorry.
They are denying the rumor that had been circulating for several hours that the U.S. military shot down one of the civilian jetliners. They're saying have been accounted for. What we are now learning is that a new part of the Pentagon that has just been occupied was one of the areas that was terribly hit. We believe there are going to be quite a few casualties from the Army, the Navy, and the Marine Corps in particular, as well as the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Do you have any idea what quite a number of casualties means?
No idea whatsoever, Peter. You consider the density in the Pentagon. There are 20 to 24,000 people that work there. It took out one huge slice of it, so you have to do your own arithmetic. If you look at the size of the gash over my shoulder, you have to believe that there are many, many hundreds of people who died.
And what have the briefers had to say this afternoon, John, about the state of alert in the world generally, with all U.S. forces on such a state of alert? I'm sorry, before you go to that, we're just looking at a picture which gives us, I think, the best view yet, if this is an accurate drawing, of what the degree of damage or penetration of the plane will have been to the Pentagon. I'm not sure that's absolutely accurate, but by the way, ABC's Ann Compton tells us the president may be on the move again, and ABC's Charlie Gibson has information as well. Charlie?
Well, Peter, there's going to be hundreds, I guess, and we don't know the number of personal stories that are going to come out of this. People who have died in the World Trade Center or at the Pentagon or on the airplanes that were hijacked and crashed in various places. We now understand the wife of Ted Olson. He is the Solicitor General of the United States. America came to know him because he's the man who argued the president's case in front of the Supreme Court, George W. Bush's case in front of the Supreme Court. He was not yet president when the case of the Florida election was being disputed before the Supreme Court. Ted Olson's wife, Barbara, who is a former federal prosecutor herself, she was on the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. We had heard this from friends of the family. Regrettably, it has now been confirmed. She apparently was able to make a phone call to her husband, the Solicitor General, Ted Olson, and tell him they were being hijacked, that all of those on board the plane, that is American Airlines Flight 77, that had taken off from Dulles Airport heading for Los Angeles this morning, a 757, that had 64 people aboard. All of the passengers had been herded into the back of the plane. She was able to get a call out saying they were in the process of being hijacked, and then shortly after that, the plane crashed into the Pentagon. She was herself, as I say, a former federal prosecutor. She had also become familiar, I think, to many in the viewing audience of television as a commentator recently over the situation of Gary Condit. Indeed, I'd had a chance to talk with her a couple of times on Good Morning America just in the past couple of weeks. So we're going to hear hundreds of these stories of people who were killed in the various venues that were affected today, but this one obviously is very painful, the wife of the Solicitor General of the United States. Peter?
Thanks very much, Charlie. And I think in the whole day, this is the first name we've had of anybody who's died. The first name, the first personality, I mean, to hundreds and thousands of families around the country. The names and personalities are all very familiar. People they fear are in trouble, who know they're in trouble, who've been confirmed they're in trouble. The desperation of people at at a distance from people in trouble is just a horrendous thing to report. But I believe that's the first name we've had all day of being able to identify somebody. Barbara Olson, who, as Charlie says, was very often on television, the wife of the Solicitor General, Ted Olson, who died in the suicide attack on the Pentagon. John McCarthy, are you still there?
It's Peter.
Yeah. John, come back to the briefing, if you would. I'm not sure we've heard everything from you on the briefing itself.
They just are expressing their frustration and at the difficulty of getting rescue workers inside the Pentagon, Peter. Part of the building is still on fire, and the fire is moving to sections of the Pentagon along roofs and along various pipes. So they're having a real difficulty getting in there even to search for bodies at this early time. That is what they are focused on at this point. I will tell you, Peter, that Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, and most of the chiefs have been in the National Military Command Center all day since this terrorist strike. And you have to leave it up to your own imagination, the kinds of things that they are contemplating in their hours after the strike.
Okay, John, thank you very much indeed. John McCarthy, who's been at the Pentagon all day and was in the other side of the Pentagon when this aircraft was crashed into the Pentagon today. We now know, with all of the passengers on board, at least in this one phone call herded to the back of the plane, who went from being passengers to hostages in a matter of seconds and minutes. And John, who was working on the other side of the Pentagon, has said a couple of times that just on the other side of the Pentagon, you just felt this huge, just knew exactly that something had gone by. And when he first described the width of the gash and the height of the gash, 6 stories high, 200 feet wide, which you can't appreciate on television, quite frankly, as much as you think you can. And we've had several reports in from Martha Raddatz at the State Department, which I think most of them we've had on the air so far, which was the State Department ordered U.S. embassies around the world to close for the day, but it's up to the individual embassy, given the situation that they think is appropriate in their region. Many have closed for the day. Secretary of State Powell, who's been in Colombia, is on his way home tonight, but we do not know actually where he is at the moment. I told you just a moment ago that Ann Compton, who's been with President Bush all day, believes that he is on the move, or they are on the move again, and one can only believe, I shouldn't say that, didn't think they were going to go to Nebraska. We can only imagine that there's this pressure to get the president back to the nation's capital. And the State Department was evacuated at the time. There's actually been a worldwide caution about terrorist activity out and about universally since the 7th of September. But it had absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with what happened in New York City and in Washington today, and what potentially happened, we're told, at Camp David, based on the information from one passenger who called 911 from the United Airlines that crashed near Johnstown, which said that they were headed in the direction of Camp David. The New York Stock Exchange and the American Stock Exchange...
Go in there. Just going to wait here until they bring some people out. I was hooked up with some firemen with some first aid stuff. You know what? Anything? Why don't we just set this up as a little mobile hospital unit right here, okay?
Hold on to try and get all units that are available. We're having a new command post on Murray Street and West Street. Any units available, reported we can roll up to this.
suggestion? Should we set up here for medical work? Think this is safe enough here?
Those pictures shot by Dr. Mark Heath. We don't know much about Dr. Heath, but we, I think, can fairly say that he had extraordinary presence of mind as he continued not only shooting those pictures, but also offering assistance where he could. At one point, he hid behind a car, tried to get into the car to protect himself from both the debris and the smoke that was building around him. The car was locked. He tried to break in, couldn't, and then hid his face in a medical bag, his medical bag. All the while he kept shooting. A couple of things that you might have wondered about. A couple of sounds. There was a chirping sound that you heard at various points in the tape. That is the sound of the locator devices that firemen and women wear so that if they are lost in a fire, their colleagues, their brother and sister firefighters can get to them. And there was also a kind, what sounded to us at least, like a kind of whistling sound. That's the sound of respirators that the firemen, the emergency service personnel, and the rest were using and offering to people who needed it. Our colleagues at CNN-FN are reporting now that the stock exchanges, the NASDAQ, the American Stock Exchange, the New York Stock Exchange, all of course closed today, will remain closed through Wednesday. So the stock markets, the financial markets in the country, and yet again, we cannot recall anything like that ever occurring. Perhaps it has, and we don't remember it, but we don't remember it. The stock markets, all of them, stay closed through Wednesday. Air travel shut down in the United States until at least noon tomorrow, and certainly no guarantee it'll open after that. That affects, on an average, about 1.5 million people every single day, 40,000 to 50,000 flights, all of them grounded. There were about 50,000, not 50,000, there were about 50 planes in the air after the FAA essentially locked down airports in the country. All of those planes made it safely to destinations. We don't know they made it to the destinations they were headed for, but they were all able to land safely. CNN's Joey Chin in Atlanta. Joey?
Aaron, we're following and watching these extraordinary pictures as they still come in, as we continue to watch all the events. We want to bring our viewers back to where all of this started today, and we have additional pictures to give you some additional perspective to the story we are telling you this afternoon. First up, we go back to 8:48 this morning, that is Eastern. The crash of the first hijacked airliner hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan in New York. You see the gaping hole and you see the black smoke that billowed from the tower. Now this, actually you're looking at the picture of the second airline that crashed into the second tower, the South Tower as well. Now we want to move you over and show you some exclusive CNN pictures, still pictures of the second crash as it happened. You see the plane bearing in on the South Tower of the Trade Center. This is United Airlines Flight 175. It was a Boeing 767 scheduled from Boston to Los Angeles, 65 people on board, and you see what happened, just sheared right into the South Tower. Horrible crash, massive burst of flames. This crash occurred at 4 minutes after 9 o'clock this morning. Again, that's New York time. Now move ahead to 10:30, 10:29 actually. The North Tower had collapsed already. This is the South Tower. You can see collapsing into the streets of Lower Manhattan, just falling away. We know that as you see it there, it's just falling away, just falling out of the sky, falling into pieces all over Lower Manhattan. And so you can understand the tremendous amount of ash just dumped on Lower Manhattan today. Roughly 50,000 people work in the towers in the center area on a daily basis. And then, of course, there are additional tens of thousands of tourists who would come to the tourists who want to see the tremendous vantage point you would have from the top of the towers. The New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani has told us he does believe that there was a horrendous loss of life there, but he doesn't even want to try to guess how many people have died in New York today. Here now, we want to give you the eyewitness accounts of people who saw some of what happened today.
I heard the sound of a jet. I assumed it was like a Navy jet or something like that, just flying by. Sometimes they'll fly very low near the World Trade Center, not near it. Then I heard a large explosion. I thought it was a sonic boom. And when I heard the explosion, I looked up, and what I saw was red, and I saw debris start to fall down. I was so close to the building that I couldn't run away from the building, so I actually had to run towards it. If you know, the World Financial Center has got a rib design, so you actually have a 2x2 space where you can actually sneak into the building and hide. Myself and one other man were there. We had our book bags over our heads. Debris was falling down about the size of this. All portions of the building were falling down. That went on for about 30 or 40 seconds, and that, for me, was the worst part of this whole experience for me, because I feared for my life, my own life at that time. But after that stopped, I walked out myself. I didn't see anybody in the plaza, so nobody was hurt was in the plaza at that point. I walked to my building in the World Financial Center. I'd seen that my colleagues would evacuate the building, were downstairs. Now, on the west side of the World Financial Center, which is right on the Hudson River, there's an outdoor plaza, okay? You can look over the World Financial Center and see the World Trade Center. We were looking back at the building in flames, and this is probably 5 after 9, 10 after 9, and we see a second commercial jet flying extremely low actually collide into the south tower of the building. At that point, we decided just to get out of there. People were just going crazy at that point, evacuating. We started to walk north and ultimately got up to here. During our walk, we saw the south tower collapse to the ground, decimated, and then later, it was very amazing to see the north tower standing there by itself after years and years and years of seeing them together. And then all of a sudden, the north tower just collapsed upon itself and just fell to the ground. It was a cloud of dust that covered all of downtown Manhattan, Battery Park and everything. Phenomenal. I've never seen anything like it.
The eyewitness description of the horrible scene in New York City this morning. And in the midst of all of that, in the midst of that terrible tragedy, there was further chaos down in Washington. 9:45 this morning, an airliner crashing into the Pentagon. The plane, which was American Airlines Flight 77, which was scheduled from Washington's Dulles Airport out to Los Angeles. The Boeing 757 hit the Army side of this huge fortress that is the Pentagon. The Pentagon, of course, is not just a symbol of the nation's military might, but today is a command center amidst all that has happened. Now, there was a fourth crash, which occurred today in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. United Airlines Flight 93 was bound from Newark in New Jersey out to San Francisco. There were 45 people on board. Authorities say there were no survivors. In all, there were 4 crashes, 266 passengers and crew, and then, of course, we still have no idea how many people may have died on the ground in the course of all these catastrophes. Joining us now from Dallas, Texas is Jeffrey Beatty. He's a counterterrorism expert who had done work on the first World Trade Center attack. That was back in 1993. As well, he's done some work for the Pentagon. Of course, there will be a lot of trying to read through all of this, Mr. Beatty. Is there something that you have seen in the events of today that you see as perhaps a symbol of what group might be involved, or some other hallmark of terrorism here?
Well, I think it's a little too early to speculate on what group might be involved, Joey. If you remember back to the Oklahoma City bombing, everyone rushed to judgment to think it was perhaps overseas-based terrorism. Now, while all the indicators are going in that direction, it'd probably be prudent to just focus on the rescue efforts today, and also to ask ourselves, you know, how did this happen? And kind of break down the operation and show people that this was a very low-tech but high-concept operation on the part of the terrorists.
Well, describe that for us. What do you mean by that? High concept.
Well, what I mean by that is, you know, Americans tend to rely on high tech. We look to high tech to solve most of our problems. Terrorists don't have high tech at their disposal to the degree that a government such as the United States has. But unfortunately, they have a lot of time. An operation such as this may have been years in the making. We don't know yet how this operation was able to go forward, but let's just, you know, break down the steps. I took a few notes on it. At some point, we all recognized that there was some intelligence failure, that, you know, we've got to do better. We've done good in the past. We've improved our ability to defeat terrorism, but we're not perfect yet. And this is an example of that, to be sure. But then what happened was, the question is, how did these people get some sort of weapon onto an airplane? You know, I'm sure the FAA and the Department of Transportation and all the airports from which these aircraft were launched this morning will be taking a really hard look at that, and I'm sure we'll see some changes in the future.
Not an airplane, Mr. Beatty. I mean, 4 aircraft. That's an awful lot in different locations.
Exactly. This is a highly sophisticated approach, you know, but it's not the first time we've seen that. We've seen foreign groups destroy 2 embassies within moments of each other a couple of years ago on the continent of Africa. So we know that our opponent is capable of this type of operation, and he demonstrated it today on our homeland. The interesting thing here, Joey, you didn't need to bring across hundreds of pounds of explosives across a border someplace to commandeer an airplane. Why did they choose these airplanes? They picked these wide-body airplanes. The fact that the World Trade Center was prepared to sustain a hit from a 707 was not a well-kept secret. They picked airplanes that were bigger than that. Also, they picked airplanes that took off from the East Coast, headed to the West Coast, that were big airplanes, full of fuel. They weren't interested in killing people on the airplanes. The airplane themselves became the bomb. And so they didn't need to bring explosives into the country. We don't know yet whether it was knives or handguns or whatever. But the next question in the step as we break down the operational acts in this attack is, how did these people get weapons onto the aircraft? And then from there, to continue it, the question is asked, what about a cockpit incursion? How is it that they were able to get into the cockpits of the aircraft, take over the controls, and as we know and have heard in the past that there are transponder codes that pilots can send if an aircraft is hijacked. From what I understand, we didn't get some of that yet, so we have to assume that the cockpits were burst into rather quickly. And I heard Judy Woodruff and others earlier infer, and I join them in drawing the same inference, that it's highly doubtful that the pilots of these aircraft, the United Airlines pilots and the American Airlines pilots, were at the controls of these aircraft when they impacted their targets. So we have got to assume and infer that people capable of flying the aircraft, and remember these aircraft are on duty all over the world, these perpetrators no doubt rehearsed this operation, rehearsed breaking into the cockpit and other locations, that they were probably piloted to the target by people capable of flying a military or a jet aircraft.
Well, do you
come
think,
down to the...
Do you think, I mean, I have to interrupt you to ask, do you think that perhaps in looking at the possibility of terror threats, I mean, certainly terror threats have come to this country in the past, and I'm wondering if you think perhaps we were thinking too high concept. We thought of something more elaborate, and perhaps intelligence should have been focused on this kind of low-tech approach. I suppose hindsight is 20/20, but...
I think there's a lot of good in what you're pointing out, Joey. We have to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. You know, we cannot just focus all our energies on weapons of mass destruction, chemical, biological, etc. We've all been talking about that, and hundreds of millions of dollars have been spent on that in recent years. But this didn't use any weapon of mass destruction, and I'm afraid that the casualty tally could approach 5 figures. And that means that we've got to beat these people, not only high tech, but we've got to be high concept. It means we've got to work harder in planning than we have up to this point. And I know that we will. And if I could say a word about the people at the World Trade Center and at the Pentagon, we've had the privilege in my company to work to support both organizations. We've trained every security officer at both locations. They knew what they were up against. They knew that they were icons, American icons, that were likely to be targeted. Excuse me, it's been an emotional day, plus it's a little hot out here. Likely to be targeted. And they did their best. But they were only one part of a system, as we've just outlined. You know, Doug Karpiloff, the Director of Life Safety and Security for the World Trade Center, is probably one of the premier security people in our country. Doug was always afraid of a scenario where there was a mass casualty incident at the World Trade Center and hundreds of emergency vehicles would rush to the scene. They don't have the ability to check all those vehicles to make sure that they don't pose a threat. So we're yet to determine, we've heard reports of secondary explosions after the aircraft impacted, whether in fact there wasn't something else at the base of the towers that in fact were the coup de grace to bring them to the ground.
Mr. Beatty, we appreciate all of your insight. Unfortunately, we're going to have to leave you. There are still further developments on this story. Jeffrey Beatty's company is involved in counterterrorism information, and he joined us this afternoon from Dallas. Now let's go back to New York for the latest information there, and Aaron Brown.
Joey, thank you. A couple of things. The president is en route back to Washington, we are now told. The president had started his day in Sarasota, Florida, then went to Shreveport, a military base outside Shreveport, then went to Nebraska, where the Strategic Air Command is located, and now he is making his way back to Washington, and we are told the president will address the nation at some point tonight. We do not know at what time, but of course, when it happens, we will carry that live as well. We're also getting reports that a second building in the complex of the Trade Center, and again, you have the 2 towers, but then you have a number of support buildings around it, that another of those buildings, we reported a bit ago on Building 7, we now report that there are problems in Building 5, and that may be collapsing as well, but at least there is fire there. There are enormous logistical problems. We just looked down what is 8th Avenue behind us here, which is normally, at this time of the day, packed with cars. This is rush hour, people trying to get out of the city. it is empty, and the city, in at least this part of the city, Manhattan, is shut down, which means that thousands of people who are trying to get home, trying to get to the suburbs, trying to get to Long Island, trying to get to New Jersey particularly, that's where those trains, what are called the PATH trains, come into New Jersey, from New Jersey rather, at the Trade Center. All of them stranded here. CNN's Richard Roth is down on the streets of New York and is talking to some of the people who I suspect are wondering when they will get home. Richard?
People that you would have seen in locations you were just examining, many thousands of them are here right now on the west side of Manhattan trying to escape from New York. New York City is sending them to ferries that are taking them to New Jersey. New York City bridges, we're told, are open for pedestrians. The tunnels for trains to take the thousands here were closed. Many of these people stunned, shocked, silence. I mean, you've never heard so many New Yorkers so quiet in your life. And many of them just have to look over their shoulders to see what they escaped as these two towers were leveled. New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani called it one of the most heinous acts in United States history. He says he fears that the death toll may be more than New York can bear. He asked all New Yorkers to say a prayer. He said a rescue effort was beginning, but as we were told by one official with the New York, New Jersey Port Authority, there is so much jet fuel, furniture, paper, everything still going on up in smoke. He didn't want to send in his people to begin any type of detailed rescue effort. There are reports of some people alive, many dead down there. Scores, hundreds of emergency vehicles with their sirens have been roaring down Manhattan's west side here to the scene, carrying federal security people, all kinds. Mayor Rudolph Giuliani said that there are more than 1,000 people taken to what's known as Liberty State Park, the walking wounded, he called them, several hundred, 600 or so in New York City hospitals. And the mayor said that there are 170 hospitals that are up and running, and other buildings are helping out for support. U.S. jet fighters overhead, circling occasionally, people craning their necks, looking up in the sky. Everybody's got a memory, everybody's got a story here. I personally saw Trade Tower #1, where CNN's New York bureau used to be in the lobby 17, 18 years ago, come tumbling down, and I was part of a stampede as people just raced for their lives as the smoke came closer and closer to all of us. That was after Tower #2 had gone down. You couldn't even see what was left of it, if anything was standing, due to all of the smoke. Aaron.
Richard, just help orient me for a second. Tell me where you are in the city right now as you talk to us.
We're on approximately 33rd Street on the west side of Manhattan. The Hudson River is just behind our camera position here, and it is an orderly departure here. I mean, you can see for yourself. People are just, they left work early. They were ordered out. The city is on high alert, no flights, and people are headed to New Jersey. Many of them would be at the ferry at this time on a normal day. This is certainly not a very normal day in New York City.
It certainly is not, Richard. Thank you. It is, I don't know if remarkable is the right word, but it's worth noting again that in every picture that we have seen from the scene, the people who had just experienced the most horrendous imaginable thing were remarkably orderly and calm as they left the area. I don't want to suggest for a second that there wasn't any panic, that there wasn't any screaming. These are human beings, and human beings behave in a variety of ways. But every picture we have seen, New Yorkers calmly, if that's the right word, calmly left the scene, moved out of the area. No reports of trouble at all as firefighters and police personnel came down into the city. Scores, hundreds of civilians started to move out. And they are still calmly moving out. We suspect there is some sense of shock as they try and figure out what has happened to their city, what has happened to their lives, and perhaps most importantly, what has happened to their friends and their co-workers who may not have gotten out of those buildings today. One of the problems that the city is faced with is, and as Richard alluded to, is moving people around. You have essentially a shutdown going on here. In some of the outlying areas, city governments are trying to support the city as best they can. Tom Swayze is the mayor of Glen Cove out on Long Island. Tom, I think you're on the phone. Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, this is Tom Swayze, mayor of the city of Glen Cove.
Tom, tell us what Glen Cove is doing to support the efforts going on here in Manhattan.
We have high-speed ferries that operate from Glen Cove to Pier 11 down by Wall Street. and we've already evacuated about 1,200 people with the help of Fox Navigation from New York City out here back to the island. We are now working at the request of Commissioner Carrick to try and bring emergency personnel, doctors, nurses, back into Manhattan to try and help relieve some of these doctors and nurses that are going to start getting very exhausted at the area hospitals down on the southern tip of Manhattan.
And is there a number people should call or a location they ought to go to if they are medical personnel and can help in the effort down there, where they can get on one of these ferries and come on down?
We'd like them to come to the end of Glen Cove Road, the northern end of Glen Cove Road in Glen Cove, to the parking lot across from our police station, the end of Glen Cove Road, across from the Glen Cove Police Station, where we will take them by bus down to the ferry terminal. If they want to call for information, they should call the ferry terminal itself at 609-3342, 609-3342. We're coordinating with the Nassau County and Suffolk County emergency management offices as well, but right now we need to get emergency-type personnel, doctors, nurses, EMTs. We know everybody wants to help, but we're not looking for just regular volunteers who mean well, and we appreciate their interest. We're looking for professionals who can go into Manhattan and be prepared to work.
Tom, thank you for joining us and for your efforts today. I apologize for mispronouncing your name a moment ago. Thank you. Judy in Washington.
Aaron, we're here in the Washington studio, and among others, I'm joined by former U.S. Secretary of State Alexander Haig, former Army General Haig. You were, of course, Secretary of State during the Ronald Reagan administration. And, Mr. Secretary, you were in that post at a time of a national emergency, the assassination attempt on the life of President Reagan. And what I want to specifically ask you about is, what is it like for the people on the inside, the heartbeat of government, when something horrific like this happens? Of course, this is a very different situation, but what is it like when you have to react to something?
Well, I think most people wait and look for direction. And so it's very important that they have it. If they don't, they sometimes sit in shocked inaction. And so you have to have that. And that's the critical aspect of moving through a crisis of this kind.
And we've heard from President Bush now at 3 different intervals today, when he was still in Florida, when he moved on to Louisiana, and then a statement when he was in Nebraska. Now we know he's back to Washington. Now let me ask you, he's coming back to the Washington area. We don't know where he's going to go. Vice President Cheney at an undisclosed location. The Speaker of the House, second in line to the presidency, at an undisclosed location. I'm not asking you to tell us where they are, but what would it be like in one of these locations where they were essentially kept away and kept safe?
Well, all of these installations have been established for precisely this reason. And that means that they're armed with communications, with living facilities, and that's the situation. Now, they don't exercise them all as regularly as I suppose we used to during the nuclear era, but they still exercise them, and they're very, very efficient facilities.
You're saying they don't exercise them, presumably because it's felt that the threat isn't as serious in the post-Cold War world?
Well, it's, you know, government is tough, and people are always responding to the crisis of the moment. Usually it's in the first headlines in the daily press. So many times they don't get to go to these relocation sites as often as we'd like, and I used to have to push that when I was in the National Security Council.
The exercises where you would practice what you would do in an emergency. But once they're at the site, I mean, are we talking about very spare surroundings, bare walls, canned goods for food? I mean, what are we talking about?
It varies. It varies. Of course, there's an airborne facility. We all know that there is an airborne facility for the president, and that's Andrews Air Force Base. There are other facilities, some very, very close and some more distant, which were anticipated might be required in a nuclear attack.
What about the lines of communication? You mentioned that. That was the first point you made, that once they're at these locations, there has to be communications. How up-to-date is all that?
Well, it's kept pretty well up to date. I know, for example, the day President Reagan was shot, it was very clear to me that that command post, that command and control.
But then the smoke that caught up to a lot of people collapsing. They were having trouble breathing.
There were people collapsing literally on the ground in front of the building?
Yeah, actually, I was like a block away, so they were actually collapsing as they were trying to run.
Okay. Well, Sergeant Cruz, thanks very much for joining us. We appreciate it. And we appreciate all the work you're doing there. Tom, there are triage centers set up here on both sides. I'm sort of in the middle area. On both to the east and the west of me, there are triage centers. And in fact, there's one place where a school bus has been converted into an ICU. So, Tom, as you can see, the issues continue here. More people coming in and coming out. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's Dan Abrams. We're coming up now on about 8 hours since that first attack that stunned everyone on the World Trade Center. We did know it was an attack at the time. We were only told that a plane had hit one of the towers as people were rushing all across New York City trying to get to jobs like mine, and Katie and Matt were on the air with the Today Show. Then there was a report of a second plane hitting the other trade tower, and we understood that this was no longer the possibility of a bad aviation accident, that was very likely a terrorist attack. And then about 45 minutes later, of course, the Pentagon was hit. And we began to hear from United and American Airlines that not all of their flights could be accounted for. We did know that it was American Airlines Flight 11 that had left Boston, that had hit the first tower. And then we began to hear that a flight from Newark to Los Angeles was missing in action, in effect. Also a flight from Dulles. It was that kind of a day. It was a day of surrealism and disbelief, but the cold, hard reality that this country was, in effect, in a terrorist war, the most severe attack in America since Pearl Harbor. In the eyes of a lot of people, a more devastating attack because we don't know who did it. And these were terrorists who used innocent people as weapons. Katie and Matt will be here momentarily. I'll see you again at 6:30, and we'll be on throughout the evening on this NBC station. There's so much more to come on this devastating day in America.
I spent a year in combat. I never saw anything like this. Before, a lot of people died. Nothing this devastating.
We carried a bunch of people that we found laying in the debris. There was complete darkness. We stumbled over some people. We picked them up and carried them across the street.
You could hear the rumbling. When you looked up, you could see the top of the building just crumbling.
I heard the sound of the rumble, and I ran. I heard the rumble, and I just heard the rumble, and then I ran like hell, and there was a large wind coming.
It started from the train. There was a gentleman on the cell phone who just started screaming that the planes had hit into the World Trade Center, and everyone in the car ran over to the other side, and we could see the burning and the big hole through the Trade Center. And as soon as we got out of the train station, people were screaming and crying and yelling, and it was just total chaos.
I was in the building when they announced there was a fire, and they evacuated the World Trade Center. And then when we got outside, you looked up and we saw flames and smoke. And then as we were moving away from the building, I heard, a loud explosion, and, saw the second tower caught in flames. And at that point, everybody started running.
In the second tower, it was like something went in and came out the other side, and a huge, huge fireball. And that was it. And then we left our building, evacuated, and walking around for the last 2 hours.
I've been to Turkey, the earthquake 2 years ago in Turkey, and 19,000 people died, and Bosnia and Macedonia, a number of places in the world. And this is certainly, when you start talking to a New York police officer and they start crying for what they've seen in the last couple hours, you know the seriousness and the gravity of the situation.
I was there when the tower, it just rained building, okay? And I was buried alive for 15 minutes until I scrambled out. And I'm just very concerned about the 6 firemen who were with me because I'm not sure they all made it.
3 hours all this can happen. 3 hours. I don't know if I was going to live or die within 3 hours. So I just thank God I am alive. So I can say. I hope my co-workers are too. Ma'am, what's going on?
For those of you joining us, it is 5 o'clock Eastern Time, and you are joining...
We interrupt this program to bring you this 24-hour News 8 special report.
It is an attack on America, the likes of which none of us has ever seen before. And while it hit in New York and Washington, the impact is echoing around the country and right here in West Michigan. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Suzanne G. Howe.
And I'm Tom Van Howe. Every commercial airport in the United States, including Gerald R. Ford and Kalamazoo Battle Creek International Airports, are shut down. All flights are grounded, all of them. Hundreds of events have been canceled, mostly because we're giving a national tragedy and grieving a national tragedy, and out of respect for the victims of today's attacks, those closings are running along the bottom of your screen right now. Tonight in Grand Rapids, a prayer vigil is planned at Martin Luther King Park. That's at 6 o'clock.
One of the effects of what some in Congress are calling an act of war is a huge increase in gas prices here in West Michigan. News 8 is finding gas prices as high as $1.93. News 8's Matt Stevens is live at the Shell station at Fuller in Michigan to show us. Matt?
Yeah, Susie, it's been a major impact here, and we're getting conflicting reports about the reasons why. We've had a report from a spokesman at Meyer, whose prices are now like $190.9 that is, who said that only one refinery is open in the whole Midwest for security reasons, and that's Marathon, and that's why the prices went up. We've got a conflicting report from a spokesman at other gas stations who say that all the refineries in the Midwest are open. None of them has shut down, and so we don't know exactly what that is until what's going on there until we try to get a hold of all those refineries to find out. Here at Michigan and Fuller, the current prices are $189.9 here at the Shell station. Across the street at Speedway, $188.9. Before 3 o'clock today, the prices at both stations were 29 cents cheaper. The Shell station received a corporate call at about 2 o'clock to raise the price. The lines were long at that point, and then they tapered off because over at Speedway the price remained at $160.9 for at least another 90 minutes. And people were willing to wait for that bargain. But then Speedway got the corporate call too, and the 6 at Speedway quickly turned to an 8 there as well. Now, were you out of gas?
I was actually on empty. Thought about getting gas this morning on my way to work and wish I would have done it.
Probably going to be higher tomorrow.
I believe so. It's tragic what happened today, but we got to deal with it, I guess.
Yeah. So do you drive a lot, Joe?
Yes, I drive school bus for a living, so.
So there are reports from other parts of the state, of course, where gas prices have gone from $2 to $3 to even $4 in the Detroit area. So maybe by tomorrow people will be feeling that even at $189.9 they're getting quite a bargain, even from the $160.9 that it was early this morning. Live at Michigan and Fuller, Matt Stevens, News 8. Susie, back to you.
All right, I'm sure it's not making many of those motorists too happy. Thanks for that live report, Matt.
Well, as we mentioned, for the first time in the history of aviation, this country's airports are shut down. News 8's Maya Shea is at the Ford International Airport with more on that. Maya.
Tom, good afternoon. It is eerily silent here. There is no one at the airport passenger-wise, except for maybe airport officials and some cleaning crew. All in all, 5,000 passengers, 170 flights that were supposed to come in and out of Gerald R. Ford International Airport have all been affected. And ever since this first incident happened just before 9 this morning, airport officials have been working nonstop to make sure this airport is safe and secure.
The White House being evacuated.
It seemed like time stood still inside the airport lobby this morning. And then, as information began trickling in, passengers were in disbelief.
I just kind of went cold. Just amazing.
Oh my God, my brother works in Manhattan. By mid-morning, all the flights were canceled. No flights were allowed to take off or land. More than 700 passengers who were in the air headed to other destinations at the time were diverted here to Grand Rapids. Some were in tears, and others more resilient. What did they tell you on the plane?
In national emergency, all planes grounded to the nearest airport.
We can be of any help to you in any way. Please don't hesitate to get a call on one of us.
One flight was diverted from Washington, D.C., another from the New York City area. Those passengers all breathing a sigh of relief.
As we took off from National Airport, we flew over the Pentagon and banked left. But everything was normal. This was about 9:10 this morning.
It's New York. What can I tell you? It's always had that skyline as long as I can remember. So I'm obviously shaken up.
By mid-afternoon, the initial shock turned into questions of logistics, finding family, arranging other transportation, and now, with flags down at half-staff, the people here are simply grateful.
Yeah, I'd be very fortunate to be alive and safe.
A lot of grateful diverted passengers here. Of course, the airport here will be closed at least through noon tomorrow. We're live at the Gerald R. Ford International Airport. Maya Shea, News 8.
All right, thanks, Maya.
This afternoon, Governor Engler held a news conference to discuss the attack.
How much does this forever change things in this country? And you worry about that. I mean, we're a country that's been relatively immune from tax, on our citizens on our shores. I mean, we've participated in winning 2 world wars, but they were fought elsewhere. They weren't fought here. And so this is an act of aggression. I mean, it's a horrific crime, but it does call, and I am 100% certain there will be a very, very strong response to those responsible, and they will be found.
Governor Engler said state leaders did hold an emergency meeting today to make sure they were prepared if something were to happen here.
As a Christian institution, both the staff and students at Cornerstone University say they believe in the power of prayer, and that's why the school is holding a prayer vigil later tonight. It'll be the second one of the day at Cornerstone. At 1:30 this afternoon, students read scripture, meditated, and prayed. They say the focus of their attention today and tonight will be on families of the victims, rescue crews, President Bush, and on peace.
God tells us that he's a God that hears our petitions and our prayers. Hearing our cries, I think, makes an impact on him. I think he truly cares and listens to what we're feeling.
Tonight's prayer vigil will begin at 9 p.m. at the Gainey Conference Center at the campus of Cornerstone University. It's open to students, faculty, and staff and their families, but to be sure, there are lots of prayer services set for tonight all over West Michigan. You can find when and where on our website at WTV.com.
Hundreds of people here in West Michigan are trying to help the injured in New York and Washington by giving blood. Officials at the Grand Valley Blood Program in Grand Rapids are asking that you pace yourselves. The lines at the blood bank are long, so is the wait to donate blood. Given the massive numbers of injuries on the East Coast, the need for blood is going to be long-term.
Well, we have a lot of donors coming in today, and that is just wonderful. But if they could possibly stagger out their donating over the next few days, in the next few weeks, that would be the best thing we can do, because that way we'll have a constant blood supply ready for the needs of, the emergency situation.
If you would like to give blood, you can call the Grand Valley Blood Program and make a reservation, or show up today, sign a waiting list, then they will give you a call when they need you to come in. You can also send donations to the Red Cross. They're looking for monetary donations, so is International Aid and the Salvation Army.
At least one West Michigan resident was on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange when the first plane hit the World Trade Center today.
Tim Jacobois grew up in Ada. He was on his way home in New York when the second plane hit, and he was caught out on the street as it filled with a huge cloud of choking black smoke.
I was trying to outrun that, and obviously couldn't do that. Got behind a dumpster to avoid the debris plane. And then it completely got black, and it was a complete dust black cloud of everything. And I was on top of about 10 people behind that dumpster, and we couldn't see anything, and we could hardly breathe. And after about a minute or so, I saw like a dim light, and I headed for that like we all did. And we actually just broke the window of what turned out to be a bank.
All right, that was Tim Jacobois, formerly of West Michigan, now a resident of New York. We're going to change course right now. President Bush.
He is speaking right now. We're going there immediately. God bless.
Those were the remarks of President Bush earlier today. We want to go now to Washington, where NBC's Campbell Brown is standing by at the White House. Campbell?
Okay, well, we missed it.
That was President Bush addressing the nation, talking about the national tragedy, and also vowing that the terrorists responsible will be tracked down, they will be hunted down, and they will pay the price for what they have done to America today.
Meantime, as you might expect, teachers across West Michigan disregarded their lesson plans today to talk with their students about what happened. It will, after all, be a day they will never forget. None of us will. In East Grand Rapids High School, teachers and students watched from their classrooms in stunned disbelief as events unfolded in Washington and New York. And many students were in shock, surprised and confused at what took place.
They're mostly shocked, and they're not sure what to believe, who might be responsible. They don't know. They don't know what the United States should do.
school districts canceled after school and evening activities out of respect to the nation and just to be playing it safe as well.
News of the terrorist attack spurred the Grand Rapids Press to print an extra edition this afternoon.
Extra! The newspaper decided to print a final edition devoted to the terrorist attacks. You can find it on sale at 4 Meijer stores around the area, as well as the Grand Rapids Press office downtown. And the press is printing a special edition that will hit only newsstands at 6 in the morning. Can't remember when the press has done that.
The Holland Sentinel's also printed a special edition, and that is out at the stands right now.
We also want to tell you the city of Grand Rapids is reminding people the primary election is, in fact, going on. They're still encouraging people to vote.
That the polling places are open until 8 o'clock, and we will have results of the election as well as all of the events that unfolded today. Right now, we're going to check into the weather office with Bill Steffens. Bill?
Well, Susie, it looks like our mild weather will hold here for at least one more day. Let's take a look at our 5-day forecast. During the evening hours here, it should be nice. Temperatures will be falling down into the 60s. During the day tomorrow, back up into the mid-70s. There is a chance of a shower or a thundershower late tomorrow into early tomorrow night. And then after that, look how cool it gets. Temperatures here only in the low to mid-60s for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Coolest air we've had since the first week of June, on the way here for the second part of this week. Let's look at our weather. Tom and Susie, back to you.
Okay, thank you. We'll be bringing you abbreviated newscasts like this one, maybe a little shorter, as a matter of fact. At 5:30, then again at 6, and then at 6:30.
NBC will have a special report as well, and we are going to join NBC in Progress right now for the latest on the attack on America.
That's right. We're trying to figure out exactly how the U.S. military intended to respond to what even they were characterizing as an obvious coordinated terrorist attack against the World Trade Center. Just about that time, the Pentagon was putting together a crisis action team to further assess any possible additional threats to either New York or Washington, D.C. When suddenly there in the Pentagon booth, fortunately on the other side of the building, the entire building shook, the windows rattled. I looked outside to see construction workers running, and in the hallways it was pandemonium. It quickly filled with smoke. And as you can see behind me, Katie, a scene that is eerily reminiscent of the federal building bombing in Oklahoma City, with the gaping hole and the slanting floors that collapsed in on each other. And for those who don't know how the Pentagon is constructed, I'm going to have to compete with the helicopter, one of the rescue helicopters that's taking off right now. But the Pentagon is constructed in 5 separate rings. What you see out here is the most outer ring, or the E ring. The plane impacted with such a force that it actually penetrated deep into the building into 3 separate rings. First the E ring, then through an open space, the D ring, another open space, and finally into the C ring. The actual plane, when it went into the building, punched a gaping hole in the first 2 floors. The upper floors were still intact, but in the ensuing fire, they eventually collapsed on themselves, and actually burying any additional hopes that additional survivors could be found alive. It took 4 hours for Arlington, Virginia firefighters to bring the blaze under control, to allow rescuers to get anywhere close to the devastated area to search for additional survivors. You see behind me now, lined up is a lot of search and rescue and recovery equipment, huge cranes. In those buses were some rescue teams from various emergency agencies from around the area. They donned their backpacks, emergency oxygen bottles, and headed for the building and the devastation you see behind us. There are many confirmed dead, scores confirmed injured, but the Pentagon does not yet have an actual casualty count. It could be hours, maybe even days before they finally get that. Katie?
Mick, I understand that the U.S. military, as you well know, is on a state of high alert. Explain to people what exactly that means.
Okay, Katie, I think you were asking about the state of alert. Here at the Pentagon, it immediately went to the highest state of alert, Delta. And we're told now that all American forces around the world have been put at the absolute highest state of alert, which is actually a virtual state of war. They are manning weapons that are loaded. They are fully protected in whatever, in their helmets, in their flak vests, preparing for the absolute worst. And throughout the day, this was kind of an eerie sight too. Throughout the day, we saw U.S. Air Force F-16 flying low cover over the city. And as one Air Force officer was standing by me looking up, said, "My God, we're now flying cover over the nation's capital."
We've heard actually those very same planes, or what appears to appear to be military planes, flying over Manhattan as well, Mick. Now, we understand that the flight that crashed near Pittsburgh was actually targeting Camp David. Is that your understanding?
That's what we're hearing from Pentagon officials, but no confirmation of that. And I must put a rumor to rest. There were rumors that an Air Force F-16 actually shot down that jet. Pentagon officials have said categorically that is not the case. There may have been an explosion aboard that jet before it crashed, but there was no U.S. Air Force plane involved in shooting down that airliner, which, as you say, appeared to have been headed for Camp David, perhaps out of Pittsburgh.
All right, Jim Miklashevsky. Jim, thank you very much under very difficult circumstances. Thank you, Mick.
All right, obviously, Bob Hager is NBC's expert on aviation. He joins us now. Bob, I have a couple of questions for you. First of all, we know that some people, or a couple of people on board the planes that were hijacked, did manage to get cell phone calls to people on the ground. Do we know if there was any communication between the cockpit crew of those flights and any ground control personnel?
We don't. They would be able to press a button in the cockpit and indicate that they were being hijacked, send out a special code. We don't know if they managed to get off any actual audio transmissions of any of this. But, oh, there's a picture of the actual plane hitting the World Trade Center, the South Tower. That's the United flight that came out of Boston. It had 65 people aboard. That was the second crash of the day. It came just 17 minutes after the first crash. You were asking about cell phone accounts. I want to treat this very carefully. It's unconfirmed information. There is an unconfirmed report that an American Airlines flight attendant was on a cell phone with her operations people describing some of what went on in one of these flights, the flight that went down in rural Pennsylvania, and that she said that the crew had been shot, and then a flight attendant was stabbed in the aisle of the plane, and then they lost contact with her before this reached its culmination in the crash. Now, again, that's an unconfirmed report. American Airlines has not confirmed it. It comes from an American Airlines source, but again, it's unconfirmed through official channels at American Airlines. It's not hard to imagine in this day and age that several people of different passengers and or crew may have been able to make cell phone calls, because that frequently happens with disabled planes in this day and age. All traffic has been grounded in the U.S. That's the first time that that has ever happened in history. It was called as of 9:30 this morning. Planes that were in the air were allowed to land later. The last of them had landed by mid-afternoon, and presumably at that point, federal officials felt that the immediate threat was over. However, they're going to keep the lid on all commercial airline traffic at least until noon tomorrow, and then they'll reassess. So how could this happen? Well, you can only get aboard a plane. Terrorists can only get aboard two ways, either through the X-ray screening, the passenger screening devices, or by sneaking through one of the doors, using a magnetic card, or managing to go in behind an employee into a off-limits area, such as a baggage room, working your way around onto the tarmac, or even people have done it onto empty planes. The FAA tests for that kind of thing all the time. And sadly, the results of those tests have been poor. Using plainclothes people as testers, they've shown that they are able to get through X-rays, X-ray screening with fake guns, fake explosives, quite frequently. And in the most recent test of the doors that are supposed to be secure doors, over 2/3 of the testers who tried it were able to get through. Then once on board, the question comes up, would it be a hijacker holding a gun or an explosive to a pilot's head? forcing them to do something? Or would it be more likely they would have disabled the crew and taken over the controls themselves, in which case they would have had to know how to fly a 767 or a 757? Much more apt to be the latter, people say, in order to hit something like the World Trade Center with that exact precision. Matt?
Bob, let me ask you another question. There was a ground hold. Presumably thousands of people were on planes, perhaps even sitting on tarmacs at airports across the country. Do you know if there was any effort, Bob, to check the passengers on those planes who were planning to take off at about the same time as these 4 hijacked planes took off this morning?
I have not heard of anything like that. In other words, I see your point there to see if there were any more hijackers sitting on planes that had been stopped. And I've not heard of that, so I think there probably wasn't. But it's instructional that these planes, all 4 of them, they were scheduled anyway to take off within 25 minutes of each other. So this problem came on people so fast. And remember, it wasn't until after the second explosion that people really began to get the idea that these were hijacked aircraft going into buildings. So even though the FAA would have, and we don't know this, but we presume they would have had these codes to tell them hijackings were in progress, it would have taken a little while to put all this information together. So that's part of how sophisticated this all was.
All right, Bob, and one final question for you. There has been speculation that perhaps it was intentional that all of these planes, the 2 from Boston, the 1 from Newark, the 1 from Washington Dulles, were headed transcontinental flights, so they were carrying a lot of fuel, and the speculation has been that the terrorists chose those planes exactly because of that fuel, correct?
Just in my opinion, I think that's a foregone conclusion. That it just is too coincidental that all too remarkable to be coincidental that all 4 of those flights should be bound. 3 of them for Los Angeles, 1 for San Francisco.
I can't hear anything.
So it does seem as though they were chosen because they'd have a full load of fuel, and that would make the plane much more explosive when it hit.
All right, Bob Hager, thank you very much, Bob. We're looking at some live pictures right now in Lower Manhattan, very close to the World Trade Center, where we understand another building has now collapsed. Pat Dawson is standing by in that area. Pat, can you hear me?
Please don't rotate.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you fine. If you remember, about no more than 20 to 25 minutes ago, we were talking about another building in the World Trade Center that officials here were very worried about, that they thought it might collapse. I referred to it as Building 7, and it used to be just over to the left of that white modern building down there. It literally was poking right above that, probably about a 20 to 25-story building. Moments ago, that building literally gave way and collapsed into the street down there. So that would be the 3rd building in the World Trade Center complex that has collapsed today. That's what all the smoke that you see there now is. It literally is coming all the way up Manhattan here, probably another 10 or 15 blocks. The smoke from that collapse. That was a very large, probably, I'm guessing here, maybe a 20-story building that just collapsed there. As we have been saying all along, the most difficult part for officials here and for rescuers here is when can they go back, when can they start to go in there and investigate who is alive and who is dead. One of the reasons that they have not been able to go in there in large numbers is because they were afraid of exactly that. And no more than an hour and a half ago, we were told by Port Authority officials that they were afraid that there was another building in the complex. We later learned it was Building 7, the one we showed you a half hour ago, and just moments ago, that building collapsed. Matt?
Pat Dawson, hi, it's Katie. I was just curious, are there any other buildings in danger of collapsing in that general vicinity?
When we spoke to the Port Authority officials, as I said, probably in the last hour and a half, they indicated that they were worried about a couple of buildings, but really they concentrated on Building 7. That is the one that just fell literally moments ago. They didn't indicate that they specifically thought that there was another building that was in trouble. They just said they were nervous, in their words, about a couple of buildings, and then specifically cited Building 7, which is the building that we just referred to. Katie.
All right, Pat Dawson. Pat, thank you very much. Meanwhile, Dan Abrams is on the telephone, apparently at the scene. Dan, what can you tell us?
Well, hi there, Katie. I'm standing about 5 or 6 blocks away from where that building just collapsed. The one piece of good news is...
Okay, obviously we have lost contact with Dan Abrams, who is nearby the building, as he said, that just collapsed. We'll try to maintain contact with him in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, Osama bin Laden is a name that we have been hearing all day long as an individual who may, and we emphasize may, be responsible for these terrorist acts. It is a name we have heard before as well. Hoda Kotb has this report.
The early focus is on guerrilla leader Osama bin Laden because of the level of logistics necessary to carry out today's series of attacks. Bin Laden is a millionaire Saudi businessman believed to be living in exile in Afghanistan. U.S. officials link bin Laden to numerous terrorist attacks, including last year's bombing of the USS Cole in Yemen. He was blamed for the 1998 bombings of the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, in which 224 people died. And one of his top lieutenants was convicted this year of plotting to bomb the Los Angeles International Airport at the turn of the millennium. An Arab journalist with access to bin Laden told Reuters that the guerrilla leader had warned just 3 weeks ago of a, quote, unprecedented attack on U.S. interests. Since 1998, he has declared all U.S. citizens legitimate targets of attack. The tall, thin bin Laden's goal, in his own words, is to unite all Muslims and establish a government which follows Islamic law. His network supports terrorists in Afghanistan, Bosnia, Chechnya, Somalia, Yemen, and Kosovo. We should note, though, that just hours after the attacks, Afghanistan's hardline Taliban rulers condemned them, rejecting suggestions that bin Laden is behind them.
Meanwhile, NBC's Andrea Mitchell is at the State Department this afternoon. Andrea, what are State Department officials saying about the possibility that this is the man responsible for these attacks?
Usually they are very cautious about drawing these conclusions. Since the State Department was evacuated, Katie, I'm here in our newsroom and talking to national security officials, intelligence officials, and others in the government. They now believe that bin Laden was responsible. They have seen some evidence since the attack this morning pinning this on those involved with bin Laden's organization. A global organization that George Tenet has been warning Congress is the one organization capable of multiple attacks with no warning. This is his MO. This is the way he, according to the indictment and the arrest warrant, was able to attack both the embassy in Tanzania and in Nairobi, Kenya, almost simultaneously. It is a requirement of a great deal of coordination, of money, of expertise, a global terror network, if you will, which has been almost unique to bin Laden. So while he was immediately under suspicion, we are now told from top U.S. officials that they have seen evidence, which we can presume is some sort of electronic eavesdropping evidence, that in fact bin Laden was in some way responsible for this. That is certainly their operational theory. And regarding Hoda's report, the Taliban leaders of Afghanistan would be well advised to deny any complicity because they've been harboring him within weeks. Only weeks ago, U.S. officials warned the Taliban that if anything happened to the U.S., they would hold the Taliban, the leaders of Afghanistan, personally responsible. So if there is going to be a retaliation, based on the evidence that they are now indicating to us here at NBC News, you can bet that that retaliation will most likely be against Afghanistan. Katie?
Andrea, of course, many people are asking the question, why now, why today? And I thought it was interesting when I read this afternoon that in June, a U.S. judge had set tomorrow as the sentencing date for a bin Laden associate for his role in the '98 bombing of that U.S. embassy in Tanzania that killed 213 people. The sentencing had been set for the federal courthouse near the World Trade Center, but the sentencing had been postponed some time ago without being rescheduled. Has anybody commented on the fact that the sentencing was scheduled for tomorrow?
Well, it is the sentencing. There are other facts. There is a case in Los Angeles right now involving a bin Laden associate who had been involved in allegedly masterminding one of the Millennium bombing plots that was foiled, and there have been intelligence successes. There was also a threat during that millennial period that bin Laden was involved in trying to organize attacks on 3 tourist locations in Jordan that are frequented by Americans, and an attack that was planned, according to the FBI, on a U.S. destroyer in the area of Yemen, all foiled around the time of the millennium. But as you well know, Katie, only 6 months later, terrorists did ram the USS Cole in October of last year, killing 17 U.S. sailors. And afterwards, recently in June, bin Laden, on a home video, a training video, a remarkable piece of tape, took credit for killing sailors and issued this tape, which was a recruitment tape for more people to target America. One of the things that we should point out here, as you've just suggested, is that there is a long history between the U.S. and bin Laden, although he was never indicted for his involvement or alleged involvement in the World Trade Center bombing in 1993. He is known to have harbored Ramzi Youssef, who was convicted for that, for masterminding that, both before and after the bombing attack in bin Laden organization's safe houses. So this is a loose confederation of terrorist networks, but bin Laden is deeply involved, according to U.S. officials. As Hoda pointed out, he has a lot of money. He was Saudi-born, of both Yemeni and Palestinian parents, but disowned by his Saudi family and disowned and kicked out, really, by the Saudi government. But the initial anger that he felt against the U.S. after being trained in Afghanistan to fight the Russians in that war was because of the U.S. involvement in the Persian Gulf.
Andrew, as you well know, in the early hours following the attack this morning, an organization, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, initially claimed responsibility. It was later denied. Yasser Arafat has condemned the attack, and yet there are celebrations on the streets in Palestine. People have been distributing candy to people on the streets and cheering that God is great, celebrating, if you will, these two attacks. What is the State Department's position on that happening in Palestine?
They are well aware of the reaction of the West Bank and Gaza because of the strong feeling against the United States. But we've also been talking to ambassadors from Jordan, from Egypt, other officials who are pointing out that this is not a universal reaction, that the moderate Arab leaders are condemning this, as have other American allies around the world. So, as you know, a result of the terror and of the violence in the Middle East and in the West Bank and Gaza for these many months, you're going to see this kind of emotional response, but it is not really indicative of the leaders of the Arab world.
Andrew, let me also ask you about Secretary of State Colin Powell. I know he is on his way back from Lima, Peru. He was scheduled to be in Bogota, Colombia.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tom Van Hal. The nation has been stunned by the attack on America earlier today. I'm here with this 24-hour News 8 update. A former West Michigan resident was in New York City when the attacks happened. Jim Jacoboisi was now a trader on the New York Stock Exchange, was caught out in the street when the First Trade Center tower collapsed and made it through the heavy smoke back to the stock exchange, where a triage center is set up to treat the injured. He says there are simply too many to count.
There were a few traders on the floor that had come in after the first plane hit the building, and they saw people jumping out of the building, some on fire. It's a disaster.
Flights in and out of airports all around the country have been canceled through at least noon tomorrow. Here in West Michigan, police are on heightened alert at the Kalamazoo Battle Creek International Airport, as well as the Gerald R. Ford International Airport. Officers were called to the airport this afternoon to keep guard over the planes that had come in. Several West Michigan newspapers printed special editions this afternoon. The Hollis Sentinel printed a special edition that hit the newsstands this afternoon. The Sentinel normally only prints a morning edition.
Extra!
And the Grand Rapids Press also decided to print a rare final edition devoted to the terrorist attacks today. You can find it on sale at 4 Meyer area stores if you want one, as well as the Grand Rapids Press office downtown. People's thoughts and prayers are with those directly impacted by the terrorist attacks and with the nation as a whole. Tonight, the city of Grand Rapids is sponsoring a prayer vigil that will get underway in about a half hour from now, at 6 o'clock. It'll take place at Martin Luther King Park, which is on the southeast side at the intersection of Franklin and Fuller. There are a number of other prayer services going on tonight, and you can find a complete list of those on our website at woodtv.com. And stay with 24-Hour News 8 and NBC for continuing coverage of this national tragedy.
As the magnitude of the devastation continues to unfold across our country, so does the outpouring of concern from West Michigan. Here is what you can do to help. The Grand Valley Blood Program asks that you come in over the next few days to keep up the blood supplies. The Red Cross is asking for monetary donations. International Aid and the Salvation Army are both taking donations and are currently assessing the needs at the sites of the attacks. 24-Hour News 8 will continue to bring you more information on how you can help the victims and their families. Also log on to woodtv.com.
Staying on that subject, when we talk about a massive intelligence breach here, the fact that no intelligence picked up a warning that this attack may have been coming. It's one thing if our intelligence overseas missed this. It's another thing if our intelligence right here in the United States missed it.
Well, the thing that is, I think, going to really tell the tale here is precisely the effort to find out what did our intelligence agencies know and when did they know it? What did they pass along? We've been saying all day that it is very, very reminiscent, of the attack on Pearl Harbor. And after the attack on Pearl Harbor, guess what we did? We went back and found out that, yes, the evidence was there. We should have known. And again, I think what we're going to see, even in this instance, this Pearl Harbor of the 21st century, is very much the same kind of thing.
And Ken, let's explain the difference here. People are already saying that we have perhaps too much technical intelligence and not enough human intelligence. Describe the difference and how each would be used.
Well, basically, it's the difference between getting intelligence by machines, mostly satellites, eavesdropping, and that kind of thing, from the very nitty-gritty business that obtains when you're doing human intelligence, i.e. spies, and counterintelligence. And all that basically means is that you are going out, you're penetrating those organizations so that when they are planning an attack, you've got somebody on the inside. It is a very tough, very dirty business, but it's the kind of thing that you have to do. And for the last 20 years in our intelligence establishment, we've not done nearly enough to train and acquire the kinds of people that can give us that kind of intelligence. And again, now we find out just how desperately that kind of information is needed.
When the president talks about hunting down those responsible and punishing those people or anyone who harbored those people, short of an admission of guilt or a claim of responsibility from Osama bin Laden or some other group, how are they going to put the pieces together to be sure that they're striking back in the right direction?
Well, Matt, it's said that revenge is a dish best eaten cold. And I think that while we are all tempted to want to lash out immediately, this is going to be the kind of thing that we have to get right. And part of the reason for that is the fact that this is going to be, again, an effort that's going to entail the intelligence agencies, our diplomatic efforts, as well as our military. And it's terribly important that we get these targets right. It's terribly important that we not just do the kind of pinprick attacks that we've had in the past. This is all or nothing.
Ken, talk about the coordination that was required to pull this off with two planes striking the World Trade Center within 20 minutes of one another, and then 20 minutes later, another at the Pentagon, and a short time after that, the fourth plane crashing in Pittsburgh.
Matt, the coordination here I cannot say enough about, simply because of the fact that in the military we talk about time over target, time on target. And what you had here, it was necessary for the terrorists to do that because once we copped to the idea that there were systematic attacks underway, we could take countermeasures. They did all this within the space of about half an hour, 45 minutes. And what they had to do was to be in communication. They had to have a good plan. They had to be well positioned, and they had to have excellent communications with each other to know that the operation was all underway. The thing that's amazing, too, is the fact that they had to have some understanding of the weather. The weather both here in Washington as well as in New York was absolutely perfect. It was the crystal clear kind of weather that you would want to have if you're planning an operation like this.
I'm sorry, Ken, the physical target, obviously, they brought down two towers of the World Trade Center, a section of the Pentagon, and it seems luckily no building was hit outside Pittsburgh. But talk for a second, if you will, about the emotional target that they managed to strike this day.
Matt, everything that they did brought the war home to the United States. They struck deliberately at our financial center. They struck deliberately at our transportation network. They struck deliberately at the military apparatus of the United States. And much more critically, what they took on was the power, the prestige, and the might of the United States. So, among other things, this is going to require a response that is totally out of proportion to anything that we've seen in the counter-terrorist war to this point.
Ken Allard. Ken, thanks very much.
Pleasure, man.
Katie?
Matt, as you well know, scores of New York hospitals and hospitals in the New York area have been mobilized to deal with the thousands of people who were injured and critically injured, some even killed in the blast. Bob Bazell spent most of the day at St. Vincent's Hospital here in Manhattan. Bob, what can you tell us? Do you have any clear numbers at this point in time, or is that still impossible to say?
It's very difficult to say, Katie, but what's kind of frightening right now is that the numbers are fairly low. And
these home videos taken from across the way, from a place that once had a spectacular view of a spectacular New York skyline. And the smoke told the story. Scott Pelley will bring us up to date on the situation in Lower Manhattan. Scott, it's an unsettling moment to see, again, different views of those buildings collapsing and indeed the aircraft hitting the second building. But what's the situation down there right now?
Dan, the smoke that you see rising behind me now is from World Trade Center building number 7, which collapsed about 15 minutes ago. This is a very large building. It's 47 stories tall, at least half a block wide. This would have been a catastrophe in its own right, Dan. The building has been on fire all day since the initial attack. About an hour ago, I was down there with a CBS News camera crew, and we were talking to firefighters and police officers. Building number 7 was completely involved in flame. Flames were shooting out of the building. Large panes of glass were falling into the street. The firefighters explained that there was nothing they could do to try to put the fire out because it was just simply far too dangerous, and they warned us an hour ago that the building might collapse, and indeed that is what has come to pass. Apparently, some of the city's emergency operations were located in that building. The fire department is telling us now that they have lost some of their communications at this point. The building, of course, being on fire, being at the scene of the attack, had been evacuated much earlier. There was no one in the building at the time that it collapsed about 15 minutes ago. However, I will tell you that when we left there an hour ago, there were several New York City police officers and firefighters down there making sure that no one else came into the area. Dan?
Scott Pelley on the scene reporting live from Lower Manhattan. Now we're going to show you again videotape of World Trade Center Building 7. This is the one that just collapsed within the last hour and a half, 2 hours at the outside. This was a 47-story tall building. This is a scene on the ground just after this building came tumbling down. And yet new bellows of the horrible smoke and the stench from the smoke began to fill Lower Manhattan all anew. We're going to re-rack this videotape for you because what we intend to show you, and we have on videotape, is the collapse of that World Trade Center building number 7, which housed Solomon Brothers and Smith Barney. I look away because our friend here who's an eyewitness and who worked in the building. And by the way, let's get a picture of another, you know, he wouldn't call himself a hero. Here's a man in our studio who's given us some eyewitness reports here today who calmly got together, led people out of the building. It was his responsibility. He took it upon himself to get people out and then get himself out. Was there actual panic as you did then?
There were panic among the staff, yes. But the important thing, everybody got out on time before.
Well, you won't say it, but I will. You got everybody out.
Yeah.
David Martin is outside the Pentagon. David.
Dan, the U.S. is trying to do two very different things here simultaneously. One is to hunker down and button up and protect against the possibility of still another attack, and that's why the Pentagon has put all of its bases on the highest state of alert, and the State Department has put all American embassies around the world on the highest state of alert. But at the same time, the U.S. wants to create an impression, at least, of a quick return to normalcy, and that is one of the reasons why the president is coming back to Washington tonight. You know, he spent the day moving about from military base to military base as much as he would in the event of a nuclear war. That now is ended, and they are bringing the president back to Washington to try and create this impression of a return to normalcy. But obviously, as you can see behind me, we are a long way from normal. One of the obvious questions here is who did this? And the early suspicions are focused on Osama bin Laden, the terrorist who seems to have made it his life's calling to attack Americans around the world. And in this case, I think, in contrast to previous cases, there is very little doubt that there will be some form of military retaliation. What form it will take and when it might happen, I think it's much too early to tell, but I think it is all but inevitable.
David Martin, two questions. The last quote we had from any official at the Pentagon was that 100 people were believed killed or injured. Any later information about that?
The only number I've heard, Dan, which is 20 dead, but no one expected it to end there. The services that had offices in that part of the building have asked all of the people assigned there to call in so they know who made it out. And there are still, among all the services, hundreds of unaccounted for, but you don't know if that's because they didn't make it out or simply because they haven't called in. But if you just take a fully loaded commercial airliner, you know that the death toll is going to go much higher than 20, no matter who was caught in the building.
Well, that's a good point. And the belief is that American Flight 77, headed from Dulles Airport near Washington to Los Angeles, a Boeing 757, this is the plane that's believed to have crashed in the Pentagon, had 58 passengers and 6 crew. And while one might hope and pray that somebody among those 58 passengers, 6 crew survived, it seems highly unlikely. So there, right there, you would have, you know, in the 60s, the number of people dead, killed at the Pentagon. And the wife of U.S. Solicitor General Theodore Olson was aboard the jetliner that crashed into the Pentagon. She called him as the plane was being hijacked. She twice called her husband and described some details of the hijacking, including, now this is Barbara Olson, an attorney, very intelligent woman, the wife of the U.S. Solicitor General, the new one, Theodore Olson. She said that the attackers were using knife-like instruments. When she called her husband, she said the attackers, this is on the plane, that would have been the American Airlines Flight 77. She said that the attackers were using knife-like instruments. Now, the officials who quoted this conversation to the woman's husband declined to give any further details of the conversation. In a brief telephone interview from his home, Theodore Olson said his wife was on the plane and that that crashed in the Pentagon, and he said, I wish it wasn't so, but it is. Olson argues President Bush's cases before the Supreme Court. We're going to go back to David Martin at the Pentagon. David, I understand you have some additional information or insight, and then I have an additional question for you, please.
You were talking about the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. Someone made the point to me that all of these planes were cross-country flights that had just taken off, meaning they were all carrying full loads of fuel, which would obviously increase the destruction that they caused when they crashed into a building. Whether that was part of the plan or whether it just worked out that way, we of course don't know, but it would certainly indicate, at least initially, that considerable thought and planning went into this attack.
Indeed, David, including that they hit the World Trade Center at the height of morning rush hour, right at 9 o'clock. First one building, then the other, right at the very height of rush hour here in New York City. David, stand by because I have some questions about possible U.S. responses. You say, you know, the U.S. will respond. The how and why of that I'd like to discuss with you. But first, we want to go through a sequence of pictures of what happened here in New York today at the World Trade Center, including 2 pieces of videotape that CBS News obtained exclusively and we've shown only in the last half hour or so. So this sequence of events that will not necessarily be in order, but this to review for you and give you the latest picture information we have is the way it was this morning between 9 and 11 a.m. New York time, Eastern time. One plane has hit the upper tier, but watch the left-hand corner of your screen. The second World Trade Tower has not yet been hit. It's about 9 a.m. Here comes the plane, very high speed, cuts almost through the building. Great balls of fire, tremendous bellows of smoke. The voices you hear in the background, the people in the home or the place where these pictures were taken. So the second building was hit. Now, you note the plane went in at about, that aircraft hit that tower at floor about 71. The first building was hit, 90 or above, say. So both buildings are now smoke and flame. Now, different view. Both buildings are aflame. Fire. And then the building that was hit second comes tumbling down. That was the one where the airplane came in particularly quickly and hit the building at about floor 71. The Chrysler building in the background. Now the second tower, which was actually hit first by American Flight 11, begins to crumble. And disappear. And since then, the most recent collapse, which happened just a short while ago, Building 7, a 47-story building as part of the World Trade Center complex, collapsed. That building had been, we were told, completely evacuated. But the fate of people on the ground, including rescue workers, as it came tumbling down, we simply don't know. But it had been threatening to collapse, had been on the verge of collapse for a long while, so perhaps most of the area had been evacuated. But who could have anticipated this kind of incredibly dense and fast-moving smoke, which covers many blocks in New York? And like some white monster, came quickly down side streets and major thoroughfares. Now stay with me here, stay with us here. CBS, this is another, see the plane? This is another view, more videotape. This plane.
Against a backdrop of gentle blue sky, a terrorist arrow pierces the heart of a city and a nation.
Oh. Those two sequences we should see again.
One more horrifying than the next.
And we will show you.
This was a United Airlines flight 175.
Some of this video has just now become available. And in the aftermath, well, if you've been with us, you know what happens. We're going to try to re-rack up. That's the opposite side of the second tower hit. You know, we had different views during the day, but this was photographed from that side of the building. Now we're going to re-cue that sequence of videotape. This includes new videotape material obtained by CBS News over the last hour and a half. We have shown some of it. Now, this is the latest new video we have. You see the plane coming in high speed, aiming for the mid-level, and hits it. That was the second flight, United Flight 175, and this is the reverse side of the building. See, the plane actually pierced the building and virtually came out the other side. Yet another view, the plane hitting.
It's almost like the building swallowed the plane.
Yeah.
Yes. Here you see this aircraft below. Did you see that? You had to be looking closely on the right-hand side to see it hitting there. And indeed, Russ Mitchell said it's almost as if the building swallowed the plane and then belched back up. Well, nobody's ever seen photographs like that because nothing like this has ever happened before. We go to David Martin to put it down.
Dan, we were talking earlier about trying to give the appearance of a return to normalcy. Well, now we have one other appearance of normalcy, which is the fact that Defense Secretary Rumsfeld will give a briefing later this evening in the briefing room in the Pentagon. In other words, we're going to be allowed to go back into the Pentagon, and obviously, as that is designed in part to give a show that you can damage the Pentagon, but you can't sink it, that business continues in there as normal. Now, obviously, one of the pieces of business that's going to be continuing now is planning for some sort of military retaliation, although I think it's much too early for us to really have any good idea what that might look like.
David Martin, we're going to go to Bob Orr, who has some new information in just a moment, but once in the Far East, an intelligence operative who was talking about revenge for things, terrorist events, used the quote, he said it was an old Oriental expression, revenge is best served cold, which the thought was that you don't want to enrage, lash out immediately. Now, given the fact, and it is a fact, that after the 1998 attacks on the U.S. embassies in East Africa, the United States government responded in fairly quickly with 2 separate cruise missile attacks, mini missiles, at Sudan and Afghanistan. My question to you, David Martin, when you talk about some kind of retaliation is certain, what has been the thinking before this happened about the advisability of responding immediately or waiting and, in effect, serving revenge cold?
Well, they have 2 lines. One is that we will strike in a time and place of our choosing, and that supports the argument that you don't have to do something right away. But after those cruise missile attacks on the Sudan and Afghanistan, the argument was that that was not retaliation, that was preemption, because Osama bin Laden was planning further attacks against the U.S., and they had to disrupt his operations. So I can see that that argument would apply here as well. The U.S. could say it has intelligence that this was not all the attacks that were planned, that Osama bin Laden had further attacks planned, and they had to act quickly to upset these plans. On the other hand, I can see them wanting to take their time and get it right so that we don't have another largely ineffectual strike as we did following the embassy bombings. The strikes did not get Osama bin Laden, and obviously did not have any lasting impact on his operations, since he has been behind most of the threats that the U.S. has had to react to over the years. And of course, if the evidence indicates that he was behind this as well, then of course we really didn't do much to stop him with that earlier strike. And I think all that would argue for some very large military response, perhaps including going after him on the ground, which of course is always risky because of casualties. But I think the proportion of the offense, I mean, let's face it, this was the worst sneak attack on America since Pearl Harbor. And when you put it in that context, I think the American public would support taking casualties to go after the person who was behind that. But all that's still pretty far down the road, Dan.
Indeed, David Martin speaking live from the Pentagon. President Bush will address the nation tonight. CBS News will cover it live. We'll be staying on the air live. Very quickly, Russ Mitchell has some new information about attending to the wounded in New York.
That's right, Dan. The Health and Human Services Department has activated a national medical emergency system. This is an unprecedented move that will dispatch about 7,000 volunteer doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and other pharmacists of the medical staff to areas affected by Tuesday's attacks, which of course would be New York and Washington. The timetable for this, Dan, I'm told, is immediately.
Russ Mitchell, 7,000 volunteer doctors sought from around the nation to come help in New York with what is a massive healing and tending to the dead and wounded operation, which will go on for weeks, if indeed not months. Now, Bob Orr in Washington has a new insight on this information from Barbara Olson, who was aboard one of the planes hijacked, about knife-wielding or knife-type instruments in the aircraft, and Orr's going to put that in perspective for you just at the top of the hour. Now, at the top of every hour and at the half-hour mark, we try to bring you up to date on the latest video we have, the latest pictures we have, the latest information that we have, and we'll be doing that just past the top of the hour on many of these CBS stations. The aircraft involved this morning, American Airlines Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles. That was the first of 2 planes to hit a World Trade Center building. The second was United Flight 175, Boston to Los Angeles. That was the second plane to hit a World Trade Center building. American Flight 77, Dulles, near Washington to Los Angeles. This is the plane that hit near the Pentagon. Then United Flight 93, Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, is the plane that apparently went down in Somerset County in western Pennsylvania. They believe they might get the cockpit recorder from that, and if they do, it could be valuable information. You're watching continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America. Dan Rather with Russ Mitchell and the worldwide resources of CBS News with our continuing coverage of this historic day of infamy in the United States of America. An audacious and devastatingly effective sneak attack on the United States today. Terrorists crashed 2 hijacked airliners into the World Trade Center towers, and they destroyed both of those towers. And as a consequence of that, then later this afternoon, World Trade Center Building 7 collapsed. World Trade Center 5 is in danger of collapsing. The terrorists brought down not only the twin 110-story World Trade Center towers, they also slammed a hijacked jetliner into the Pentagon. At least 100 people killed and wounded in the attack on the Pentagon. We don't have facts about any of the killed and wounded. We simply know that in New York, both the police and New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani say that there's tremendous loss of life in and around the World Trade Center, and at the Pentagon, as I say, the best available information is at least 100 killed and wounded. A 4th jetliner, we mentioned it earlier, was apparently hijacked. It crashed in Pennsylvania as part of the clearly, carefully timed attacks. There was early report that maybe that aircraft had gone down near Camp David, the presidential retreat in Maryland. It turns down, it went down instead in southwestern Pennsylvania. President Bush was in Florida while all this was happening on an out-of-Washington trip. He said he was returning to Washington. He did not. Instead, it was decided he should go to the air base near Shreveport, Louisiana. He went there, made another statement to the American people, then took off, destination unknown, wound up in Nebraska at one of the most secure air bases that the United States has. He got a briefing there, and then the decision was made that he should come back to Washington, and President Bush will address the nation from tonight. Now, this just in, Kabul, capital of Afghanistan. Explosions are reported near Kabul, Afghanistan. Whether those explosions are directly linked to what happened in the United States of America today, we do not know. But in the background is the last time Osama bin Laden and his what's called terrorist network struck. The United States within hours responded with cruise missile attacks against what was said to be Osama-related targets in Sudan and in Afghanistan. Now, I repeat, what we know and all we know out of Kabul, Afghanistan, where information is very hard to come by and the facts are always few, and information rarely pure and never simple in Afghanistan, explosions are reported near Kabul, Afghanistan. We'll be monitoring that situation as we go along here. I thought we had another piece of information, but not so. Now, let me pause, take a breath. Those are the facts, the central facts as we know them. Want to show you the best available pictures we have of the situation on this attack on America. That at least was the plan. Let me pause and take some instructions. If there are other instructions of not going to that video, now's the time to tell me in the control room. If so, then let's go to the video. All right, we're going to replay those pictures. Stay with us here, folks. This is live television, not always the neatest. Look at this aircraft, the speed with one World Trade Center has already been hit. This plane is coming in, midsection hit. Oh. And then opposite side view. You can see that plane go in and it pierced, you know, seemingly all the way through the building. This was the second building hit. That plane believed to be United Flight 175. Another view from another side. And you can see how far some of the debris was immediately thrown. Now both buildings are smoking runs, people desperately trying to get out. This is yet another picture of the plane hitting. Some of this video we did not have available this morning. Now, however high the death and wounded toll turns out to be from the World Trade Center, it would have been immeasurably higher if so many people had not kept their heads and calmly but quickly evacuated the building. Some of them walking down, you know, as many as at least 50, sometimes 60 floors to get out of the World Trade Center. Now, there are pictures available of the explosions in Kabul, Afghanistan. Now, we'll show you these CNN pictures from Kabul. Now, whether this was from a missile strike or not, we cannot confirm. The Afghans clearly believe that these explosions were caused by the United States. This is not much of a picture, but from Kabul, Afghanistan, on short notice, pretty remarkable stuff. Now, what happened in Kabul, Afghanistan, and let me again emphasize that we're not at all certain of the information, is there were reports of explosions, reports of anti-aircraft fire. Again, we do not know whether any of this is connected with events in the United States today. Now, the Taliban, the radical and fundamentalist Muslim group in control of most of Afghanistan, has repeatedly refused to help the United States bring Osama bin Laden to justice, and Osama bin Laden at last report was being hidden in Afghanistan. The Taliban's position, which they stated today, was that we don't have any evidence that Osama bin Laden's been doing anything. And the Taliban leadership today, early in the day, this was their words, another pretty big explosion there in Kabul. Well, let me break off and let's listen to this reporter.
At the airport, to us hearing the detonation at the hotel is about the same duration, so I am using that as an estimate to gauge that those missiles again are falling in the area of the airport. First we're seeing the flash, and then we hear the detonation some several seconds afterwards, and they appear to be coming from that airport area, in some cases several miles away from it.
This reporter is saying that missiles have indeed struck Kabul, Afghanistan. We have no independent confirmation of that, but the reporter on scene, Mr. Robertson, says that this is a missile attack in Kabul.
Those reflections of missiles landing elsewhere, the flashes as they explode and reflecting off the clouds, but it's not a good indication. We certainly don't hear any detonations coming from that particular direction at this time. The anti-aircraft fire that we were seeing a little while ago is not coming up from the city. The city, apart from the detonations we were hearing a few minutes ago, appears very, very calm. The visibility here is excellent. We can see all the way across the city. It lies on a plain that's surrounded by the mountains here in Kabul. We have high mountains to the right. These mountains were used by the Mujahideen as vantage points for shelling the city several years ago during the Mujahideen infighting in Kabul. The last 5 years, the Taliban have been in control of this city, have been trying to extend their control over and across Afghanistan, and the Foreign Minister this evening.
That is Nick Robertson of CNN reporting live from Kabul in Afghanistan, where, as you could see, and he described, it appears that at least an oil refinery tank of some sort is on fire near the Kabul.
Well, what we know, and let's pause and tell you that there's a lot we don't know about those pictures of flames in Kabul, Afghanistan. What we know is that explosions were reported in Kabul. Then flames broke out. The CNN reporter indicated that this is a missile attack on Kabul. We have no independent confirmation of that. Yes, after the attack on the U.S. embassies in East Africa in 1998, the United States responded fairly quickly with missile attacks in a remote area of Afghanistan where it was said that U.S. intelligence had some indication that maybe Osama bin Laden or some of his units in operation were. But as these explosions light up the night sky in Kabul, the footage shown to you, courtesy of CNN, about flashes and flames in the Afghan capital, the source of those flames and explosions unknown. Now, a CNN reporter, Mr. Robertson, said, and I quote him, "There are missiles flying across the city, apparently large incoming missiles," unquote. This all happens, of course, hours after these major terrorist attacks in the United States. But one, there's been no confirmation of any missile attacks from the United States. You may note that David Martin, our very experienced Pentagon correspondent, said earlier that you could expect the United States to try to retaliate in some way. But whether this, what's happening in Kabul, Afghanistan now, is a retaliation, whether it is in fact a missile attack there, has not been confirmed. Certainly an experienced and reliable reporter on the scene, Mr. Robertson, says that he just says flatly there are missiles flying across the city. But one doesn't know have to know much about cruise missiles to know that it's not always easy to determine when these missiles are coming into a city. This is not to refute in any way his report. It is simply doing what reporters do, and that is until we absolutely know from at least two sources that we have U.S. missile attacks on Kabul, Afghanistan, we're going to hold off with any confirmation. The best we can say to you is there have been flames and some explosions in Kabul, Afghanistan. It's a very volatile situation inside Afghanistan. While the Taliban, the radical Muslim strong men in government and political terms in Afghanistan, control most of the country, they do not control all of it. And just yesterday, indeed, the leader of the opposition, one of the opposition forces to the Taliban, was the victim of a suicide attack, explosive planted in a television camera that with Mr. Mossad almost wiped him out, or may have indeed have killed him. All of that just to give you some sense of how volatile the situation is inside Afghanistan and how hard it is to nail down any facts. And while you no doubt have heard and will hear that the United States has sent missiles into Kabul, Afghanistan, we do not, I repeat, not have any confirmation of that. We have only the one report from a reporter, the CNN reporter.
All the information, then make a...
But we're not absolutely certain. In fact, we're not certain at all that this has been a missile attack.
Make sure that this doesn't happen again.
Now, we're seeking confirmation at the moment. Remember the following things. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld is expected to brief inside the Pentagon at some point early this evening. President Bush, on his way back to Washington, intends to speak to the nation. And let's go to David Martin at the Pentagon. David, what about these reports so far unconfirmed that U.S. missiles have landed in Kabul, Afghanistan? True, untrue, or unknown?
Unconfirmed right now, Dan. I have no information that would confirm that, but as you might imagine, stranded out here with cell phones, it is hard to reach people. But right now, I have no indication of that attack.
Thank you, David Martin at the Pentagon. Now let's go to London and CBS News correspondent Mark Phillips. Mark?
Dan, being separated by oceans and thousands of miles from the event in the U.S. today, the events in the U.S. today, hasn't lessened the shock or the sense of disbelief. People now watching both events in the States and, of course, in Kabul. No confirmation here either that the explosions in Kabul, explosions, I will say that are not always a rare event given the unstable nature of the place, whether they're the result of any kind of retaliatory reaction or not. There has been great reaction right across the world today to the events in the U.S. This was not just an American event, it was very much a global event. There were very few TV networks in the world who didn't offer full-time coverage once the attacks began this morning. The expressions of shock, disbelief, and sympathy came literally from around the world. Here in London, Prime Minister Blair talked about the people who perpetrated this act having no regard for sanctity or value of human life, that the democracies must come together to eradicate it. I'll tell you as well that strict security measures have been instituted here. Flights have been kept away from central London. There's much tighter security at the airports, both here and right across Europe as well. And also, they've stopped the process of stacking up flights, waiting to land at various airports here. Flights are running very late, if they're running at all. Condolences as well coming from right across Europe, from Vladimir Putin in Moscow, sending his condolences to the American people. And as I say, shock right around the globe. Dan?
Mark Phillips, live from our CBS News Bureau in London. Dateline, New York, more than 200 ambulances are lined up on the west side highway of this city. They are waiting to transport the wounded. St. Vincent's Hospital in New York City, historic hospital with a worldwide reputation for emergency care. St. Vincent's Hospital is now, quote, saturated. St. Vincent's is located in Greenwich Village, right in the neighborhood of the World Trade Center, and has been just saturated since early this morning. The first wave of rescue workers that went into the World Trade Center were killed by the second blast. Now, we have not absolutely confirmed that, but we feel confident now in saying that at least some of the first wave of rescue workers that went into the World Trade Center, remember, one plane came in, that American Airlines plane came in first and hit one of the World Trade Center towers. Rescue workers rushed to the scene, of course, and then, you've seen it, we'll show it to you again shortly, That second plane came at much greater speed and hit the second building, and it's now increasingly apparent that some of the rescue workers in the first wave that went to the first building were killed with the second blast. Now, as for what's happening in Afghanistan, if you're saying to yourself, what about these pictures we're seeing from Afghanistan? We simply don't know what the situation is in Afghanistan, and we are being cautious, skeptical about information. Yes, there's at least one news organization reporting that missiles, American missiles, have struck Kabul, Afghanistan, but we do not know that to be a fact. What we do know that there have been a series of explosions described in Kabul, Afghanistan, and clearly there's been at least one explosion that caused a good deal of fire in that capital of Afghanistan. But we simply have to wait for some kind of confirmation before we're going to report that any American missiles have struck that city. Is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? You decide. Is it a known fact? Not yet. Now, Sandy Berger, former head of the National Security Council, has just joined us on the set here at our World News headquarters, CBS headquarters in New York. But while he gets settled, we'll be talking to him shortly. We go to Bob Schieffer, our chief Washington correspondent. Bob?
Well, Dan, there's obviously now a concerted effort to demonstrate that this government is still working and still functioning. In addition to hearing from the president tonight, we are told now that we will have a joint news conference of the congressional leaders.
Bob, could you excuse me 1 second?
Speaker of the House. I'm sorry, Dan. Go ahead.
I'm awfully sorry, Bob, and forgive me for doing this, but bulletin material. A U.S. official, a high-ranking U.S. official, unidentified, has said he believes the Kabul, Afghanistan explosions are not, I repeat, not U.S. action. This high-ranking U.S. official, we have this from only one official, says that it may be some operation of the Afghan opposition, which we mentioned to you earlier. Now, to put this in some context, yes, there have been explosions, at least one and maybe more, and some fires in Kabul, Afghanistan. And yes, one news organization has reported that it was American missiles. But we've said from the beginning we had no confirmation of that. Now, not only do we not have confirmation of it, but we have one high-ranking U.S. official who said, and this is a direct quote, that he believes the Kabul explosions are not a U.S. action. Bob, forgive me for interrupting you, but it was important to get that in, and now let's pick up where you were, please.
Oh, absolutely, Dan, and there's no question about it. I would also say that I have been in contact with several folks in the intelligence community over the last hour, and no one has mentioned that to me. That does not mean that there might not be something going on there, but nobody has volunteered any information about that. What I wanted to stress here is that the effort tonight will be to show that this government is functioning and is unified, in addition to a joint press conference on the steps of the Capitol where you'll have the Republican leaders and the Democratic leaders joining to say they support the actions of the president and that they are determined that we track down who did this and that they be punished. In addition to that, at the Pentagon, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld is now scheduled a news conference, but he will be joined again by Republicans and Democrats on the Armed Services Committee. The chairman, Carl Levin, a Democrat, and the ranking Republican, John Warner, will be on the podium with Defense Secretary Rumsfeld. Then over at the FBI and the Justice Department building, the Attorney General is going to have yet another briefing, and we are told that he, too, will be joined by other members of the Cabinet and perhaps some members of the Congress. The effort tonight is to show, and I must underline this is considered the single most important thing now in Washington, to show that this government is functioning, that this government cannot be frightened off, and that this government will act now as one. That's pretty much the latest details as we have them here today.
Bob Schieffer, our chief Washington correspondent. Joining me now on the set here at CBS News World headquarters in New York, Sandy Berger, who was for the better part of not entirely 8 years head of the National Security Council in the Clinton administration, one of the most knowledgeable people in the country about U.S. intelligence operations and the terrorist networks worldwide. Thank you for being with us, Sandy Berger. Give us some context and perspective on what's happened here today.
Dan, I think this is a watershed event that has taken place today. This is a massive escalation, both in capacity and intent, of the terrorist assault on the United States. And I think that it means we enter now an entirely new phase. I think it's extremely important that we stand behind the president at this stage, because there's not going to be a simple and swift solution to this. This will take a sustained, concerted, long-term effort to reverse this. I believe we will know sooner rather than later who is responsible. I think this is so sophisticated and there's so many pieces here that both with respect to the physical evidence and the intelligence that we will know before long who is responsible. But there's no magic bullet, literally or figuratively, that will take care of this. This is going to take a sustained, determined effort by the American people supporting the president, because we're in for the long haul here.
Sandy Berger, you were there. You were in the room when the decision was made in 1998, after 2 American embassies in East Africa had been attacked by terrorists with great loss of life, including American life. Some version of that meeting has to be held at some point with this new President Bush administration. Take us into that kind of meeting. What are the options a president has?
Well, I think it's useful to think about this almost in 2 pieces, Dan. First of all, an earthquake has struck New York and Washington today. There are victims. There's still people in those buildings. So in the first instance, obviously, this is still a rescue relief operation, and there has to be focus on whether all of the resources and assets of the United States are being put to the assistance and to the aid of our mayors and governors in dealing with that. Second of all, it's a buttoned-down security operation, and I think the administration has made very clear today by their actions that they've secured other potential targets. And then it is an intelligence operation to determine who is responsible, and then a strategic effort to determine what the appropriate response is. But I don't think we're talking here, given the nature of this assault on the United States, we're not talking about a simple, quick, even one punishing kind of response. We're talking about concerted action with our allies. We're talking about not only dealing with those who may harbor the people responsible, but any countries that cooperate in any fashion. But I think we have to think about this over the long haul, fasten our seatbelts as a country, because actions we take will have their own consequences, give our support to the president, and recognize that we're in a new phase here.
Sandy Berger, until recently head of the National Security Council, stick with me here for a moment. Let me remind our viewers and listeners worldwide that in many of these stations, the CBS Evening News will be coming up in about 6 or 7 minutes. We'll have the CBS Evening News as part of our continuing CBS News coverage. We're going to be on the air through the night and through the early morning hours, including President Bush's address to the nation, hopefully from Washington, D.C., if not the White House itself, later in the evening. All of that coming up is to tee up the fact that the CBS Evening News will be on the air in the next 6 to 7 minutes. Right now, we continue our conversation with a man who, you can't say this, but I will, Sandy Berger. I don't know of anybody in the nation, with the possible exception of former President Clinton, because he was in office 8 years, who would know more about our intelligence capabilities, what our intelligence agencies report to us, and what the options are. I want to get back to that moment in 1998 when it was clear that our embassies had been subject of ghastly attacks by terrorists. Now, the decision eventually was to launch cruise missile attacks against targets in Sudan, Africa, and in Afghanistan itself. The purpose of that was what, in the main?
The purpose, there were several purposes. Number one, we had information, we had intelligence which led us to believe that there would be, at a particular location in one of the camps, a number of the chief operatives and perhaps bin Laden himself. And so this was a strike at the command and control center
The hope was you might get him or get some of his people.
That's correct. Now, we have to understand here that for intelligence to be useful in this situation, you have to know where things may be hours in the future. That's very difficult to determine. So in one sense, it was a strike at the command and control. In another sense, we had some information which led us to believe there might be further attacks. And obviously, there was a punitive element and a deterrence element as well.
Now, was it or was it not President Clinton's intention to, among other things, to send a message to bin Laden and others of his ilk that the reach of the United States was unlimited? There would be no place where they could be assured of being safe.
Well, that certainly was an element here, but one should not have any illusion about the difficulties here. Afghanistan is a long way from nowhere, 1,000 miles from the nearest body of water. Pakistan between Afghanistan and the nearest body of water. And so it is not, and Afghanistan itself is a mountainous, if you've been there, Dan, you know, it's rough terrain and plenty of places to hide. We have not, over the years, whether it's been Adid or Noriega or others, been terribly successful when we've targeted individuals. But this is such a qualitative escalation here that we need to be thinking, I think, in different terms. We need to be thinking in a sustained, long-term fashion. But again, we don't know who's responsible for this, and I think you've said that many times today, and I think it's important to continually repeat that. America's driven by facts and not by surmises. But I do believe it won't be long before we do. We just need to recognize here that there's been a massive escalation, both in terms of capability and in terms of intent, which will require, I think, from the United States and our allies, a sustained and concerted and integrated and long-term effort.
Because we're looking at the new face of war, 21st century fashion.
I think that's a fair statement.
Sandy Berger, until recently head of our National Security Council and was for a long time, we appreciate you being here tonight, and I appreciate your service to our country.
Thank you, Dan.
Now, as we get ready for the CBS Evening News, the number of dead in New York and in Washington, for that matter, undetermined, but in New York, the number is feared to be catastrophic. At the Pentagon, the number of dead and wounded conservatively estimated at least 100. Subway and commuter train lines, tunnels, and bridges were shut down in and around Manhattan for a long time today. A limited service out of Manhattan was restored late this afternoon, and within the last couple of hours, some very limited access back into Manhattan was restored. New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, and American stock exchanges all closed tomorrow. All Broadway shows closed. Thousands of New Yorkers have responded already to the call for blood donations. The American Red Cross is one place accepting blood donations. 1,700 National Guardsmen have been deployed to New York City to back up police, fire, and other city resources. Those are among the facts as we go to the half-hour mark. Now, at the half-hour mark, this half hour, on many of these stations, we will come forward with the CBS Evening News. President Bush is on his way back to Washington, intends to address the American people tonight. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld will be briefing at the Pentagon. As for what's happening in Kabul, Afghanistan, unclear, but a high-ranking U.S. official has told CBS News he does not, I repeat, not believe there's been any U.S. missile attack on Kabul, Afghanistan, as has been reported by at least one other news organization. There were some explosions in Kabul, and while one reporter on scene said it was a missile attack, I repeat that one high-ranking U.S. official says he does not believe that that is the case. Now, our CBS News coverage from our worldwide resources will continue in a moment with a special edition of the CBS Evening News, which will be part of our continuing coverage of the attack on America. Sandy, that was just excellent. A stunning and cowardly strike on the United States. Terrorists send mighty skyscrapers crumbling to the ground. Many innocent people are dead. The president vows the killers will pay for this attack on America. September 11th, 2001. You will remember this day as long as you live. Good evening again. This is CBS News' continuing coverage of the attack on America. A series of coordinated terror strikes today at this country, its people, our freedom. Strikes that came without warning. 4 U.S. commercial jetliners were hijacked. 2 crashed into the World Trade Center here in New York City and sent the giant twin towers filled with workers crumbling to the ground. A 3rd hijacked airliner slammed into the seat of American military power, the Pentagon. The 4th hijacked airliner, target unknown, but possibly a target intended in or near Washington, went down in southwestern Pennsylvania. Here's what's happening at this hour. As the evening goes on and night begins to fall in New York and Washington, brave rescue workers are searching desperately for victims in the rubble of the World Trade Center towers and a 3rd building around the World Trade Center that also collapsed. 50,000 people generally work in the World Trade Center. A count of the dead still a long way off. Emergency operations are also continuing at the scene of the crisis at the Pentagon in Pennsylvania. There were well over 250 people on the 4 crashed planes. In contrast to the chaos on the ground, the skies are eerily quiet because the FAA has grounded all civilian aircraft at least until noon tomorrow. There is unprecedented security around the leadership of the U.S. government. President George W. Bush will address the nation from Washington, we're now told, at 9 Eastern time this evening. And that will be roughly 2.5 hours from now, the president will address the nation. The president has put the U.S. military on high alert worldwide. President Bush vowed that the United States will find and punish whoever's behind what he described as, quote, these cowardly acts. Early speculation, underscore the word speculation, centers on Osama bin Laden. We have mobilized the full resources of CBS News to bring you clear, accurate coverage of this day that will live in infamy. CBS News correspondents and producers are deployed throughout the country and around the world. We began here in New York City, ground zero for the attack on America. This day's horrific events began with the familiar turbine whine of jet engines over New York City, but this Boeing 767 was too low and not in the regular flight pattern. It was aimed straight for the massive twin towers of the World Trade Center. CBS's Byron Pitts is on the scene tonight. Byron?
Dan, without exaggeration, this part of Manhattan looks like a battlefield. We have seen blood. We have seen body parts. We have watched people die in front of our eyes. This was terrorism, like we in America have never seen before. 8:48 a.m., mayhem in Manhattan.
We saw a plane coming very low, and everyone said, wow, that plane is very, very low.
Come on, guys, keep moving. I was walking to work, and all of a sudden, I see a jet crash into the first tower.
An American Airlines flight loaded with 92 people crashes head-on into the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
And then we heard the crash. We ran to the window.
Into the building. It went into the Trade Center.
We hit the Trade Center. We saw the shrapnel fall, and then we said, get out.
And minutes later.
Oh, there's another one. Another plane just hit. Right. Oh, my God. Another plane has just hit.
I heard a roar, and I looked around thinking that it had to be a helicopter, and I looked up, and I saw the second plane hit.
A second commercial plane, a United Airlines jet, also hijacked, carrying 65 people, plows into the South Tower.
First one we thought was an accident. When we heard there was a second one, we definitely thought it was terrorism.
On the ground, witnesses could not believe their eyes. 70 stories up with the building burning, reason gave way to desperation. New York's bravest never had a chance.
We really never even got to that close to the building. An explosion blew and it knocked everybody over.
Less than an hour later, the South Tower came crumbling down.
It collapsed. The top floors collapsed down. I saw it blow and then ran like hell. Thank God. I'm 69, but I can still run.
But it was far from over.
Tower 2 collapsed into Tower 1. Within minutes after that, we were ordered out.
When the dust settled, signs of life started to emerge.
Chaos. It's just chaos out here, it really is. So the Twin Towers fall. It's amazing. It's crazy. I can't believe this shit is happening. I really can't. It's a nightmare. It's Armageddon right here.
This was the worst act of terrorism on U.S. soil, but not the first attack on the World Trade Center. 8 years ago, terrorists set off bombs in the basement in an effort to take down the two towers. They failed. Today, mission accomplished.
I tell you what, it's a sad day for America, it really is.
By 2 o'clock this afternoon, firefighters and police officers and paramedics by the hundreds stood by, many of them feeling helpless. There was nothing they could do at this point because the building was still unsecured.
Our main priority is to get in, do a search and rescue, look for survivors, and then clean up what's left. And we can't do that until the building is deemed safe.
Ankle deep in debris and despair, rescue workers waited. Some had relatives of their own inside. One police officer told me her sister worked here on the 40th floor, due in at 9 a.m. She was always early, she said. Always. A sign on a paramedic's van spoke volumes.
We're going to do the best that we can to get people out of there, get into the hospital, get back in line, go back out there and do it again.
New York Port Authority Police Chief William Hall choked back tears. For him, this was no longer just work. On a personal level, because I know that these are all your men and it's a business, but I'm sure that a lot of these guys are your friends. How you
It's
holding
not a
up?
business now, it's personal now.
Sir?
It's personal now. We have to get them.
Back live, we have had little relief here. Take a look at this. About an hour ago, World Trade Center building number 7 collapsed. A 42-story building, weakened by the devastation that had occurred earlier today. No word of any casualties in the building. It was the one calamity that was not a surprise. Police had evacuated the area hours ago. Fearful building number 7 would indeed fall down. This morning when the first tower collapsed, I was standing about 3 blocks away with CBS News correspondent Mika Brzezinski. As the fireball rolled toward us, Mika grabbed her shoes, I grabbed her hand, and we ran like hell. Thousands did. Dan, except for a few sirens, I have never heard New York City this quiet. Graveyard quiet. Dan?
Byron Pitts in Lower Manhattan. When the first World Trade Center building was hit, rescue workers rushed to it. We're now told that some of those rescue workers died as the second World Trade Center building was hit and eventually the 2 buildings collapsed. Now about today's other terrorist strike at the seat and symbol of U.S. military power, the U.S. Defense Department, the Pentagon. There were 64 people aboard American Flight 77, the jetliner hijackers used to ram into the Pentagon. CBS News' David Martin reports the deadly impact there. David?
Dan, as you can see behind me, the Pentagon is still smoldering from that direct hit it suffered this morning, but it's finally cooled down enough so that rescue workers can begin the task of recovering the dead and wounded. One early count put the number of dead at 20, but no one expects it to stop there. The first attack ever on the Pentagon occurred at 9:38 a.m. Eastern Time.
Clipped this pole over here, hit another pole and slammed right into the building. Huge explosion, and then utter pandemonium, as you might imagine. I mean, everybody was screaming, "Oh my God."
A hijacked American Airlines jet, which had just taken off from Dulles Airport, flew right up the main highway leading north into Washington and straight into the citadel of American military power.
There was no doubt about it. It was American Airlines slammed right into the building, and there was no doubt about it. Whoever was piloting that plane was aiming for the Pentagon.
Fearful that, like the World Trade Center, a second airliner was on its way, most of the building's 23,000 workers fled.
Plane's coming in. Come on. Let's go. Come on. We're not playing around here. Let's go.
F-16 fighters circled overhead looking for a second attack, but the damage had already been done. The plane had drilled a hole about a third of the way through the world's largest office building. The wounded were rushed to nearby hospitals as the fire spread and an entire section of the building collapsed, trapping many, many more inside.
Arlington search and rescue personnel are just now, and it's about almost 2 o'clock, just now gaining access to portions of the building where the plane hit because the fires were too intense.
One ray of hope. The Pentagon is undergoing a major renovation, and some of the offices in the path of the plane were vacant.
We're trying to find out who made it out okay and account for the people that may not have made it out.
When the plane hit, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld dashed from his office on the other side of the building.
And proceeded down towards the impact point in the building. And actually went outside the building and was helpful in getting several people that were injured onto stretchers, and then came back into the building and was in the National Military Command Center.
With smoke hanging in the air of the command center, Rumsfeld ordered aircraft carriers, amphibious ships, cruisers, and destroyers to New York and Washington, where they can serve as floating hospitals, help with the cleanup, and provide air defense against the possibility of more attacks. Rescue efforts are a long way from over, but the FBI is already combing the debris for clues to who was behind this. The Pentagon has put all its bases on the highest state of alert, and the State Department has done the same thing with American embassies around the world. The early suspicion is that Osama bin Laden was behind this, and U.S. officials say eventually there will be military retaliation. Dan?
David Martin reporting live from the Pentagon. President Bush is just reported to have landed at Andrews Air Force Base just outside of Washington. He is said to be going to the White House itself. From there, he will address the American people tonight. We will see and hear it, of course, live on CBS News. As regards the explosions in Kabul, Afghanistan, a senior Pentagon official now says, and I quote him, "That is not a U.S. strike." Repeat, not a U.S. strike. This despite reports from the scene by at least one reporter on the scene who said that it was a missile strike. A senior Pentagon official says that it's simply not true. It wasn't a U.S. strike. Now, to punish those behind today's attacks, the United States and its people must first determine who they are. We are a country that believes in facts and the pursuit of facts. The facts are few about who's responsible for this. There has been much speculation, italicize, underscore the word speculation about that today, with Osama bin Laden, the renegade Saudi millionaire, frequently mentioned. No one knows who did this. CBS's Jim Stewart in Washington is following the investigation, checking his sources, and has this live report. Jim?
Dan, apparently we have a little bit more now than just speculation. U.S. intelligence officials and law enforcement no longer have just a theory about today's unprecedented attack. They now have some evidence, and it all points to Osama bin Laden. Sources tell CBS News...
Published by the federal authorities in New York, in Washington, D.C. area, in Pittsburgh, in Boston, and in Newark. The full resources of the Department of Justice, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, the U.S. Attorney's offices, the U.S. Marshals Service, the Bureau of Prisons, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Office of Justice Programs are being deployed to investigate these crimes and to assist survivors and victim families. Thousands of FBI agents in all of the field offices across the country and in the international legat offices, assisted by personnel from other Department of Justice agencies, are cooperating in this investigation. The FBI has established a website where people can report any information about these crimes. That address is www.ifccfbi.gov. That address again, www.ifccfbi.gov. Individuals can report any information they know about these crimes to that website. It takes courage for individuals to come forward in situations like this, and I urge anyone with information that may be useful and helpful to authorities to use this opportunity. The Office of Victims of Crime has established a toll-free 800 number for family and friends of victims. They can call 800-331-0075 to leave contact information for a future time when more information is available, to find out information about a victim, or to find out information about the rights of victims and the services available to victim survivors and victim families. The determination of these terrorists will not deter the determination of the American people. We are survivors, and freedom is a survivor. A free American people will not be intimidated, nor will we be defeated. We will find the people responsible for these cowardly acts, and justice will be done. Tommy.
Every single American lost something today. And every one of us at this time expresses our deepest sympathy to the victims of today's tragedies and their families. It is now our mission to begin the healing from this tragedy. From the moment that we learned of these attacks, the Department of Health and Human Services has begun readying teams and resources to be sent to New York City and the Washington area to meet any needs of state and local officials. So far, we have sent 4 disaster medical teams to New York City and 3 of these disaster medical teams to the Washington, Northern Virginia, Baltimore area. These medical teams each consist of about 35 physicians, nurses, and emergency medical technicians. They are all trained to deal with traumatic injuries and other emergency needs. We've also sent 4 disaster mortuary operational response teams to New York and 3 to the greater Washington area. We're also in the process of shipping a great deal of emergency medical supplies to New York City with the help of the Centers for Disease Control. In short, we're making the full force of the Department of Health and Human Services, both its resources and medical expertise available to the areas that need our assistance. We've also this afternoon activated the United States Public Health Service Commission Corps, which consists of approximately 6,000 health professionals. We also are giving backup assistance to the 500-bed ship Comfort from the United States Navy. Americans all over are calling up and asking...
What happened? What's going through your head tonight? You must feel like a very lucky man.
I feel very lucky. I'm so thankful to be alive. My heart goes out to those who don't know about their loved ones or, have lost loved ones. And, it's still very surreal. I mean, I look down behind us and can't believe that my office building that I go to every day is gone.
Matt, before you go any further...
That was American Airlines Flight 11, which is taken off from Boston, was supposed to go to Los Angeles. Attorney General Ashcroft said that plane, they believe, was hijacked through the use of knives or knives kind of equipment. Now, that would correspond to an earlier report when someone said Barbara Olson, not someone in authority, said that Barbara Olson, the wife of the Solicitor General of the United States, who was aboard the plane that hit the Pentagon, that she, on cell phone, had described the skyjackers, the hijackers, these terrorists, as trying to take over the plane with knife-like instruments. So now we have 2 reports on what the Attorney General based his saying that the first plane was also hijacked by knives. We do not know, but now there are indications that at least 2 of the planes, at a minimum in the early stages, were hijacked with the use of knives or knives-like equipment of some kind. Now, the World Trade Center is in the heart of Lower Manhattan's financial district. It's one reason it was selected as a symbolic target. The attack not only toppled the once majestic towers, it also staggered the struggling U.S. economy and the stock markets. CBS News business correspondent Anthony Mason is here with that part of the story. Anthony, put this in perspective for us.
Dan, to begin with, all U.S. markets were closed today and will remain closed tomorrow. Make no mistake, among the primary targets of this attack were both the financial community and our economy. The floor of the New York Stock Exchange, which has been closed at least through tomorrow, is just a few blocks from the World Trade Center. The major investment firm, Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, was the Trade Center's primary tenant, leasing 50 floors. The financial services firm, Cantor Fitzgerald, had 1,000 employees headquartered near the top of the first tower to be hit. Many Wall Street firms are still trying to account for their employees tonight, and economists are trying to assess the damage to our economy.
This is a very serious event. It's economic shocks that come out of the blue that ultimately send us into economic recessions, and this certainly qualifies as a shock of immense proportion. It's a nationwide disaster, and it could have very serious economic ramifications for a long time to come.
A shock to an economy already in trouble, to an economy kept afloat by consumers whose confidence has become increasingly fragile. The last comparable shock came a decade ago when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait and the economy was badly wounded.
The Gulf War hit. It made us all very nervous. We lost confidence. We stopped spending. We stopped investing, and a recession did occur. So the similarities are there, and it's very, very possible that today's events could be the proximate cause for the next economic recession.
Some economists are convinced a global recession is now a fait accompli. Overseas markets, which remained open today, all plummeted. London was off 5%. Frankfurt was down 9%. When the U.S. markets finally reopen, many expect they will be hit hard too. This economy has been walking a tightrope for months, and as Wells Fargo's chief economist said today, the terrorist just cut the wire. Dan?
Anthony Mason, of course, our main concern is not money, not financial markets. It's those people who are dead and wounded. But holding to the moment, to this, the financial aspects of this, you've said that markets we know that we close tomorrow. Beyond that, we don't know, but you would not be surprised to see them close beyond that. What is the effect of these markets being closed?
Well, economists say just like it's important for the president to be back in the White House symbolically, it's important for the markets to reopen, to show that America is back to business as usual. That's very difficult. There are a lot of stock market employees who are unaccounted for this evening. So it's hard to get back to business as usual, but psychologically, we need to do that to send a message to the world. And that's why they're hoping that as soon as they can, the markets will reopen.
Anthony, you spoke to one of the traders who was in the World Trade Center this morning. What did he tell you?
He was on the 84th floor of the second tower when the first plane hit the first tower. He was ordered to evacuate, and he did. He got down as far as the 50th floor, and in that second tower, they were actually told in the stairwell, they were given an all clear and said, the building is secure. He told me that some employees at that point actually left the stairwell, got on the elevator to go back up to work in the second tower. Within minutes, the second plane hit the second tower. He was down to the 30th floor at that point. He told me, he said, I thought my life was over, and I thought I was never going to see my children again. But he said panic, there was no panic in the stairwell. People kept going down, he made it out. But when I last talked to him, he said the head trader of his floor was still unaccounted for.
Anthony Mason, thanks. Not everybody made it out, we know. It was confirmed by several eyewitness accounts, one man and woman forced to leap from a very high floor who went down hand in hand. This just in, a firefighters union official in New York, unidentified as far as I can determine, says, quote, there may be up to 200 firefighters, New York firefighters, dead. That's a direct quote. Now let me underscore, as we've tried to do throughout this day, this terrible...
These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
President George W. Bush from the Oval Office tonight, almost, not quite, but almost 12 hours since the attack on the World Trade Center, the first plane hitting the Trade Center just a little bit past 8:45 this morning. The president said there is a quiet, unyielding anger in the country. We were attacked, the United States, he said, because the country is a beacon of freedom. And in talking about the efforts to find the people responsible, he said, we, the country, will not only go after those who did it, but those who harbor them. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, joins us. John.
Aaron, the president also calling this a mass murder, and we've been unable to get any estimates on those killed and injured, the president using the term thousands when discussing those killed today in the attack. That last point you were just making could prove critical. The president saying the United States government will make no distinction between the terrorists who carried out this attack and those who harbor them. Just before the president was speaking, I checked in with a couple of congressional sources who are telling CNN that in private briefings today, key members of Congress were told by senior administration officials that the administration is, quote, confident, based on the early evidence in this investigation, quote, confident that Osama bin Laden is responsible for this attack. Now, in those briefings, we're told the administration did not say that with a certainty, but did say it was confident, that it had hard evidence in hand, that the investigation was continuing. That could be a significant thing to follow up in the days ahead based on the remarks of the president from the Oval Office to the American people tonight. Aaron.
Mr. bin Laden has been an elusive character out there for a long time now. I guess he is on notice today. I think the president pretty clearly made that known. But he has not been easy to find, Mr. bin Laden, has he?
He has not been easy to find, and there has been a great deal of criticism, some from the Congress, some from members of this president's cabinet now during the prior administration, that the United States government was not doing enough on the second point, not only to try to go after Mr. bin Laden, but to take action against those governments that provided him sanction. That a key distinction the president making tonight, obviously, as we learn more about the investigation in the days ahead and the outreach from this government to allied governments around the world and perhaps to other governments suspected of giving aid and comfort to Mr. bin Laden in the next few days as we assess the grim death toll and those injured in the days ahead. That's something else to keep an eye on as well. Aaron.
John, thank you. John King, our senior White House correspondent. Paula?
And earlier on, Aaron, we were talking with Jeff Greenfield about the challenge of the president delivering a speech where the toll has been so enormous. Jeff, your reaction to the president's words tonight?
They are the words that he had to speak. But again, the question is, when the president says, it may have shaken the foundations of a building, but it did not shake our foundations and ourselves. That's what a president must tell us, and it's what we want to believe. But I venture to say in the country today, there are a lot of shaken people, not just in this city. And I think the key is not so much the words that were said tonight, but what happens in the days and weeks ahead. How different a country are we going to find? How much are our movements going to be restricted by the need for more security? The only other point I want to underscore John King's point, Richard Holbrooke on our air said if the Taliban in Afghanistan is shielding bin Laden and he is the one responsible, they must feel the full force of our response. When the president said we will make no distinction between the terrorists and those who harbor him, I think that's very much the point he was making.
There was a report in an Arab newspaper that is actually based in London, where the editor actually indicated that Osama bin Laden had telegraphed this attack as long as 3 weeks ago. If that is true, one could expect there to be some political fallout from this.
Peter Bergen, who interviewed bin Laden 3 or 4 years ago, who was on our air earlier, made the point that every time bin Laden has been involved in an attack on American interests or personnel, he has in fact telegraphed, as he did presumably with the USS Cole and other events. And he said bin Laden, who once targeted American soldiers, has now changed his view. Any American civilian, by virtue of being a taxpayer, bin Laden thinks, is complicit in what he regards as America's misdeeds. So, you know, that's why the speech tonight is just the first of a very long chain of events whose end we can't possibly predict.
Meanwhile, as we all know, New Yorkers wake up to a completely different landscape here tomorrow. Public schools closed, the stock market closed, all flights in this country, domestic, international, postponed at least until noon tomorrow, maybe even longer than that. Let's check back in with Wolf Blitzer, who also has some more insights right now.
Paula, I'm sitting in the Washington Bureau, as is Cardinal Roger Mahony, the Archbishop of Los Angeles. He joins us now. Cardinal Mahony, explain to our viewers, what has happened today?
Well, I think the very soul of our country has been severely tested. There has obviously been a great wound inflicted upon us. And there's great uncertainty in people's minds. There's great anguish. There's great outcry. But there's a numbness and an emptiness. And I think when the president called upon us to reach into the inner depths of our being and find that source of light, I think he has given us the insight we need. We in this country are people who, by and large, believe in God. We are people who believe in prayer. And I think this is the time, this is the moment when we need to rally our sense of belief, our unity as a people who believes in trust in God.
And as we speak, Cardinal Mahony, we're taking a look at some videotape of the devastation at the Pentagon, not very far from where we're sitting right now. When parents will try to explain this evil that occurred today, how should they explain that to their children?
Well, I think this is a precious moment for parents and families this evening, because I think children will be particularly terrified as they see all of these horrible things unfold on television. I think parents need to gather their children. I think they need to gather the family. And in whatever faith tradition they might have, they need to link today with their scripture, with the Bible, the Hebrew scriptures, the Quran, whatever belief system they have. This is an excellent moment to do it. I think also something that's significant today, as I drove over to the CNN headquarters tonight, and the city is quite dark. It occurred to me that terrorists live in darkness, and their evil deeds, they do not wish those to be seen. So I'd say to parents tonight, gather your family, get out a candle. If you have a candle, light the candle as a family, and let the children in the family see the hope that is in that light. And I'm hopeful that the president is going to declare a day of prayer this week, hopefully for all of us to come together in our various faith communities. But just as the terrorists tried through darkness to bring down the spirit of our people, I'd love to see people light a candle in their home, maybe put one in the front window. Let that light of hope and trust in God's providence in our lives, let that shine across our country tonight and tomorrow.
Cardinal Roger Mahony, the Archbishop of Los Angeles, thank you so much for those words. And I just want to throw back to our Aaron Brown in New York, but to remind our viewers that first crash occurred almost exactly some 12 hours ago when that first plane crashed into the World Trade Center in New York. Aaron?
Well, thank you, and particularly thanks to the Cardinal. Those were extraordinary words and much needed, I think, to remind us how we might deal with the issues here with our children. I think all of us at some point today have wondered how we are going to explain this to them. Larry Eagleburger has been a part of a number of administrations in the diplomatic positions. He's, I think, familiar to many of you as well. He joins us from Charlottesville, Virginia, I believe. Again, good evening to you, sir. It's nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
I want to go back a few hours to a conversation you had because, if I remember it correctly, you talked specifically about two things that came up in the president's statement. One is that we need to be proactive. The country needs to be proactive in attacking terrorist groups before they attack the United States. And this is the point the president made, that it is not enough to go after the terrorists. You also must go after those who harbor the terrorists. Heartened by the president's words tonight?
Very much so. I thought it was a superb speech. I'll tell you something. I think we're all going to find that the American people are much tougher than some of the commentary tonight that I've heard would imply. And if you have the leadership that I think the president demonstrated tonight, and if we carry out the words he said, and we do in fact act hard against not only the terrorists but those who have housed them, I think we will find that we have struck a real blow for beginning the end of this terrorist tragedy that's taken over the world for so long. We won't win it all at once, but if we now really start to take seriously the words that the president said, both in terms of attacking the terrorists and those who mother them, I think we can begin to see this thing turning around. And I think the American people will be totally in support of that.
Secretary Eagleburger, what is it that you've heard from commentators or anyone else that made, that perked your ear there, that suggested the American people did not have the resolve or did not have the toughness to deal with this?
Well, I don't want to carry it too far, but what I've heard is, you know, they're all shaken. There's some implications that we're not going to sort this out too quickly. All I'm saying is, whether we've been shaken or not, if you watched what went on in New York City today, and particularly the police and the firemen, but also average New Yorkers, in the ways in which they responded to try to take care of each other, I was in fact very much impressed by their guts and their ability to deal with these things in a rational way. And I think it showed a great deal about the city of New York, which has not always been my favorite place, and it also showed a great deal about the American people. And I think you're going to find that we are going to be really prepared to back the president all the way. Now, in this sense, I do think it's like Pearl Harbor, because it's Pearl Harbor that led us all to come together to defend ourselves against the Japanese. I think this is Pearl Harbor in a sense, in bringing us now to look at this terrorist issue as in fact we should look at it, which is, if we don't deal with it now, it will be so much worse as the years go on.
Secretary Eagleburger, thank you. It's good to talk to you again. If I could just a second, one thing he said, of all of the images that we've seen in the 12 hours that we've been here, it is a scene of New Yorkers calmly evacuating the area, very slowly walking, no panic, no screaming, helping one another, that has stayed with us. It is not the most dramatic picture, but it is one of the most telling pictures we have seen about how people respond in moments of extraordinary crisis. Paula?
Well, to tell you, Arian, the story that hasn't been told is the generosity of the spirit of the New York people. I mean, a lot of New Yorkers get a bad rap here, but the fact is there was a plea made for people to donate blood, and at many area hospitals, there were as many as 4 to 5 hour waits.
Yeah.
People lining up.
This is a city that has taken a number of terrible hits in recent time, but in moments like this, it is truly the best of us that we saw today. And I don't think it's simply New Yorkers. I think we would have seen this most anywhere else. But they're a tough group out there below us, 30 or 20 floors, and they handled an awful, awful experience today with extraordinary calm, to which I think we all are grateful.
All right, right now I'm going to check in with James Kallstrom, who was formerly of the FBI. Welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Well,
Sir, can you explain to the American public how it is possible that 4 commercial airliners were hijacked in a several-hour period?
I don't think we can explain that right now, Paula. I mean, we'll be answering those questions in the future. I can tell you this, that everyone in law enforcement and the intelligence agencies prayed and hoped that something like this would never happen. It has happened. I thought the president gave a great speech tonight. I was particularly impressed. It's a bit redundant from the other speakers, but his discussion of there will be no difference between those that committed this horrendous act and those that supported, harbored, assisted this horrific act. I think that's a very, very key point. And as the days roll out, the United States, this great country we all live in, and the heroism that you saw on the streets of New York, I saw that day in and day out in smaller tragedies, and I'm sure we see that throughout the United States. But as the days wear on, the United States and the Allies, if they carry out what the president said, we'll be far better off for it.
If you would, sir, though, would you come back to the vulnerability that was exposed today? What is the significance that 2 planes were successfully hijacked from Boston? What is the significance of the fact that all 4 of these flights were cross-country flights?
Well, I mean, I think we can read into that, Paula. I don't know the answers. It would seem like the interesting and tragic thing is that people would give their lives that could also fly sophisticated airplanes, that they apparently could get on these airplanes through generally good screening techniques. I heard one report that they were carrying knives or box cutters, and that could be.
How do you get through security with box cutters on you?
Well, I'm not going to go into all the different ways that could happen, and I don't know exactly what happened. I don't think now is the time to try to figure that out. Obviously, people want to know that answer, but I think now let's concentrate on the dead, the families, those that are still alive in the rubble in New York, in the Pentagon, out in Pennsylvania. Let's work like crazy to find out who did this. That's what's going on right now. And let's bring those folks to justice. And let's do what the president said. Let's see no difference between those that did it and those that helped it, harbored it, assisted it. Let's do that.
If you would walk us through the process that begins tomorrow. Rescue workers still are not able to penetrate that perimeter area surrounding the World Trade Center because of falling debris, because of smoke. Walk us through what we can expect tomorrow.
More of the same. I mean, I think everybody is 24 hours a day now. I mean, I saw reports just a while back that close to 200 New York City firemen are missing. 40 or 50 New York City police officers are missing. And certainly all the people that are in the World Trade Center are missing. So there's been a valiant attempt already to save lives, and that'll continue.
All right, Mr. Kallstrom, thank you so much for your time this evening. Right now, Aaron and I are going to hand this back to Wolf, who continues to stand by in Washington.
Thank you very much, Paula. And I want to report what a senior administration official is telling CNN, that the President's National Security Council will be convening once again shortly to review what has happened and presumably to discuss some various options about what is happening. President Bush, of course, will be participating together with his National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, Secretary of State Colin Powell, the Defense Secretary, Donald Rumsfeld, and the Vice President, Dick Cheney. When we get some information on that, of course, we'll report that as well. But I want to bring in CNN's Greta Van Susteren. You were at National Airport early this morning when that American Airlines Flight 77 slammed into the Pentagon. What did you see, Greta?
Well, let me tell you, first of all, I was on a flight on a runway to go to New York. It was canceled because they said 2 planes had run into the building in New York, so they canceled our flight. I got off the plane. I headed back to my car to come back to work. I was on the rooftop of National Airport's parking lot, which is about 2 blocks from the Pentagon, and I heard something funny. Well, no, first my husband said to me, "We better get out of here," and I thought it was a little bit strange. strange. My husband's acting a little bit like an alarmist. I turned back to look at him. I heard something funny. I looked over his shoulder. I saw something. I'm not sure quite what it was, but low level. Then all of a sudden there was silence. Then there was a kaboom, and then smoke came billowing out, and I knew that it was the Pentagon. The Pentagon's about 2 blocks, of course, from National Airport, hidden behind some buildings. And there was just smoke and debris flying all over, coming up in the air. Obviously a very terrible sight.
And we're taking a look at some live pictures right now. You can see the fires still continuing at the Pentagon now, some 12 hours later. What was your first thought, though, when you heard that kaboom? Did you have any sense what was really going on?
At that point, I knew there was a big problem. I knew it was the Pentagon, and I knew that something horrible had happened, and I could see the magnitude of it. And it was really one of terror, because we had no idea, was there more coming? Was National Airport next? It was only 2 blocks away. Cell phones went down. I tried 2 cell phones, was having difficulty getting through. I finally did get through to CNN, but the traffic was tied up. You heard plenty of sirens and almost no information till I got in the car and did find out what happened. You know, and always, you know, in addition to having to witness this, several hours later, of course, I learned that someone who I know quite well, Barbara Olson, who's appeared on this network a number of times, and whose husband is the Solicitor General of the United States, was one of the fatalities on the airplane. So, obviously, and many other people, of course, are suffering tonight, but that, of course, you know, is even more dismay.
And all of us, of course, who've worked at CNN,
and it has been in difficulty all day, and there has been some obvious concern that it was going to collapse. It has been evacuated. That's the important thing, I think, to know. But if it does collapse, as we have just been told by Jerry Hauer, who helped to set up the Emergency Management Administration in New York City, it'll have a tremendous impact on the search and rescue operation down there, and that's why we are so focused on it at the moment. It has a number of clients in the building, but the most important thing is that if it does finally collapse, or may have collapsed, that's what we're trying to find out, then indeed it will have a significant impact on the search and rescue operation. So let's go back to the streets of New York one more time to ABC's Bill Blakemore. Bill.
Peter, I spoke with Fire Captain Bill Bukowski. He told me a short while ago that they were very worried about number 1 Liberty Plaza. They have a number of scientists who are keeping surveyors' spy glasses on the buildings to watch that they don't move too much to one side or the other. And when they begin to see a little bit of movement, they're expanding what they call the collapse zone. They've done that now in the area around Liberty Plaza, as we understand it, and they're worried about 3 or 4 other buildings nearby. So whenever that happens, they get the fire and the rescue workers back out, further out into a larger perimeter, and of course it slows down their work.
Okay, Bill, thanks, Ben.
Here's, as you can see on that map, the 7 World Trade is the northern part looking up. As you look across to Jersey, 1 Liberty Plaza is to the south there. The concern now is for 1 Liberty Plaza. You've got to set the stage by recognizing there's a very aggressive effort going on to try and find people at the site. They had the good fortune this morning of finding some people alive. These people are looking very aggressively for any signs of life, using cameras, using search dogs, listening devices. So they are going to be as aggressive as possible. And you again have to recognize that it's an extremely dangerous operation. They're picking through a lot of steel, a lot of twisted rubble. And now, to compound it, you have the potential danger of an additional collapse.
Can you tell exactly what what we're looking at right now? Do you know this particular structure? I won't blame you if you don't.
I do not. That looks actually like the bridge across the way.
Across West Street.
I think that is the bridge across West Street. And I know from talking to folks today that the goal is to try and clear West Street and to try and clear a path.
Because it's very difficult to operate in this part of town. There is only one really main road, is there not? And that's the West Side Highway, which goes right past between the trade towers and the river.
Yeah, you either have to move debris either going north up the West Side Highway, or you have to move it going south down through the Battery Tunnel or around the tip of Manhattan. It's a little easier right now because all of lower Manhattan is shut down, so they're giving priority to the heavy equipment, to the dump trucks. There's The city has done an incredible job. It's staging equipment on Houston Street, which is north of the World Trade Center. And when one dump truck is filled, another one's in there. There is not a moment of downtime. They are moving very quickly to get as much debris out as possible. And at the same time, they are, these rescue teams are operating in this dangerous environment trying to find people.
Now, just for people in other parts of the country, remind them how close this is actually to Wall Street.
Well, this is literally the Millennium Hotel. If it were to fall to the east or fall away from the Trade Center, could in fact hit Wall Street. The debris could hit Wall Street, depending on which way it's leaning. And my understanding is it's leaning in towards the Trade Center. Again, it's about a 25-story building. Wall Street is a block away, right on the other side of Broadway.
Now, there are a huge number of ambulances waiting all the time as part of the search and hopefully rescue operation. One Liberty Plaza and these other buildings in the immediate area have been evacuated. So,
absolutely.
So there's nobody in One Liberty Plaza. What are it's the consequences of it falling on top of other debris, which is what causes you so much concern?
Sure. There's a couple of concerns. One, you have people operating underneath, trying to do rescues, trying to find victims, and you really have to be careful with your rescue operation and not put people in the collapse zone. We've already lost over 200 very, very brave people who were in the building.
There's at least 200 of them, we believe, and maybe more than that, which makes it's sensible that John McKenzie today spent so much time with firefighters.
Many New York City firefighters tonight are exhausted, many struggling to control their emotions. Among those still missing, at least 200 of their fellow firefighters, thought to be buried under the rubble.
It's a war zone. We're doing everything we can. We lost a tremendous amount of people. We're doing everything we can to get everybody out.
I walked through the rubble looking for my buddies that I know were missing. I walked through the entire rubble and didn't find anybody.
Fire Commissioner Thomas Von Essen.
We'll keep looking. We have hundreds of people over there now trying to find as many possible locations that they might be in some way in a void or whatever, and you know, still be able to breathe.
But even the commissioner concedes real hope is hard to come by.
We believe that many of them are gone.
Among the dead, some of the so-called super chiefs, some of the highest-ranking officers in the department, including one who helped rescue efforts after the Oklahoma City bombing. Also killed one of the department's Roman Catholic chaplains who had raced to the scene to comfort victims.
I talked to their families, and I explained to them that they were working very hard and they were working at what they love to do. And I'm sure their efforts will end up having saved other lives, and their families can be very proud of them.
Some of the firefighters who responded quickly yesterday were not even scheduled to be working. For some, it was a day off. Others had just finished their shift. But when the alarm sounded, they volunteered to rush to the scene. When the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center collapsed, there were more than 400 firefighters at the scene, many of them inside the building, running up the stairs, trying to rescue people trapped on the upper floors. Others were near their trucks, caught under the avalanche of debris. Today, the firefighters could only pick at the surface of the rubble.
Right now, it's not too good. You got a lot of heavy debris. We're really just on top of the pile. We can't even, there's just a lot of crevices and holes, things you can look down into. You really can't see. The visibility's real poor. A lot of smoke, a lot of heat coming off of the debris.
It's such a disaster that you don't think about yourself anymore, you know? Just don't even, just keep moving, you know? It's like God gives you the strength to get through it.
The firefighters get a few minutes rest, a bottle of juice, something quick to eat, and then it's back to work. But with the realization, there are many fewer of them tonight. John McKenzie, ABC News, New York.
And back to the streets to ABC's Bill Blakemore with his latest report. Bill?
Peter, we've been talking today about the great difficulty in this situation where they all have the desire to take it apart all at once, but they can't. They have to go slowly because of the real possibility if they go too fast, they could make shifts in the loose rubble, and that could hurt people who are trapped alive. Well, I've just spoken with Lieutenant Colonel Craig White of the Air Force, and they're beginning to implement the only kind of solution we've ever come across in earthquake stories we've done when local authorities realize that the military can be great help. What's just beginning to happen in here, and he described the scene to us in great exact detail, all four services, the Marines, the Air Force, the Navy, and the Army, as well as a great many iron workers who have volunteered, are now beginning to cover the scene, now that it's cool enough, like ants on an anthill, he said. And they're using bucket brigades, taking it apart by hand. He called it bucket brigades, such as you see sometimes at a football stadium where a person will be passed in great good spirit from hand to hand across the whole crowd. They're sometimes passing even a whole girder, large blocks of rock, small blocks of rock. The answer is to take it apart by hand. And he said sometimes they come to a tunnel, they call for everybody to be quiet. There's a shout of silence and they all get quiet. They bring up the dogs go into the tunnel, sniffing, they listen for any sounds, and then they get back to work very quickly. So we've begun to see the evolution of this kind of solution. Take it apart by hand.
Thanks very much, Bill. Bill Blakemore on the scene tonight. And we want to try now, I think, finally to set something straight, and I may need the assistance of John Miller here, but I had an email just a short while ago on this controversy, not quite sure how it got started, about whether or not One Liberty Plaza, which is adjacent to the World Trade Center, was either on the verge of collapsing or had suddenly collapsed. A piece of reporting that emerged several hours ago and caused some confusion in terms of the immediate crisis zone. We now believe that despite some media reports to the contrary, One Liberty Plaza has suffered no structural damage, although each of the buildings will require work such as window and lobby repairs, and none of the damage renders the buildings inoperable. This comes from the deputy chairman of Brookfield Properties, which I think is the company that manages the property. I may be wrong on that. But I think, John, you confirmed that this heightened tension the other day, several hours ago, that another building had collapsed. Seems like a day ago. That several buildings at Liberty Plaza had collapsed are simply not true.
No, apparently what happened, according to people I spoke to at the scene, is surveyors who were there checking the structural angles of building to make sure they looked okay were using a building as a guideline, number 4 World Trade Center. Apparently number 4 World Trade Center had shifted on an angle, so it was the wrong thing to use as a guide. They misdiagnosed the fact that One Liberty Plaza was leaning in a direction which in fact it wasn't. The damage they saw on the outside that gave them concern was superficial damage to the outer shell. Building inspectors and engineers have thoroughly gone through that building now and say it is structurally sound. The temporary morgue that they moved out, they've now moved back in.
Well, and what a relief whether or not people identify with this particular building, and certainly either the owners or the property management people, I'm not sure who it is, they are certainly relieved to have it publicized that their building has not collapsed, when a lot of people seem to be saying it had collapsed, and we questioned the information at the time. Nonetheless, for the rest of the country, it is surely a relief that one more building has not collapsed, even though we know from everybody who's been on the ground there that there is a great deal of concern for adjacent properties to the trade centers as a result of the collapse of the 2 principal trade towers. We've tried, as we continue, to give you a variety of different perspectives on what happened yesterday. And because there's so much photography in the world, because people are always carrying cameras these days, whether they're working for news organizations or freelance operators, we've had a number of views of the actual attack on the trade towers yesterday. I want to show you a perspective you perhaps hadn't thought about before. Here is a satellite picture of the lower side of Manhattan in the year 2000 from a satellite 420 miles up. And this is the Kono satellite, which is often used for commercial purposes and therefore is available. Now, John, help me. Let's sit on this picture for a second so that we identify the trade towers. I don't know why the Kono satellite was over this particular part of Manhattan a year or so ago. But now here is the satellite picture of yesterday at about the same time, and that extraordinary scene of the trade tower is picked up by the satellite as well. So there's the Hudson River on the right, and there's the trade tower either at the time of the explosion or given that plume of smoke.